Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, great Biafrans, wherever you are. This is Radio Biafra Hausa-Service coming to you from the platform of Radio Biafra London under the leadership of one and only Oyendu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, Ohamadike, one of Biafra land. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is the only incorruptible leader of the indigenous people of Biafra. He is the director of Radio Biafra and her television, the commander of the armies of Biafra and the greatest man living on this planet Earth. And this broadcast is coming to you from me, a servant of the Most High, a servant of the indigenous people of Biafra, the firstborn of Mazi Nwachineke Kanu, and a proud disciple of our leader in the person of Nwachineke. Once again, I say good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, great Biafrans, friends of Biafrans, even the enemies of Biafrans. You are highly welcome. As you know, one thing is for us to press on for the disintegration of this British demonic abominable contraption called Zoological Republic of Nigeria, and for the restoration of the kingdom of God here on earth, which is Biafra. Our land is longitude 0, latitude 0, the center of the universe. We are the original children of the Most High, and we are here to reclaim our mandate. Our land will not be taken away from us, not now, not forever, and we are not going to leave our land. And we will make sure that the enemy in our land leave our land. By the grace of Chukwu Okike Abiyama, we will fight this battle and make sure that the sovereignty and integrity of Biafra land is in our hand. We decide what will happen in our land. We draw our constitutions, our laws, and we implement it by ourselves. We will not be influenced again by foreign powers. Powers from Futagelion, power from Sokoto, nor is it the one from the British royal families or from the United States. We will not be influenced by all these powers. We will be ruling ourselves, and that is what we are fighting for, and that is why it's very hard. I want you to understand the reason why it's so tough. It's very hard. It looks hard, quite all right, but that is not the end. And it must be tough, because what we are about to achieve is very great. And on earth, nothing great comes easy. Even when you say miracle, something has been somewhere. Maybe praying or fasting or pouring sacrifice or libation or whatever. On behalf of that miracle, I tell you, so nothing comes easy. We must fight it in this way to make sure that the way we want it is the way it is. We will control the sovereignty of Biafra. We will decide what will happen. We will set the pace, and we will not be influenced by any power telling us what to do. Brother, sister, that is why it looks so tough to restore Biafra. That is why nobody wants to talk to you. So when you and I understand all these games, what are we supposed to do? We'll press on, we'll fight, we'll move on. We move on. Because indeed, we are sowing a seed that children and children will enjoy in future to come. On 30th of every May, they will remember their ancestors, the heroes that fought during this battle. They will remember them. Very, very important, brother. When you understand this, then you will know the reason why it must be the hard way. It must be the hard way. There's no other way. Because this is the kingdom of God here on earth. We will establish it by His grace, not by our power. Very, very important. So don't relent. But I must ask this to us, O Lord, my dear brothers. This indiscipline in our midst must cease. Nobody tells you what to do. But when Fulani comes, anything they throw, you swallow it hook, line, and sinker. If it is Fulani, you swallow. Agwazegi fi imeya. If it is Yoruba, agagwagi fi imameya. But when it comes to our side, and you have leadership, you have leaders who will tell you what to do. Stop this, stop that, don't do this. This is indiscipline. And this is why situations are somehow like this to us. If we will obey the rules and regulations marshaled out by the leadership at all time, I'm telling you, no harm will fall us. No harm at all. No harm. We will overcome. Indiscipline has dealt with us so much. Disobedient has dealt with us, has drawn us back. Many has gone because of that. But we will not relent, brother. A word is enough for a wise. Be courageous. Leave that stubbornness. It cannot take you to anywhere. Something you cannot display to Hausa or even the Yoruba being Azahia. But when it comes to your own Igbo, you will flex this muscle so much. When you won't listen. These are the things that made our land to be in this situation it is. But before we proceed, let's commit our proceedings into the hands of Jehovah Elohim Chukwukakabiama Ekekeroa, the Most High God, as we bow down our heads in prayers. And the righteous King of glory, ancient of ancient, Chukwu Okike Abiama, Obogunwabu Ekekerowa, Ngwabu Mbido, Ngwabu Ngosi. We give you praise, we worship you, we adore thee, we glorify your name, my Lord and my God, because there is none like thee. You alone is God, and beside thee there is no any other God. We worship you, we adore thee, we glorify your name. Take glory, Almighty God, take glory, Jehovah Jireh, take glory, Jehovah Ninsi. Take glory, I am that I am. We lift your name high above every other name because there is none like thee. Abba Father, we ask you, Lord, to arise in our midst, O Lord, and accept all praises, all glory, honor, adoration, and adulation, ancient of ancients, because we will never offer your praises to any gods, O Lord. Neither shall we bow down to idols of any kind, man-made gods, ancient of ancients, nor shall we worship demons in the modern or ancient way. Only you, Ekekeroa. Only you, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the God of Mazi Nnamdi, Kanu. Only you shall we praise at all times. We give you praise. We worship you. We adore thee. We glorify your name. Take glory, Almighty God. Take glory, Abba Father. Take glory, Ancient of Ancient. Lord God Jehovah. At this moment, O Lord, we lift your servant, our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. We continue to pray. We ask you, Lord God, the immortal Redeemer, Ancient of Ancient. You are the God that answered prayer, that the fervent prayer of the righteous availeth much, O Lord. Call upon me in the days of trouble, and I will answer you. O Lord God Jehovah, we call upon thee, asking, O Lord, to answer your people, O Lord. Deliver your people, Jehovah Ninsi. As our leader, your servant, is in their hand, O Lord. Father, we pray that you, O Lord, will fight this battle. You free your servant. You bring him out of solitary confinement, O Lord. You frustrate the plans of the wicked in that area, Lord. You frustrate their plans to the core. Jehovah needs you do that which only you can do. Father, will provide his health, O Lord, that indeed, O Lord God Jehovah, immortal Redeemer, let your mighty hand heal him. Let those sickness be taken away from his body. Immortal Redeemer, Chukwu Okike Abiama. Let the illness, let the sickness, let the diseases be deleted, O Lord, from his body to the glory of your name. Lord, we worship you. Lord, we adore thee. Lord, we praise your holy name. Father, we pray, O Lord, that you, who has the power to do everything, O Lord, you bring him out of solitary confinement to the glory of your name. Blessed Redeemer, we adore thee. We glorify your name. We continue to pray for our ESN on ground, O Lord. We commit them into your hand on daily basis. We ask you, Chukwu Okike Abiama, that indeed you will protect your men on ground, O Lord. You protect these chariots, O Lord God Jehovah. You guide, you direct them, O Lord. Jehovah Ninsi, you will possess them, O Lord God Jehovah, with your spirit of war. That indeed, O Lord, we will fight, we will defeat the enemy, we will defend our land, we will defend our people, that no weapon they will project or they will use or they will purchase that will prosper in the sacred land of Biafra, that the ESN will overcome them, O Lord. Father, we ask for your grace, more of your power upon them, O Lord. Blessed Redeemer, the same way we'll lift, O Lord, immortal Redeemer, I am that I am, the DOS. One prayer I continue to pray, O Lord, is your wisdom, your knowledge, your understanding upon them, O Lord, your insight. Father, continue to shower them with your wisdom. Continue to shower them with your knowledge, O Lord God Jehovah. Give them the grace, the ability to move on. Heavenly Father, you know how stubborn we, your children, are. Give them that grace, O Lord, to be able to overcome them. To be able to lead your people, O Lord. Abba Father, bless them as well. Bless them, Jehovah Ninsi. Bless them, O Lord God Jehovah. Protect their families. Bless the good works of their hands. Provide for them on daily basis, to the glory of your name. Lord, I lift your people. I will be all over the world. We continue to pray, asking for your mercy, asking for your mercy upon us, O Lord. We have erred in many ways, but we plead for mercy. We plead for mercy. We plead for mercy. Lord, we call for your mercy. Show us mercy, O Lord. Show us mercy. Show us mercy, O Lord, Abba Father. In any area we have erred, we continue to ask for mercy, that you will show us mercy to the glory of your name, that you will show us mercy to the glory of your name, that you will show us mercy to the glory of your name. Blessed Redeemer, show us mercy. Father, show us mercy. Show us mercy, Abba Father. Show us mercy. Heavenly Father, show us mercy. We continue to cry for your mercy upon every iPod, wherever he or she is, all over the world. Show us mercy to the glory of your name. Heavenly Father, we'll leave the poor, we'll leave the widows, we'll leave the orphan into your hand. Father, I pray for your mercy as well. Let your mercy be seen, O Lord. I cry for your mercy at this moment, O Lord. Show us mercy. Father, those in prison, I cry for your mercy. Show us mercy. Show us mercy, O Lord. Show us mercy. Show us mercy, Jehovah Ninsi. Show us mercy. Show us mercy. Those that are sick, Lord, we leave them, O Lord. We pray for your mercy. I ask for your mercy at this moment, O Lord. Let your mercy be seen. Let your mercy be available, O Lord. By your mercy, let them be healed. By your mercy, may they be delivered from the pit of hell, from the grave that the enemy has already thrown the soul, waiting for the body to come. Jehovah Ninsi, show mercy. Show mercy that we, your people, will not die in this sickness that has been eating off your people around. Lord, I call for your mercy. Your mercy is what I ask for. Jehovah Jireh, agent of agent. Father, we commit Biafra land into your hand. We pray, Lord God Jehovah, that your mercy will be made manifest over all these atrocities that are going on, killings, kidnapping, by your own people, O Lord. Heavenly Father, we know that demons have been awakened. Father, we plead for your mercy. We plead for your mercy, that by your mercy, you will cleanse our land. By your mercy, you will clean our land. You will clean our land, O Lord. You will clean our land by your mercy, Jehovah. By your mercy, show us mercy. Let your mercy be seen in the sacred land of Biafra. And let this wickedness of the wicked come to an end, to the glory of your name. Thank you, Abba Father. Thank you, my Lord and my God. Lord, I make this prayer in the beautiful name of your beloved Son, Yeshua HaMashiach. All right, great Biafrans, we must continue to press on, and there's no going back. Don't relent, brother. Don't be afraid, and don't over worry. Keep on moving. The road we are marching is the best road. No matter how it looks like, that is the best road, and we are reaching towards the end. Igbo sikwana mgbe ọ na-ahịa ahụ ka ọ na-eme gịnị ka ọ na-ebi. We're almost there. So don't be too worried. Just continue, move on. We are at the right track. That is one thing I want you to know. As long as you are in the right track, no matter how far the road seems, it may seem to you that it's so far, but if you notice you are at the right track, keep on moving. Accelerate. Fire on. Don't look back. The reason is because you are in the right track. So definitely you will get to your destination, and that is where we are. It doesn't matter how far they calculated the road, tell you how many kilometers, but you are in the right track. Just press on. Don't relent. I'll tell you the gospel truth. Very, very important. Let's take some of the new headlines today and see what is happening in Zoological Republic and how the Zoological Republic is destroying itself, because the zoo will destroy itself. By the time Jagaban take over, corruption will become more deeper in the zoo. Corruption will increase more and more. All the whole criminals that Ashwaju will employ, all of them will start looting, and the zoo will be going down, and they'll be borrowing money, and the Emilekon will be going on, and both them, everybody will be suffering it. That is one thing. On that, at a certain point, everybody will not tell themselves the truth. Let's just go home. I tell you. This one's a panic in Adamawa community as suspected Boko Haram terrorists kill 3 residents, abduct many others. Boko Haram is still preeminent in the north. The Boko Haram terrorists, Fulani bandit terrorists, are still preeminent in the north since after the election, and nothing is being done. But the stupid Inspector General of Police, Al-Kali, will be writing to us that we are a threat to his country or whatever. I saw his publication in Vanguard. I said, look at this idiot. Al-Kali, you are an idiot. I will insult you. Look at how your Boko Haram is taking preeminent, dominating the whole Northern Zoological Republic. But Usman Al-Kali Baba will be talking rubbish. Who is a threat to your nation? Who is a threat to your country? Because you are a criminal, because you guys are criminal, you want the oil well to remain calm so that you people will be sucking it. You don't want problem in those areas, because you know that the problem within the eastern region where the oil is flowing, the pipeline will be blown off. You people don't want that kind of crisis. When pipeline is being blown off, your bank account will be going down. But the crisis in the north, you want it because it is solid minerals. They will be mining it left and right, like in Zamfara. Even the sand in Zamfara state, Jigawa side, all these sands are natural resources. That is why they say that every container that land in Nigeria end up in Zamfara. And they will use it to pack the sand, a bag of sand, 5,000 naira. And they will put it in container and send to China. China will go and filter it and make their money. You people would like crisis to be there so that people will not understand the evil you people are doing, corruption increasing. But you will come on publication on your Vanguard. I saw that news on Vanguard. That we shouldn't be a threat to your country. A stupid man. But aeroplanes are landing in Zamfara state without international airports. But aeroplanes are still landing in Zamfara state, picking up gold from there. Private jets land there and move out. But you people will use bandits, use terrorists, Fulani bandit terrorists. You people will use them to be chasing people away. You don't want people to know what is going on, as if it's just ordinary. Even you yourself, Alkali, because I don't want to go to that news, but I just want to digress a bit in it. Your village, Gedam, in Yobe State, you cannot go there. Some time ago, was it in 2021 or thereabout, during the festival, during your festival period, we had how Boko Haram took over your community where you were born. They took over that area and they were giving people 20,000 naira. But you are more concerned in my own village. That's why I say you're a criminal. You are a criminal. Yes. As long as you remain the Inspector General of Police in Nigeria, Osman Alkali Baba is a criminal. Yeah, you can quote me at any time. You are a criminal. Let's take the news in detail. No fewer than 3 people have been confirmed killed, while many others were abducted by gunmen suspected to be Boko Haram at Dana community in Hong local government area of Adamawa State, where Atiku Abubakar, the PDP presidential candidate, come from. This is the state of Atiku Abubakar. Before the election, everywhere was calm. Atiku spoke to them in the language they understand, give them what they want. You people have to calm down so that people will come out and vote me in, so that I will help you to finish the job. But now that Atiku lost, all hell let loose. Everybody is out now. The gate of hell has been opened and many things are happening. This is in Adamawa State. It was learned that bandits that ransacked the community, set every building on site on fire. They came in the wee hour of Sunday, fully armed, and they were burning houses left and right, killing people. You know, this is Nigerian newspaper. They may not report to you completely, and also they lack investigation in their journalism, so they may not tell you the accurate number of people. You know, these days, when they talk, they will sanction them. Just as Baba Dati Ahmed, the vice presidential candidate of a Labour Party, spoke in channel, and they fined channel 5 million, but leave Alkali. They leave Baba Ahmed. I thought they would have arrested, because he's a Fulani man. He's a Fulani. They won't do. They have no threats. Look at the statement he altered now. He said that something military regime, instead of handing Escobar, instead of handing over to Escobar, it's like a military regime, something of that nature. But nobody's threatening him. You know, understand? But P2B now, his data is finishing. Maybe soonest, who knows? And nobody will talk. He will only believe in his foreign free mercenaries, whether they will help him. That's all. If not, no political strength from Igbo land, because all of them have sold themselves, messed themselves up. All of them has messed themselves up. They are not respected anymore. None of them will talk. Because of this 2023, that is how they went and kidnapped. I don't want to go to those areas, so they are mad, too emotional. I don't want to go to that area. Let's continue with our news analysis. The gunmen were said to have entered the community on motorbike, looted foodstuffs, and they went away with scores of people. They kidnapped a lot of people over there. There was no military intervention to stop them. For the number of hours, they will do all those things. But in Abia State, on 31st of March, Friday, they shot us pieces. In Adamawa, Boko Haram entered, ransacked, steal every. Adamawa, the home of Atiku Abubakar. The home of Atiku Abubakar. Bandit terrorists, Fulani bandit terrorists, Fulani terrorist bandits entered that area, ransack, pack food, and enter inside the forest where they are staying and kidnap a lot of people. Fulani Boko Haram did this. There was no reprisal attack. There was no counter attack. There was nothing. But in Aba, in Abia State, we were shot pieces just because we are protesting. Just because we came out and we are protesting for the unconditional release of our leader. That's all. That's all. We are shot pieces because we were protesting for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to be released. That's all. No penknife, no dagger, no gun in our hand, no stick. People just hold flag and placard in a democratic dispensation, and they were shot pieces and nobody's talking. And you are telling me that your Nigeria will be good. Both you and whoever that is prophesying you all these things, you would have sit down with them and discuss how things works. Tell him, how will this one work? Will angel come down from heaven to come and fix it for you? We must continue. The Adamawa State Police Command confirmed the attack to reporters in a statement by the command's public relations officer, SP Suleiman Yahaya Nguroji. Ahanka sound kraka Igbo. SP Suleiman Yahaya Nguroji. Maka nwa ihe nwa afọ Igbo na-apụghị ime. Nweke ga ebe ahụ gbanwee aha. Owe ihe Kegereza ka ọchị dị anyị. Let's take the news again. You see, Adamawa State Police Command confirmed the attack to reporters in a statement by Command's Police Relations Officer SP Suleiman Yahaya Nguroji, noting that the CP had ordered the immediate arrest and investigation into the matter with a view to ensuring peace and justice. That is what police will tell you. If you go there now, you won't even see one simple police officer. You will not see one single police officer. People will be at their own risk. The police said the Commissioner of Police, Afolabi Baba Tola, has strongly condemned the recent attack of the Dabana community, Duguwa district, by yet to be identified men in Hong local government area that resulted to the unfortunate murder of three and loss of properties. Unidentified. You see how police put it? Unidentified. Unidentified. This is the press release they will put, or press statement they will put, unidentified, whereby you know that Atiku Abubakar boys are there. Fulani terrorists, Fulani bandit terrorists are Atiku Abubakar brothers. Because as we always try to remind you, when Othman Danfodio was coming, he has one assistant, one general with him, a very strong man. His name is Modibo Adama. Modibo Adama is a general in jihad. So he decided to ask him to move towards the northeast. They are the people who tried to fight the Shehu of Borno, but they could not succeed. The Shehu of Borno fought them back. They fought them. They used a particular tactics. Each place they see them gathering, they scatter them. They did not let them to plant their seed. That is why Borno stand. Al-Kanemi. That is why they stand. Then this Modibo moved down where he was able to within those Gongola side in those before then, which is Adamawa now and all those areas. But he died in Adamawa in the battle. So they buried him there. They used his name to give that area as if is an indigenous name. As if it's an indigenous name. It's a Fulani name. Modibo Adama. So that is the area, was his name, Atiku Abubakar come from. That's his area. That's his area. So he fought gallantly. It's one of the top general, or number 2, after Othman Danfodio. Is number 2 that followed him. That is where they always go and pray. Atiku always go there and pray during election for him to get some powers to win election. The police said the Commissioner of Police, Afolabi Baba Tola, has strongly condemned the recent attack of the Dabna community, Dugubaba district, by the yet to be identified men in Hong local government area, has resulted to the unfortunate murder of the three and loss of properties. There is no need unidentified. These are terrorists, Fulani bandit terrorists. That is who they are. Formerly they were Boko Haram. They metamorphosed to bandits so that they can enter within the nooks and crannies of people. So they say it's just bandits and or herdsmen, so that they can enter community. They rebaptize themselves. So, but they are still the same thing, the same agenda. Consequently, the CP has ordered the immediate arrest and investigation into the matter with a view to ensure peace and justice. If you go there, you will not see even a single police officer now, but they'll tell you investigation. All these things is just a charade. The CP warns that the attack on the innocent soul would no longer be tolerated under whatsoever guise, as the command hold the lives of citizens sacrosanct, and such unwarranted attitude will be strictly treated in accordance with extant law. This is just a grammar. This Afolabi is speaking. If you go there, no single action, because they know that black people are foolish. When you blow grammars and all those things, put it in paper, put it in writing, and you present it, there is no single job is being done over. This is just the thing. They know that black man is more of emotion. If you want to capture black man easily, go use psychology. You just hold his mind down. Tell him stand here, believe he's walking, or you tell him that just all those stories, cock and bull stories. Black man is, or you always use it to get black man easily. Not factual things. No. So all these things you see, this Afolabi has said, is just to anybody who read it, any part of the Zoological Republic will say, yes, he's walking. Go there now, I bet you will not see even Olokpa. You will not see even Olokpa, unless Olokpa that they want to send on a suicide mission, maybe is an Igbo man who is a Christian. They calculate them and say, okay, go there. You know, they push them in the forefront. Just as you remember the story of David and Uriah, then you just push you off there. If you succeed, good and fine. If you not succeed, that's what they want. But all these things is talking is rubbish. They will still come back and continue to threat. They will still come back and continue to capture, kill, steal, loot. And all these things is still pointing to one thing we are telling you: Nigeria can never be good again. The earlier you disintegrate the zoo, the better for you. Now you have brought in a drug dealer. You have selected a drug dealer. And on May 29, I would like the drug dealer to be the president too. Leave all these things, threat, interim, court, whatever. Because I don't pray for good thing for zoo. Allow the drug dealer to enter. Allow the drug dealer. Allow Escobar to be the president of Nigeria. So that Okoyanye, the remaining light that left, will be shot. The remaining, just one fuse, is only one fuse that left for the zoo. So that the fuse will cut off completely. Everybody at Nambazi. Just allow him. Let him take over. I don't know why people sometimes become so stupid. Let Jagaban enter. Jagaban that don't know his left and right, that cannot remember things. Wonderful. Then the North will take over the power and be doing the same thing. Let's see, corruption will increase. The only way they will work hand in hand, the only way they will work hand in hand with the Yorubas in the Western Nigeria is to allow all these people like Festus Keyamo, all these criminals, Onuga, Bayo or Nonuga or Nanuga or whatever, all these criminals, you are hearing them talking. These people will now be into the hem of their fate and they will loot Nigeria dry. While the North that it has been destined into their endemic into them, They will steal the remaining, and Nigeria will collapse. Jagaban will just sit there like vegetable. He don't know what to do. So allow it. Let nobody forget about our brother P2P. Let him go and rest. He has made the name he wants to, because in what he just want to make his name, just like Nnamdi Azikiwe, as Onyendu always remind us with that clip. That's all. You just want to make name. That don't go out the first Igbo man. The first Igbo man. Menenka, all those rubbish, which will create a big injury into your people, just as that of Zik is creating in us today. So it won't allow Jagaban to be there, so that corruption will continue. Because Nigeria will die out of corruption. Nigeria will end. That is it. Can Jagaban fight corruption? Can Jagaban administration fight corruption? Where will he start? Who is he going to try? Think of that. The problem of Nigeria is corruption. Everybody knows that. Forget about the grammars. They are speaking, speak this, speak that. Go to moon with the grammar and come down. It's corruption. Then, can Jagaban fight corruption? The answer is no. How much did he give the Cambridge and the Oxford professor, Yakubu Momudu? How much did he give to him? How much? Go and check millions of dollars, as people are quoting whatever. What do you think will come out of such government? So he cannot fight corruption. Allow him. Corruption is what is eating Nigeria. And to the glory of God, it will eat it down, so that the will of God will take place. Yes? There's no prayer that will save Nigeria. No fasting. No charm that will save Nigeria. Nothing. It will collapse. He equally retreated that commitment of the command in the protection of lives and property, while stressing that it is vital to work with other sister security agents in protecting the fundamental rights of citizens. This CP, this Afolabi CP, is an educator. He's just displaying English. He went to school actually, so he's just trying to tell you that he studied book. He's just displaying some of the literature book he wrote, he read in schools and all those things. This statement he's putting here is just to express his literature studies in universities or in college in those days. That's all. It cannot make a single impact in Nigerian problem. It can, rather, it will create more avenue for killings. Because when they will, if you read all these things or hear him speaking on radio, on televisions, the mumus, the zoologians in Adamawa will return back to those villages. Then these criminals will come back. These terrorists will come back and slaughter them finish. So all these things you see the police command is saying is just nonsense. Just nonsense. The police bulls appeal for calm as the command is doing everything legally possible to dictate and apprehend the suspects. The statement added to dictate and apprehend. He will dictate them, then they will go and arrest them. If you are reading Nigerian news, go deeper in it, understand. It's just to wash your brain, put you into a particular mood. You think that something is going to good, something good is coming, is going to happen, this and that, until that one goes off. The moment that one goes off, they'll know how to settle it illegally inside. They'll free the person or whatever, all those kind of things. Because what they don't like, what Nigerian system don't like is this. When evil happen, you keep on talking it. Just as we come out and we're exposing them, they don't like it. Nigerian corrupt system don't like it. They like when evil happen, you praise them, say they are good, it's going to be good. Just as they are stealing money now, I will come out and tell that Nigeria will be good tomorrow. Don't worry, Nigeria is going to be good tomorrow. Why? By somebody is siphoning, somebody is milking, somebody is sabotaging the economy. Right now we are talking. That is what they love. That is what they love. They don't like you to be bringing out their detailing on the surface. They don't like it at all. We must continue. Gunmen kill APC ward chairman Several others burn houses in fresh attack in Kogi. These gunmen, are they not terrorists? They are still the brothers of the people in Adamawa we just read now. The Fulani gunmen, the Fulani terrorists. They are still the same. Gunmen suspected to be headers have reportedly killed several people and burned houses during a fresh attack in Oganigu ward in the Kinal local government area of Kogi State. Kogi State is the state of Yahaya Bello. Yahaya Bello, who happens to be the youngest governor in this Buhari administration, but he is among the corrupt, the worst of its kind. Yahaya Bello, the man who's begin to he steal money to the extent that he don't know how to steal money again. He begin to tax bread, brody, Mobrundi Hausa. He begin to impose taxes on brodies, so that even if you buy a loaf of bread, you pay tax in it that will come into his pocket for his 2023 election. Where are you now? The vision has gone. This is the state we are talking about, the state of Yahaya Bello. This is the state of Yahaya Bello. Nothing good there. That is the state you saw where the wife was giving some police officers that have done some odd jobs for them 1 million. We are sharing 1 million. Where did they get that money? Giving them 1 million. Those people might have done some dirty jobs for them. Then they are compensating them, giving them 1 million. That is the state we are talking about. A resident of town who spoke to reporters on Sunday night lamented that the headers' attacks had become routine with no intervention from the government or security forces. We told you that as Lokoja is the confluence land, Lokoja, there was a time, the whole forest in Lokoja, the whole criminals, the whole bandit, the whole terrorists, the whole ISWAP, the whole Boko Haram, all of them are in your forest. From there, they are moving. They will move towards Anambra to Enugu side. Then they will be moving towards the west. There was a time we'll give you all those analyses. But something happened. That particular attack they want to carry before election was stopped due to their meeting they did. There was a meeting they arranged that is still going to be them that will be in the power. Let them not strike to obstruct. Because that time they are hoping either Atiku Abubakar, who is a Muslim, will take over and all those things. So they try to calm this thing down. Most of you don't know. Now, even the election is done, somehow they are not comfortable or whatever, but they have asked them to move on. So you continue to see this attack. I'm speaking to this spokesperson that is saying is a routine, because all of you in Kogi there, they will finish you unless you change your tactics. But you people are Nigerian. You believe in Nigerian things, so there's no problem. All you need is just to wait. A day will come, they will kill you. You die for Nigeria. If you die for what you believed on, I don't think it's a bad thing. If I die fighting for Biafra, to God be the glory. That is what I believed in. As a believer in Yeshua HaMashiach, if I died while preaching the gospel, believing in it, to God be the glory. That is what I believe. If you also die for Jagaban, to God be the glory. That is what you believe. If you die for dead Buhari as an impostor, to God be the glory. That is what you believed in. If you die, if Nigeria suck your blood, to God be, that is what is good, someone to die on what he believed. So all of you in Kogi lamenting now, there's no need to lament. The thing will happen because you are a one Nigeria. The day it will happen, you just die. No need to complain. No need to complain. Your forests have been taken, and you will not have any reprisal attack. Nobody has in counter attack. Nobody will come and counter it because it's a planned deal. They will move from Kogi to moving towards the Western Zoological Republic, because there is a price Yoruba must pay for Jagaban to be there. Whether they like it, this is not a MCO Olu or Mo cannot stop it. He will only be collecting his bribe within Lagos there and be eating. Then some other poor people in the villages will be dying. They'll be moving through that area now, and they'll be attacking Yoruba land seriously. They will be attacking Yoruba land. So on the process of passing through that area, you people of Kogi will die. because you believe in one Nigeria. And it's good for you to die in what you believed in. It's not bad. Die for what you believe. Die for Nigeria. Die for Nigeria you believe. So stop complaining. Yes. Stop complaining. Let's continue. He said many people had been displaced to the neighboring communities because of the attack. Is good. It's good you people have been displaced because you believe in Nigeria. Sacrifice for Nigeria. Yes. Anything happening to you, take it. Take it. I take the one happened to me as a Biafran. Yes. So accept it. Stop complaining. You from Kogi State. Yusuf Ojuwale and the James Adam, the All Progressive Congress chairman for Ogani Igu ward, were reportedly among those killed in the attack. Yes, they die for what they believe. So don't panic. They will be in the bosom of whatever that is over there, in whatever they believed in. It's good. This is what you get from Nigeria. Nigeria is a chaos, is a structure for chaos. So if you love it, be part of it. Always expect chaos, and your blood will be spilled on the soil. It's certain. So whatever comes, you take it. According to Daily Trust, Governor Yahaya Bello has called for calm in the aftermath of the attack, describing the vile and the satanic attack as a calculated assault on the peace-loving people of Ogana Neigu, who have enjoyed relative peace and security for years. You are the cause of every problem. You are the engineer. Yahaya Bello is the engineer. Yahaya Bello believed that opportunity would have called for him to become the president of Nigeria, and every satanic agreement for it, he signed it. Every satanic agreement, he signed it. So calling this act a satanic act, Yahaya Bello, according to your word, satanic attack, is hypocrisy. It's hypocrisy for you to say that, because it is what you assigned to your state that is coming to them. If not, why are you fighting with Natasha? Why are you fighting with that lady? The lady has good intention for the state more than you being the governor. After all, we can see some certain good job she was doing when somebody would take her money. This is a woman that is married outside your state too. She's married outside your state, I think to Edo State, but she still have the interest of her biological state area, and she still come in, build roads and all those things. But you, Yahaya Bello, that is selling something is satanic. During election, there was a road. You use bulldozer. You use bulldozer to divide the road so that the people will not cross in order to go and vote. If I begin to remember all your evil, all your crime, may not go off here. You are one of the worst among all the worst, because you have much we expected from you as a young man to do to improve some certain things in the state, but nothing is being done. I'm talking of Yahaya Bello. He's a criminal. Yahaya Bello, the governor of Kogi State. He's calling the act of the bandit, this agreement he signed, as a satanic, whereby he's the one that signed it. This is what he did. This is what his administration agreed on, even though that act was not carried. Because when they see now the presidential candidate, the two hit power, they say let them lie low to see what will come out after it, out of it. But this man knows about camping of the terrorists in the forest of Kogi. Yahaya Bello is aware of it, and he has looted the state dry. There was a time he has problem with some Lebanese. He awarded contract. He's a 419 also. They awarded contract, and the Lebanese people use their money or whatever. I don't know what is all these Arab people. I don't even pity them. It's good they do to them what they are doing to others as well. Yahaya Bello awarded contract to him, and they use their money and whatever, finish that thing. The man denied them. Yahaya Bello denied them millions of dollars. Yahaya Bello is a criminal. He's a criminal. My administration will continue to pursue crisis entrepreneurs in the state and ensure that those involved are held accountable under the law, he said. These are grammars. When he speaks it, everybody will be so excited, but nothing will come out of it. These are just statements. Nothing will come out of it. They're always, if you are in Nigeria, if you are a black man, don't listen to the words of people speaking to you. Watch their actions. They use words to hold your psychology down. Listen, one thing with mind is this: if I capture your mind, I have captured you completely. Where you are now, if I tell you that there is danger outside, if you come out, you will die. If you come out, you will die. You will be inside that place you are, maybe for another 24 hours. Meanwhile, nothing is happening. So I have hold your mind. It's psychology. It's just a simple thing. If you can be able to capture it, but follow the actions of the people speaking to you. Not all this press statement, all this. Is just, it holds you. What is his action? That is how you can get these people down. Somebody who is telling you he fight the crisis. How? What have he done for the past 8 years? In this determination, in its determination to rid the state of a criminal, the government will never yield to the machination of a heartless elements. He added, effort made by reporters to speak to the spokesperson for the State Police Command, SP William Oyeaya, were not successful, as he neither answered call to his mobile line nor reply a text message sent to him. What are you expecting? Nothing. Nothing. He has collected his own money, and he will continue to do what they ask him to do. If he speak, ma'am, he will make mistake. They will hold him. You know, in politics, if you are playing politics in some certain area, you know your utterances, you need to guide it. There is something you just speak carelessly, it will land you into trouble. So he will not talk. The young man will not talk. He don't know what to say now that will jeopardize his seat as the CP. All those things. This is Radio Biafra Hausa-Service 2 coming to you from the platform of Radio Biafra London, under the leadership of one and only Onyendu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu Ohamadike, one of Biafra land. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is the only incorruptible leader of the indigenous people of Biafra. He's the director of Radio Biafra and her television, the commander of the armies of Biafra, and the greatest man living on this planet Earth. In case you are joining us, we are still here live, and we are doing the needful at all time. Continue to tune in to Radio Biafra. This is where we'll tell you the truth and nothing but the truth, because nobody pays us. Yes, we will tell you the truth, because we are not securing our salaries. So always come to Radio Biafra, where we will tell you the secret of Nigeria at all time. A criminal will tell you, mention his name that is a criminal, and he will not talk. As I tell the Alkali is a criminal, he will not talk. We will tell you the gospel truth, and that is why they hate us. That is why they are killing us. That's why they are shooting us, and that is why we will shoot back. It's not that they are shooting us, we will shoot back also. I also always said, you are my enemy. In the moment I dictate it, discover it, I know what you will do to me. So I will try to give you that thing first. Do you not see how they just flash bullets in the body of people in Aba? Somebody who has conscience will not do that, my dear brother. Somebody who has conscience will not do that. People were wearing white clothes, holding flag and placard, and they were just moving. There was no go slow, no traffic, nothing. No, they were not disturbed. They are just going normal protest. Somebody who called himself a security officer of a state and a nation, cock his gun and be shooting ta 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 to the innocent citizens. Oh my God. Oh my God. Most of us don't calculate things very well. A security officer. This thing will not happen in China. It will not happen in France. Will it happen in Russia? In UK, it will not happen. It will not happen any part of the developed and developing country you know that we are looking up to be like them. People came out to protest for injustice you are maiming to them. A court of a competent jurisdiction of the Zoological Republic of Nigeria discharged and acquit the leader of indigenous people of Biafra. You still hold him, and a group of people say, okay, we are not fighting. Let us just protest on our own road. Not in Lagos, not in Abuja, not in Kanu, not in Damaturu, not in Kafanchan, not in Maraban Jama, not in Maraban Pushi, not in Pambegwa, not in Damaturu, not in all these your useless areas. In our own land, our own people came out and they were protesting, displaying the symbol of peace all over the world. They were wearing white clothes to tell you that it's just a peaceful protest. And somebody will tell me that is a human being, cock AK-47, AK-49, and we are flashing bullets inside their body, and you want me to keep quiet. If I don't revenge, I vow, if I don't revenge, brother, there are things you see, tears will be rolling down on your eyes day and night. You'll be asking questions. What have we done in Nigeria? What is our sin in Nigeria to be suffering all these things? We want to go, they don't want us to go. We want to be with them, they don't want us to be. P2B won election, they sidelined him. Allow us to go, no. Okay, Igbo people don't vote, they don't vote. Igbo people come in mass. They voted, they show you that if we engage into politics, you cannot pick a sand. Lagos State is an example. Jagaban claimed he's the owner of Lagos State, but he was defeated in his state. They start burning our shops. Up till today, markets have been burnt down. I will come to that. I have a video of what happened, is it yesterday? They are killing us, they are destroying us. And you are telling me that if I have the opportunity, I will not revenge back. Let thunder strike. I use myself to take the oath, not another person. If we don't revenge, then that means it's not human being that gave birth to us. Had it been these people came and attacked police or whatever, it would have been a different thing. People were walking on their own. People were going, display the whole peaceful symbols they can show. They wear white. They lift just a flag and a placard, and they were singing. Somebody who called himself a security officer, we know all of you are Al-Shabaab, cocked his gun and they were shooting. And Al-Khali Usman is telling me that we are threatening Nigeria. Let thunder fire him. Sometimes when you think of all these things, you want to go forward, no way. You want to go back, they don't allow you. What do they want you to do? Igwe in Lagos, Igwes in Lagos, one have spoken and they have put him in jail. They have arrested him because his shop had been destroyed, and the man talked and they have arrested him. They have arrested him. It's not going to be business as usual, honestly. Revenge must be met. This one is certain. Must revenge. Very, very important. Very, very important. We must revenge. Let's take another news. Fresh trial of former governor Oji Carlo. Others over 7.1 billion naira fraud styled as anti-graft agency EFCC raises concern. They have started with Ojo Zokalo again. Oju Zokalo ihe agwọtara ọkụkọ agwọtara n'ọgwụ n'ala n'ọgwụ. Hey, Oju Zokalo ọkụkọ agwọtara n'ọgwụ. Enweghị ihe agwọtara n'ọgwụ na-aba uru. Ịgwọtara gọvanọ gala mma gị unu gwọta ya n'ọgwụ tụtụrụ ụmụ Abia steeti sọ ha akwụ during your reign. Were witchcraft mma gị laa ha n'iyi. Akwa nwunye gị anwụọla. That woman is just like, I don't know how to explain the wife of Oju Zokalo. I heard that I saw a news that the woman is dead. Nobody knows about that woman. Only Oju Zokalo's mother during the reign of Oju Zokalo, because of witchcraft powers and all those things they are displaying. Those powers cannot take you to any place. There's no success in all those things. We must tell you the truth. You belong to all those things to make power. Look at the consequences now with all the whole governors. Number one is your presidential ambition. Your witchcraft mother power couldn't take you there. And you are still killing Igbo people. You will die. Very soon it will be your turn. Not your turn to be Senate president, but your turn to rest in a casket. You people are evil. But evil. They are still trying you. Are you the only governor? Oju Zokalo, are you the only governor? You have gone to jail. If you just utter a statement, they will just shake you. It's because of the statement you uttered that it is your own turn to be Senate president. They may put you in jail after they have choose another Senate president. They will bring you out. All these things are game. We know that. Moreover, you're gonna him and Abia State. People will forget it. I won't forget it. We know how you kill people. At the end of the day, there was no development in Abia State. Nothing. You are the first democratic governor in the Third Republic, right? Or Fourth Republic in Abia State. And you install corruption. You institutionalize corruption in that state. That is why, even if other states are, no matter how corrupt they are, when you come, you see one or two improvements. Abia State has been going down serially. Just from one serial number to another serial number, going down, even to the extent that an indigenous of Ngwadie, Abadia, is just finishing his tenure. Nothing good came out. Is what Oju Zokalo installed and his mother. They institutionalized corruption. When Ogbonnayonu, then it was not like this. It was not like this. People were expecting a big development from Abia State. But this man is evil. If you don't talk about him, I will talk about them. These are Aromeli Igbo. They are holding him now. They are trying to bring up the key. Is he the only governor? Still, he can't learn lesson because he has crossed the Rubicon. And he will die in his foolishness. Number one is his political ambition to become the president of Nigeria or vice president has gone. That's the end. There's nothing that will make him again. Because number one is that Jagaban will take over. If Jagaban is there and continue to be alive, Jagaban will finish 8 years. And if Jagaban finish 8 years, the North will take over. How old? Oju Zokalo is about 62 now, according to him. 8 years, he'll be 70. So nobody will be picking a 70-year-old man, even if they want to give the Southeast. They will look for another young, fresh blood that is corrupt, not this criminal. So his political ambition, being the president of Nigeria or vice president, is gone completely. Then his peace now, he don't have the peace because they are threatening him. They continue to threaten him. Despite all the whole gara-gara, how he served them, everything, the killings, the rituals, every evil this guy and the mother did just to please the Fulanese. All I said is the truth. If you don't know, you call people in Abia State 20 years ago, when the idiot was the governor there, they'll tell you, and the things he have been doing after then. Still, they have not forgotten this 7.1 billion. Is he the only one? Is he the only person? The whole governors during his time, all of them, it was during his time that Jagaban was in office now. Jagaban looted Lagos dry, take over Lagos as personal property. Will anybody talk about Jagaban? No. That was that time. There's other corrupt governors then. if I will remember, that time, there are other corrupt governors. Peter Delay looted Abia State then. What was his name? This one from Imo State. Achiku Demwa. Awan did nothing, even to tie the road from Owerri to his own village. Although he couldn't do anything. All these people, but they are not disturbing all those ones. I'm not talking of those in the north. They don't touch those ones. They will never touch them. Kwankwaso them and Deko and all those ones. They will not touch them. But this one, Nemesis will follow him till his grave. Let's hear the news in details. The appeal against the Federal High Court judgment that prohibited the retrial of the Senate Chief Whip of the Senate, Chief Orji Uzo Kalu, Slug Nigeria Limited, his company, and other over 7.1 billion naira fraud by Economic and Financial Crime Commission (EFCC) has been stalled since November 2022. They kept it energy and major energy. It's just like a thorn in the flesh. There is a kind of thorn you have in your flesh. If you want to run at a or move, the thing will choke you. You remember that, oh, I have one injury there, I have one thorn. You slow down. You say, that is what they are using in Ojus Okalo. If you want to come and do gara politically, they pop this thing up. Sarah reports that Justice Idris has convicted the Abia State former governor, his company, Slug Nigeria Limited, and Ude Jones Udogu for money laundering in charge of this between Federal Republic of Nigeria versus Ojos Okalo and Co. and two others on December 5th, 2020. However, following the defendants' appeal against the judgment in which they argued that since the trial judge, Justice Idris, was already elevated to the Court of Appeal, he could not be granted a fiat to conclude the case as it was done in the Stearns case. The Supreme Court nullified their convictions. In nullifying their trial and the conviction, the Supreme Court held that Justice Idris no longer had jurisdiction to try the case after being elevated to the Court of Appeal. Consequently, the court ordered that the case be reassigned to another judge for trial. More money, he will be spending more money. In all this grammar, they give this person he tried and this person he tried. He'll be spending just money. All those money will go down. At the end of the day, he will not win anything. The defendant, Carlo, and his company filed an application before the Federal High Court, Lagos, relying on the judgment of the Supreme Court for them to be released from the sentence from the conviction, since the Supreme Court had held that the trial was nullity. The application were granted and Carlo released from the correctional center. In line with the judgment, the case was later reassigned to Justice I.E. Eko J. of the Federal High Court, Abuja, but the case was reassigned to be tried in Abuja despite the Court of Appeal earlier judgment that held that Lagos and the North Abuja has jurisdiction to hear the case. They will be turning him left and right because there is nothing he will do. There is nothing he will do. He's a puppet. So they'll take it here and take it there and whatever. EFCC also filed a counter affidavit and a written address in opposition to the application, but ruling on the suit, the court held that the applicant cannot retry the respondents. The court held that the plea of the Trefius acquit, and the furious convicts. These are called law terminology. You may not understand it. And the principle of due jeopardy availed the first respondent, Ojus Okala, and the retrial of the first respondent would amount to violation of the provision of section 36(9) and this of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999 amended Constitution. All these things was just to make sure to nail Ojus Okala down. All these quotations of law is to nail him down because he's an idiot. And nothing good will ever come out of it. They will continue to try him, frustrate. Anytime he utter a statement, that will be the end of him. Meanwhile, one of the EFCC counsel, in a correspondence obtained by reporters, said that in view of the decision of the trial court prohibiting the Federal Republic of Nigeria through the anti-graft from trying the first respondent, Ojus Okalo, again on the allegation in the filed notice of the appeal against the decision, transmitted record of appeal, and filed the appliant brief of the argument. All these things is for him not to do anything or say anything in this their Senate issue. All these the rulings, these are just terminology rulings, no need reading all these things. But this thing, in a nutshell, for our own understanding, is to make sure that the Southeast did not have any Senate president. Also, we must know that Southeast in this administration that is coming in will not have hand in the government, because he himself, Ojus Okala, would have been the person that will sit there. Let's say they say, let us compensate. It's like a consolation to the Southeast. But you know, Buhari administration started something that others couldn't do. They started it and nothing happened. So now they will continue to do it. The Southeast in Nigerian system will be going down in government. Because if Buhari will rule his 8 years without Southeasterners in his cabinet, if Buhari will do that and nothing happen, any other government will come. Now that is Shetima, Jagaban Shetima, Muslim ticket, you know that they have a very powerful backup. It's likely they will not put an Igbo man as the Senate, despite whatever that is happening. And nobody will speak for them. And they will finish the administration and nothing will happen. They will rob Southeast completely, remove them out of system. I'm telling you, they will do it. They will do it. One of the reasons why they brought this thing up is just because of that press statement he made that he will not support a Muslim Senate president. You remember that statement? Ojus Okala said he will not support, but he will support a Muslim ticket on president and the vice, but for Senate, no. And they begin to massage him again. They will massage him until after the election, the May 29th of their whatever handover, then have the Senate and all those, and then they will leave the idiot again. The only place he can talk is in Igbo land, that he will use a Kanu jet. And the witchcraft of the mother, or the whole Ogunila Anago, is only effective in their land, in Igbo land. It cannot work in Abuja. All those witchcraft, whatever, all those rubbish, they use it to do all manner of things, destroy people. It's only in that land there. It will not work in Abuja. You see, they use less on all those things. So why I'm saying all these things? Because that is where our people dominate so much. So they want to nail Ojus Okala down, and they have done it. He cannot talk. And all his political godfathers, they don't like him again. He's no more useful to them like before. Babangida don't care. What's this man in Kanu don't care. All of them, they don't care. And what's in here, GMM were fresh ones. There are fresh ones with full data that are ready to do the same thing. So they will go for those Those ones, or some of you, all these ones that are popping out now to become governor of this state and that state and become go for state house of assembly, national house of assembly, house of representative, and all those things. These are fresh bloods. They will take them to Abuja, do them the normal thing, remove their boxers, and initiate them, into their system, and they will be doing the job, and they have a fresh data. Ojo Zokalo data has finished. His tie is gone, so they don't need him. They don't need him. And then when water and witchcraft, we must tell them the truth. Do you know the soul these people destroyed in Abia State? Ojo Zokalo is an evil man, very evil, and I believe it's the consequences that is coming back on him. You're saying how it's the consequences that is coming back on him. Because of this 2023 election, presidential election that has come and gone. It has come and gone. There's no two ways. Forget about all this gara-gara P2B is doing. It has come and gone. And all the prophecies you are seeing on the Facebook, this one will talk, this one will predict, rubbish. The system continue to move. It has come and gone. Because of this 2023, do you know how these people kill us? I won't forget it. That is why I will never forget and forgive all these Igbo politicians. From 2016-17, Obiano started this killing. Both in Ungwa High School, all this thing is preparation. Sacrifices they were offering to the gods of Nigeria for 2023 Igbo presidency. And they have done all these things. Today, they not even vice. Not even vice. That is why we must avenge on them. We must avenge on this. Brother, these people have killed us. I'm talking the one they did by themselves. Starting from Obiano. Have you forgotten? All this is to see how they will get to the seat. Devil Mai in 2020, 2021. So, Devil Mai, Abakaleke that was peaceful and okay. He caused communal crisis between different communities. Just for him to be there. Where is it now? We won't forget all these political criminals. I will continue to remind you their sins in their faces, one after the other. Okay, Zipazi is in Aba now, but they shot people in Aba. What have he done? Nothing. His own son, his son will die also. As they shoot this, there's no difference between his son and those young boys they shot. That is how I want my vengeance to go. As I feel the pain of our young youth that fall in Aba, let the son of Okezie die. That's the only way, nothing. Now when don't tell me another thing. Let that his son Excellency, this is not what you call him, let him die also. So that peace will reign. That is my own belief. That's my own understanding. That is what can calm my own emotion down. Apart from that, any other thing you are telling me is rubbish. All of them. Devil Mai, let his own family die. The same way Ebonyi people were massacred, killed, he even caused problem among them. People were, community versus community were just killing because of the governor. He used their psychology. They were killing themselves. Let his own children die also. That is it. Let his own children die. There's no two. All of them. Are we talking of Okebeke? Okebeke, even if that is it. Devil cannot forgive Okebeke. This is Radio Biafra Hausa-Service 2, coming to you from the platform of Radio Biafra London under the leadership of one and only Onyendu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, Ohamadike, one of Biafra land. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is the only incorruptible leader of the indigenous people of Biafra. He's the director of Radio Biafra na television, the commander of the armies of Biafra, and the greatest man living on this planet Earth. I would like us to look into a particular video on what is happening in Lagos. Listen to this.
This morning, traders in Akorede market. Order. Ijesha Express are stranded outside the gate. On inquiry, we are informed that the local government chairman ordered the locking of the markets for no reason whatsoever. And it is generally believed that this is a fallout of the just concluded election, where some section of the country residing in Lagos are being ordered to leave Lagos or be frustrated out. authorities concerned to find out from the local government chairman his reason for locking traders in this market out today, Monday, the 3rd of April 2023.
I hope you have heard it yesterday. Market in don't know those names in Lagos. I don't know much about Lagos. I know Ijesha Express. They say in Ijesha Express, so you understand the area. That a local government chairman decided to lock the market with no reason, no information, no notification. They lock Igbo people's market in Lagos. Hey. And we are talking of returning home. I was in a particular forum and I saw some group of people saying that they are against this encouragement, telling our people to return home. Because check that individual that is saying that in that particular forum, he must have be among the people who buy maybe 10 or 20 million naira land and use 5-10 million to cover the swamp, to fill the swamp. He is among them. He will be thinking how even the money he used to cover the swamp alone, talk less of the house, and nobody is going to buy. They are the one who tell him not to go home, not to return. Market in Ijesha Express. A local government chairman decided on his own, no information to the market union or whatever. They just closed it. Yesterday being Monday, 3rd of April 2023 in Lagos. Jagaban has not yet been handed over, but they are coming out in full force, frustrating you. Think of all these things. But think of all these things. I continue to encourage you, stop looking at all these big people in Igbo land, the politicians, big men, billionaires. They are working with government. And that is why government allowed them to be billionaire. And they want you to be in those areas so that you will be their shield. Because Otolegos, you the masses, you that have 1 or 2 shop, 3 shop, 4 shop, you know, that kind of level shop, that kind of level of Ogranya. There's a level of Ogranya you were able to build 1 or 2 houses. All those kind of level, begin that class to be going down. You people are you are the ingredients of Lagos. If you pull out all these big guy you see, these billionaires in Lagos that they are not talking, they will die overnight. But you people are looking to them to return east so that you follow them. But it will not work. I'm telling you, the reverse psychology you use on this. You are not going to wait till they return, then you follow them. Normally, if they make a move, there will be drastic changes, but they are not going to do it. You cannot hear people like Koscharis, them, where are them, all these Igbo billionaires. Even this man, this one that was calling Jagaban, the last man standing, Tony, whatever. He's an Igbo man from Delta State, but they will deny all those things. Many of them, many Igbo billionaires in Lagos, you will not see them. They are not going to return. But I want you to know that it is you, the lower class, that is the ingredients of this, their beauty you see. If you turn in your mass, decide, I'm not forcing you, we're encouraging, we know that the hard way is the only way for us to survive. As I always say it, hard way is the only way for us to survive. If you will take this hard way, it will be painful. There are risks about it. There are some losses that we will encounter, yes. But after all said and done, we will regain ourselves. If you make a U-turn, think of it, return home. Forget about all these billionaires. They will just crush. They will just crumble. They will just go down overnight. And you will form another billionaire in our land. And that is the best billionaire. Because if you are in Biafra land and you build your economy, from scratch, I'm telling you, you are more than those ones, those billionaires. Even if you build your economy in Biafra land as a billionaire, as a millionaire, you are better than the billionaire in Lagos. Don't know whether you understand my analysis. If you are in Biafra land now and you are a millionaire and you invested, you were built up as a millionaire within the Biafran region, whether you are in Aba, in Owerri, in Iguacha, in Enugu, in Onitsha, Nnewi, all these commercial areas, all these beautiful areas in Biafra land. you are a millionaire, I'm telling you, you are better than the billionaire in Lagos. Because Oga Hejaji Buru billionaire ya. Oga Hejaji Buru ya later. And you go to Facebook and all those in video, you see where the Yorubas are threatening. People have started threatening, they don't want you, and all those things. If you will agree with the suggestion we are giving to you gradually, make a U-turn, leave that Lagos for them, it will collapse. You are the ingredients. They can't do without you. They can't do without you. We don't know what we have. Is it not Lagos see embassy? Let them go to immigration office, take passport, go to embassy, take visa, go to China, go to Malaysia, go to Indonesia, go to Japan, go to everywhere. Go and take spare parts and bring, and they open it and sell. Brother, what is not in your blood is not in. If you are not from that bloodline, it will not work. It's just like now you just pop out to say you go and play football like Messi. If even you be there, they pass ball for you, you score yourself. It's not in your line. It's no day for their line. That is it. We have it. If we will understand this thing, the masses, you that are suffering this, look at yesterday being 3rd April, you came out. You came out after you have enjoyed your weekend. You came out to continue. They remember you, Ijesha. Think of other markets. I don't know Lagos. All the other markets that have not yet visited is just like a snake. It's crawling left and right, left. It will reach you. Either it come as a fire incident to burn your goods, or they will attack you, or this method now, the local government chairman will say, lock the market, and you'll be losing a lot. The earlier, the better for us. The earlier, the better for us. There is nothing good that will come without sacrifice. Forget about the things you are going to lose by returning back. Yes, your value may not be the same. We'll tell you the truth. Yes, but it's better. It's better the one you have and sure. It's better you build yourself than where they build you. You understand? You build yourself than where they build you. If they build you is on a twinkle of an eye, they will collapse you immediately. But if you build yourself, they can't. They can't. And also, those of you that still believe in Igbo and all those things, you keep on telling your members in the House of Assembly and Representative to insist on airport and seaport, because that is the only thing that yoke you in Lagos there. That is the only thing that yoke you in Lagos. Apart from that, I don't see why somebody will wake up as 5 a.m. in the morning. Somebody's supposed to be sleeping, connecting, taking the last blessing from nature. Somebody has already woken up, shower, go and hook himself on hold up because he wants to reach office by 9, but he has left his house by 5 every day. This is what we are suffering in Lagos. This is what we are suffering, and if you don't do that, you lose the job. This is Radio Biafra Hausa-Service 2 coming to you from the platform of Radio Biafra London under the leadership of one and only Onyendu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, Ohamadike, one of Biafra land. We will be right back in a moment. We'll have 1 or 2 analysis in Hausa language. Then we will open our line for interaction. So stand by.
Leaders in this country must listen. This impunity cannot go on. It is not possible that armed bandits are settled in our farmlands and forests, and they are organized in a very military way. And the security operatives don't know where they are. Nobody disturbs them. Yet, unarmed Igbo boys hold a meeting in Enugu, and the SSS or whatever it is called suddenly discovers where they are and lives are lost. This is not acceptable. This is the type of thing that will turn a country to a land littered with just ruins. It is not possible that here in Nsukka, we hear the Muslim call to prayer from our windows in our bedrooms as early as 4 a.m. And a Christian who in Abuja takes her Bible to call people to accept Jesus Christ is murdered by an Islamic fundamentalist and nothing happens. It cannot continue. And these are the things we have to say no to. It is not just about SARS. It is about injustice. It is about violence. It is not possible that Muslims in this country can acquire land and build mosques anywhere. Many mosques are rising in Nsukka now. And Christians can no longer obtain land to build churches, even in the so-called Christian-dominated states, let alone the northern states. You may have heard that the governors of northern Nigeria said that they need SARS because maybe there they perform the function for which they were established. Correct. But then, what does that tell you? That this country can no longer be ruled or governed as if we were all the same in everything. There must be different levels of governance and autonomy. Because if SARS is so oppressive in the south and so helpful in the north, then there must be different standards in the north and in the south. Some call it restructure, some call it anything, I'm not interested in the name, but there must be some form of decentralization.
Jama'a assalamu alaikum, ina kwananku, ina gajiya, ina wuni, mun ce ina kwana, ina gajiya, ina wuni, saboda lokaci ai ba daya bane kuma Allah ya yi ta da gangan domin ya dinga nuna maka wai shine Allah. Kuma kowane lokaci muna tambaya, kana ji tsoron Allah abokina? Malan kana ji tsoron Allah, ya zaka gane kana ji tsoron Allah idan kana yi gaskiya abubuwan da Allah ya ce dai ayi, ba wai abun dai mutum ya gaya maku ku yi. Waɗansu dai mutum ne ana bi, ba wai Allah bane ana bi, sai dai bakin mutum ne da inda za a samu kudi, inda za a samu kudin cafene, inda za a ci abinci. Idan an samu irin wannan mutum, duk abubuwan da ya fada dai shine za a biya yi. Kuma an manta wai mutum ba Allah bane, kuma duk amfanin duniya ko yaya ne daga Allah ne zai zo dole. Allah ne mai yi, ba mai yi sai Allah. To idan ka ki Allah, to kakin gabanka. Shi yasa mu dai ga kanmu a Nigeria. Mu zai zamu fito mu ce muna bin Allah, amma kariya ne. Nigeria ya lalata. Ya lalata saboda mutane da muke duba, wanda muke bi akan su mai gidanmu abubuwa da suke yi. Ya lalata saboda mu kuma mutane mun yi da su, bayan da mun san abubuwan da suke yi da maganan da suka fada ai ba gaskiya bane. Akan wannan abu yana lalata kowane lokaci. Nigeria shekara wanda ya wuce ya fi Nigeria na yanzu kyau. Kuma haka ne abu zai dinga tafiya. Kowane lokaci jiya ne zai fi gobe kyau. Idan mu mutum muna tunani mai kyau, ai da mun ce yaya ne wannan abun yake faru, a daina shi. Amma dai kasan bakin fata mu dai ba ma yi irin wannan tunani. Zaka ga mu za mu tashi mu tafi Dubai, mu je wajen mu gani abubuwan wanda suke yi. Mu kwana a wajen, mu ci abinci, mu yi bukinmu, mu yi sauransu, waɗansu abubuwan da muke so a wajen. Za mu je France, za mu je England, za mu je Spain, za mu je America, za mu je waɗansu gari dai. Mu gani abubuwa mai kyau, kuma za mu dawo gida, mu zona ba wuta, ba ruwa, ba hanya mai kyau. Bara mu zo mu tambaye kanmu yaya ne aka yi wannan abun can bara yi shi anan. Shi yasa mu dai an ce mu bere wanda yi wannan magana dai ai bai yi laifi bane. Wallahi. Duba inda mutane suke mutu a Nigeria kowane lokaci ba mai magana ba mai tambaya ko yayi shu kawai. Idan ka yi magana za kama ka. Ke kuma wanda ana kashe a gaya maka abun da ya kamata mu zai zamu hada juna mu yi. Ke zaka hada shi da kabilanci ko adinanci. Akan wannan abun zaka gani an bude ma wannan yan siyasa hanya. Wannan yan shedam an bude musu hanya suna tafiya suna yi abun da suke gani dama. Abu baya tafiya, abu baya jarawa, abu ko sai dai mutuwa kawai. A video zaka gani mutum da zai fito yana ganin mota yana wucewa ya sa kansa domin mota ya kashe shi saboda ya geji da duniyan. Bayan da muna da ba irin amfanin kasa wanda ba mu da shi a Nigeria, ba irin kudi wanda ba mu da shi a Nigeria. Ba wai wani abu ya fare mu, ba wai akwai yaki, ba wai akwai wani abubuwa dai daga Allah ya zo ko ruwa ko menene ya zo ya lalata mana gari. A'a, mu dai da kanmu muke cuta Nigeria. Ke talakawa kuma wanda wannan damuwa yake zuwa kanka, ke ne yake shafe ko kaman abin nan. A gaya maka gaskiyan kuma abin da ya kamata kaki shi wajen ne yake damuna. Yanzu ga petrol nawa ne kana siya petrol mai? Kudinka a banki zaka iya zuwa wajen ka karbe shi inda kake so. Ai dukansu babu ne ai. Wane ne suke yi wannan abun? Yan siyasa kuma wanda ke kana bin bayan su. Kana ce sai baba. Kana ce wai sai yayi. Su ne suke yi wannan abun. Mutane sun fito ana giya muku abun da ya kamata. Mu dai mun fito muna giya muku. Ana kwata sunan mu. Ana giya mana maganan banza. Ana ce kaza. Suna da Biafra. Bayan wannan aina kake yanzu. A Nigeria yanzu sai dai dole ne ka yi cuwa-cuwa, dole ne ka yi sata kafin ka samu kudi abinci. Idan kana da gaskiya mai wazi zaka yawo haka a rana ka dawo gida ba sisi. Sai dai da ka sa ka yi abin da baka so ka yi, abin da bai kamata ka yi. Sai dai idan ka yi ta kafin abubuwa canja maka. Mu dai a IPOB muna gaya muku abin da za a yi a jara Nigeria. Abin da za a yi a jara Nigeria. Sai dai a raba Nigeria. Sai dai a yi referendum. Sai dai a yi revolution. Barin tambaye ku yanzu. Ba an fito da Ahmed Tinubu da Shetima. Kai da ni mun sani damuwan Nigeria ai corruption ne ai. Corruption ya ci Nigeria. Idan wannan mutum da ka sani ke da kanka ka san shi is a corrupt human being ne. Idan ya shigo yana power menene kana nufi wanda zai fito a wajen. Ga wannan su barayi wanda suna suna daga mushi hannu ana ce mushi ci gaba. Duduba wannan mutane idan ya shigo su ne zai sa a cikin mulki. Su ne zai tamako musu. Menene aikinsu sai da satan kudi kawai. Ai wannan abun zai ci gaba kuma zai karu. Corruption din zai karu kuma ba abin da za a yi. Haka ne za a zo na shekara 4 shekara 8 wuce mutane suna mutu a banza, za a koma kuma za a bar wani. Shine muke giya muku ba cin gaban Nigeria ai sai dai wahala. Ai wannan gaskiya wanda kowa baya so. Yanzu mu gwada da shi. Muna ce burin mu rarraba kowa zo na garin su ana ta abu dai a ce ana referendum ko ana restructuring. Muna hada kanmu muna tabbatar dole ne mu zama daya, dole ne dubayin da kanmu yake. Mu gwada wannan gaskiya tukuna. Mu gani menene zai fito a ciki. Saboda a wajen ne kana gani gaskiya zai fito ai. Kowa yana cin Nigeria saboda ai ba mai Nigeria. ba mai Nigeria, shi yasa ana cin Nigeria gefe-gefe. Sai dai lokacin da mu za mu dawo mu zona inda Allah ya bari mu, wallahi ina gaya muku ba wanda zai tashi ya sata kudin gidansa ya je bari a wani gida. Amma tun da an zona tare haka, shi yasa mutum zai sata duk kudin da zai sata, zai shiga kasa waje, zai je kasa waje. Mutanen bakin fata ku yi tunani, wannan wanda kana kiriya ranka daidai ya sata kudin ku, ya je ya bara bakin, ya je kasa waje, turawa ya basu. Kai kuma ka je wajen turawa za su kware ka, za su kore ka, da ce kai kana ware, kai bakin fata, kai ka tafi nan. Abin da za a yi ka, a yi maka. Amma mai gidanka ne ya kwashe kudin ku, ya je ya basu, ya bar kudin a wajen, ya dawo, ya zona da kai, yana ganin ka baka da wuta, yana ganin ka baka da asibiti, yana ganin ka hanya ba kyau, kuma shi ne sa wannan abin, kuma gobe kuma ka fito kana daga mishi hannu, kana ba shi girma. Duba wanda abu a gabanmu yanzu ana magana demokrasiya a yi da gaskiya. Duba abin da professor yayi Yakubu Mamudu. Duba ba mai maganansa yanzu. Ba mai maganansa yanzu. Kuma duk kudin da aka bashi yanzu ya riga ya keshi kasa waje. Ya saya gidaje da sauransu. Jama'a, idan muna tafiya akan wannan hanya, bara mu je ko ina ne. Shine magana dita. Mu juwa dai mu yi wannan, mu danci wannan dacin gaskiya, wannan gaskiya wanda yake dace, mu danci takabdan, mu gani abubuwan da zai fito a kansa. Saboda ya daidai muna cin wannan dadi dai, muna cin wannan siga, muna sha wannan shayi da siga. Ba mu je ko ina, mu dan taba kadan wannan wanda kowa baya so a fada sunan, kowa baya so a je gefen, kowa baya so a fito da ita. Mu dan takwa shi kadan, mu gani abubuwa wani amfani ne zai bamu. Shine magana da ita. Ni ina magana a yi referendum, ni ina magana a yi restructuring, ni ina magana a dare Nigeria. A wajen ne dai a gwada wannan tukuna, a gwada shi kadan, mu gani menene zai fito a wajen, jama'a. Hakan anan ne zamu kawo wannan magana karshe, an jima hanyar mu zai bude. Idan kana so ka saurare mu sai ka kira mu a wannan number +18326373499, +18326373499, +61481870925. Kuma ka same mu a Skype da suna Nwachineke. Duk wannan lambar da ka kira zaka same mu, an jima zamu bude hanyar mu, zaka ira kira mu. Zai mu kawo wannan magana karshe, na ce muku assalamu alaikum.
Of governance in this country, if you want to move forward. There is too much power and money at the center. That is why governance is no longer service.
Young girl, Deborah Yakubu Samuel, 2 or 300 level, Shehu Shagari, College of Education, Sokoto, just uttered a voice note in their WhatsApp group class. They tagged it blasphemy. You said you were one Nigeria. They came to the school, brought her out from the class. Where was the security? Where were the Nigeria DSS and Nigeria Army? Watch the video. The young lady was running for her dear life. She saw death, painful death. She was brutally killed. Her life was snatched from her forcefully by the Muslims, just because she said Holy Ghost fire. Why sending religious things in our WhatsApp group? This is a class WhatsApp group made for students, made for information. They can't up and tag it blaspheming, and you say we are one Nigeria. Where we are the politicians, where we are men, she was running and screaming for life. People were passing, cars were. She was stoned to death. And the only thing Nigeria could tell us was only 2 persons arrested out of hundreds of people that stoned this young lady. Not only that 2 were arrested, 34 lawyers out of hundreds of people that stoned this young lady. Not only that 2 were arrested, 34 lawyers lawyers volunteered, came out to defend the murderers that killed an innocent young girl. 34 lawyers, headed by a professor of the law, to demand for their release. Even the chief of Imam of Sokoto, Abuja, came out publicly to say what those people did, committed murder, they are right. Until today, they are not arrested. If you are to be a pastor, they will target that the pastor is getting war. One Nigeria is a scam. We can't be one, and we don't want to be one. No justice for Deborah Samuel Yakubu. We are still crying on the death of this innocent young girl. Our Igbo men in Sokoto, their houses and shops were set ablaze. You say we are one Nigeria, you destroy our businesses, you kill us, you make life difficult for us. One Nigeria is a scam. Bishop Kuka, the bishop of the Roman Catholic Church in Sokoto, will have been killed. Katigra ablaze. The bishop's court ablaze. You say we are one Nigeria because he spoke and said the truth. He condemned wickedness and injustice, and they sent for him to be killed. But the Imam of Abuja and Sokoto supported murder, supported evil. They are walking freely. Nobody arrested them. Nobody sent anybody to kill them. You say we're one Nigeria. You said we are one Nigeria 3 days ago at International Market Day, Abuja, where billions of naira belongs to Igbos were set ablaze. You said we are one Nigeria. The land is sick. We are still talking on what happened in Sokoto, what happened in Abuja. Another is happening in Bauchi, where they said another young lady blasphemed again, and they are looking for her to kill yesterday. She narrowly escaped, and Igbos again were the targets. Just a young man stood to defend this nation, to defend these people, and said, we are not one Nigeria, allow us to go. You arrested the man, detained him under DSS custody, just because he said allow us to go, and whether they like it or not, by God's intervention we will go. It is time for Christians all over the world to wake up. We have been praying, we keep on praying, but even as we pray, it is time to fight. In as much we know that war is not good, but we can't fold our heads and watch us being killed, all in the name of an umbrella, one Nigeria. Me, a priest, don't believe in one Nigeria. Bringing it down to Anambra State. The north, we are not safe. In the east, we are not safe. Oh Lord, heal our land. You are telling our brothers in Sokoto, in Bauchi, in Abuja to come back home. Come back where? Where there is kidnapping, where there are killings, yes, where there is no security. Come back where? Today we cannot walk freely in Anambra State any longer. Why are we doing this to ourselves? I speak to the eastern region. I speak to my fellow Igbo brothers. Why are we killing ourselves? If you kill all the young men, who will stand on the day of battle? And they know what they are doing. They will not bring security men to the east. They want us to kill ourselves. How can your fellow Igbo brother, one negibo onyi Igbo, what will you get? Is that how we are going to get the Biafra? All these people you shoot on the way, they are your brothers. We have a major enemy. We have enemies. We have enemies, clean us. Let's stick together and fight that demon, that enemy. We are clean ourselves. The land is sick. I want to plead with the Igbos. Don't stop killing your brother. The land is sick, filled with criminality, state of lawlessness, no security.
I want to support for Nigeria. If I election, ndị Igbo ruo na mgbunu ya ekiri ka anyị zọọ n'onwe anyị. Ndị Igbo ruo na mgbunu ya akwụsịghị ya n'ụwa kwuo na enwere anything election. Ọ chapụtụ na Nigeria, o jipụtụ Nigeria. Ndị Igbo ebe ka unu kwụrụ akwụ. Unu na-ebu amụ unu gbuwere onwe unu. Etu a ka ọzọkwa abịa n'ọnụ. Ọnwa ọzọ mfụkwalụ. Abịa na omenala Igbo. Nwaanyị na-anọ wuti mmụọ. Azumi na ọnwụ na mgbe m nwa anaghị ọka na-emekwa ihe mmanwụ bifo. Mwa anọrụ wute mmanwụ. Nwaanyị abịa n'iru nkwụrụ. Ọ ga-regret. Why? O ji wee bịakwuru ebe ahụ. Arụ na-emezi n'ala Igbo. Nwaanyị mmụọ nnekwu mmụọ. Nwaanyị ese foto wute mmụọ n'ala Igbo. Nwaanyị anọrọ na-agbalụ mmụọ egwu wute ike. Na-abụ mmụọ ego n'iru mmanwụ. Ebe ka a na-eme nke eme. A sị na arụ gba arọ ọ bụrụ omenala. Nwaanyị a na-echi igwe ndị ko na ọmụ unu n'ụgbọseji a sendịkwara ya ma ndị chiri igwe na Naịjirịa n'ala Igbo. Ka mma na mgbe nna gị ma nne gị ma nna gị ma nna gị ma ụmụ nwanne gị n'obodo chibiri igwe bifo ma ndị machiri igwe bifo ifunukwu nwaanyị ka o kpu okpu ọzọ. Ndị anyị obi na-agbọwa m. Obi na-agbọwa m. A na-echizi nwaanyị igwe. Ajụ nwaanyị a na-echi igwe. Nwoke aka ya adịkwa ihe enu again. Unu amụkwa the meaning of igwe ọzọ not igwe. Nwaanyị chiri igwe na nwaanyị echiri ọzọ ụzọ ihe na-abada eme ya eme. A na-echi nwaanyị ọzọ. Nwaanyị echiri ọzọ ebute ekwe dike, bute ekwe ndị nze, bute ekwe nze wee chie ya wee tieri ya ekwe dike. Nwaanyị a na-agba egwu dike. Unu na-echi nwaanyị ọzọ.
This is Radio Biafra Hausa-Service 2 coming to you from the platform of Radio Biafra London under the leadership of one and only Onyendu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu Ohamadike, one of Biafra land. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is the only incorruptible leader of the indigenous people of Biafra. He's the director of Radio Biafra and her television, the commander of the armies of Biafra and the greatest man living on this planet Earth. Our lines are open right now. You can call in +18326373499, +18326373499, +18326373499. You can get us +614-81870-925, +614-81870-925, +614-81870-925. You can get us on Skype with the name Nwachineke. Today being the 4th of April 2023, as we are reporting to you on what happened in Lagos yesterday, a market in Ijesha Express, somewhere in Lagos, I don't know those areas. They said that the local government chairman wake up and lock the gate with no information, no reason yet for the people, and people that are dominating that market are Igbo people that they are telling to go back home. What is your take on all these things? Are you in support of Igbo people going back home? Are you in support of them staying there to be slave? How do you want the process to be? These are the suggestions we would like you to be popping out on air, so that your people will learn, people will understand what to do, how to take this step home. Because these frustrations, these killings, is too much, brother. We are not even the third-class citizen any longer. In Nigeria, we are being frustrated. We are being killed. We are being maimed. If you calculate the atrocities of Igbo man politically, is just a fraction compared with what these criminals had been doing in the zoo. To compare with what they are doing in the zoo. So why will we be persecuted? Why would we be killed to that level? For what reason? These are the things we have seen, checked, calculated, and that we say it will not continue in that way. That is better, is good for an Igbo man to be on his own. And the way of returning home, these are the things we have been suggesting to our people. Gradually, you will be returning back home. And while you are returning home, you must not be looking the faces of all those billionaires. There's no difference between an Igbo billionaire in Lagos, in Abuja, in any other part of the country. There's no difference between them and the normal Igbo politicians. Because when you have the economy and you don't have the power. When you have the economy, you don't have the power, your economy will crash. You understand? When you have the economy, you don't have the power, your economy will crash. So those of them that have such strong economy and they are from Igbo extraction, what they normally do is to attach themselves with the government. So whatever government says is what they stand. Even if government say be killing every Igbo man, be killing it, they will support it because that is the only thing that will support the economy. You must understand all this game. So you, an average that I have explained, must not listen to them. Look at what happened yesterday, being 3rd of April, after people have enjoyed their weekend, coming out in their shops in Ijesha Express, somewhere in Lagos, the local government chairman, which must be a Yoruba man, just lock it up, and they have not yet handed over to Jagaban. Remember what Jagaban said when he was campaigning in Enugu? That they will be giving you slice of soaked bread or whatever how you put it. Because he know the agreement he has made with these people. So brothers, what is your take on Igbo going back home, irrespective of anything? The lines are open right now, +18326373499, +61481870925. Our dear brother Mazi Desmond is with me. Desmond, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Nwachineke. Good morning to you.
You are welcome, brother.
Nwachineke. Good morning to Biafrans all over the world. IPOB family and our leader, His Excellency Mazi Nwachineke, Kanu. Chukabema will strengthen you, go with you, and you will lead us into Biafra and even beyond. You say. Nwachineke, sorry, Biafrans, my name is Desmond and I'm calling from Italy. Nwachineke, let me start with what you are just talking about last, about our people in Lagos. You know, Nwachineke, it's only our people that have seen that something will happen to us. And then maybe within that period, within that day, the following day, we will cry, we will lament, and then after the next day, we will go and sleep. You know the fallout of the election. You know these people in Lagos, the Lagos state government and the local talks, and the rest of them, the local government chairmen and the others they are using, they are still planning. They are planning on what to do against the Igbos. They are planning on how to continue victimizing and oppressing the Igbos. But in doing business in Lagos, targeting their business. But the Igbos doing business in Lagos, we came here, we called them, we said to them, come, let us reason together. This thing you see, and you think that if they have done it and it's over, you can continue. No, it doesn't work like that. They will continue to plan. Come, let us plan and reason together so that we'll get a lasting solution, so that our people can be able to go back to our land, have their businesses and do whatever thing they want to do. With time, we are going to improve. I know people will say we don't have airport, we don't have this, we don't have that. Yes, but they should not forget that the first seaport that ever existed in that construction called Nigeria was that seaport. And it was from here that if the British used in carrying out their equipment and other things they used to execute the Second World War. You know, Calabar seaport was the first. And our people have forgotten all these things then. That what the condition they put us in is intentional. It is intentional, economical strangulation. It was intentional. And it is only our determination that is going to change everything. But they have refused. After one or two, Ohanese come and talk rubbish. One Igbo Eze in Lagos come and talk rubbish that is going to invite IPOB in Lagos. And some people just like that, and everybody get quiet. And things continue on their own part, but on the part of the other people who are the oppressors, the Lagos state government, his obas, their talks, they continue to plan. And now we are seeing the result of it. What we are trying to say is tell our people, all these markets full in Lagos, all these Igbo dominated markets in Lagos, they should put themselves together. We are not even talking about their union now, because all their union leaders, they are all corrupt, they are all compromised, they are all government agents. No matter the victimization, no matter the killing, no matter the burning of their shop, Do you know some chairman of some of these unions in the market don't even have shop in that particular market? Some of these markets in Lagos, some of these Igbo-dominated markets in Lagos, the chairman of the union of this market don't have a shop there. His wife don't have a shop there. I don't know, maybe Ohanese will just carry one man and give them, and they will say he's the chairman of that market. And the person that doesn't know what the businessman there is feeling will be making decisions for them with the government and other decisions around. And that is why things has been like this for so many years. We are telling our people, we are not talking about their union. You that are doing business there, put yourself together. 5, 6, 7. Arrange yourself. Come to IPOB. Let us put us together. IPOB line is always open. IPOB leadership is there. They will create one department under DOS to be able to see to this problem. And then you will be discussing with these people. And at the end of the day, there will be a plan. Things will be marshaled out, and our people can return. We have land in our land that we can build our market. If we put our markets there, we can even decide that no matter the difficulty, as long as they say Nigeria, that is only we can still bring in that our goods in Lagos, clear it and take it to our land, no matter the cost. What we are going to do is to only ensure that the roads that lead to our land are safe for our people. There is always a solution. You cannot stay under oppression and you are crying that because you don't have airport, you don't have seaport. Then you are putting yourself in danger. Our people say we are in danger station. We are putting ourselves in danger. It is high time these people return home. That is that for that. So that's my advice. They should put themselves together, come to IPO leadership, and we discuss, and then there will be an everlasting solution to it. Not one person will just go back home and say, no, we want them to come back in Exodus. In country, we want everybody to come back, and we must do this process for everybody to come back. Then secondly is about the killing of our people in Aba. Our people came to protest peacefully and they were shot dead. As per Onyegara Noya, Gakwara Kwahu, Okoya Nangore Gari Obia. So our people must know that there is no how. It's our land. We have the right to protest in our land, and we have the right to do whatever we want to do in our land. The Nigerian army and police killing us, they should know that we have the right to also defend ourselves, and that is what we are going to do. We cannot talk much. My message to Biafrans is that we must continue to support ESM. We must equip our people. Do not say you are abroad, you are here, you are safe. Anywhere you are, as long as you are Biafran, you are not safe. Please support ESM, verify through IPOB units, support, give the financial support, and put whatever thing you can to be able to defend our land. We have to defend our people. They cannot come. Time has gone. They will come and kill us, and it will go like that. No. Those who want to talk the story tomorrow, they should start it from beginning. Though we don't care what they say. You see the way our blood was falling in the land of Aba. They should also know that we are going to also defend ourselves. Because there is no how we are going to protest peacefully and they will kill us, and it will just fit. So the world should be looking, the global terrorist index, and the corrupt Tony Blair and the rest of them that they are gaining from the operation of Biafrans, they should be ready. Because at the end of the day, we must defend ourselves. That is all we are going to say about that. We cannot talk much because this nonsense has to stop, and we will stop it. Then thirdly is the unconditional release of our leader, because he has been discharged and acquitted. They should be ready because they have not seen anything yet. They should release our leader. From the update we got yesterday from Bachelor that our leader is taking medication in DSS. DSS hospital doesn't have the facility on the kind of illness that our leader has. And illness is something very, 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 very delicate. Because if you don't give the man the real required treatment, you might say you are treating and you'll be causing more damage. And this is what we don't want. Let them release our leader as discharged and acquitted, so that we will come and we will take a good medication from professionals who knows what to do. Not Nigeria, not DSS hospital. So unconditional release of our leader and a referendum is our demand, and nothing else. And I encourage Biafrans to remain very resolute and strong, support DOS, take instruction and directive. We are under command and control. Whenever we go into Biafra, we will do all our democracy. Who you don't like, you leave him. There will be option. But for now, please, we don't have option. The only thing we have is this 12. If we follow them, good or bad, let us enter, because this is an institution. and it is created to liberate our people all over the world, anywhere we are. And that is the good thing about it. And at the end of the day, Chukwabema will see our mind, our resolve, and then give us victory. Thank you very much, Nwachineke, and Elohim bless you from here.
Thank you very much, Mazi Desmond. Hello? The Prophet, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Nwachineke. Can you hear me, sir?
No, I can hear you. I want to start, let me explain this to you. Listen, from now onwards, this time I'm on radio. If anybody call, I don't want prayers. All this prayer will come, will continue. I have prayed, and we stand on that. Anybody that call need to stand, come and the person need to give his analysis or question or whatever and go. All this person will call and pray. This person will call and pray. All these things are distilled, whether you pray in the church or in ordinary or whatever. All these things are what is causing some of this. Our people don't understand things. You see what is going on. Though I'm not part of all those things, but I just want to direct it. And our leaders have made it that we don't need all those religious stuff so much. So please, you go straight to what you want to contribute, not pray again. I don't need all those prayer, whatever, please.
Okay, sir. Biafrans all over the world. I will again to your Biafrans. You have seen what is happening in Lagos. We are not joking here. We must listen to DOS. No matter who you are, this is our land. We have no other place on this earth. Biafrans, the owner of this world is Chineke, and is the creator of human beings. He sent our leader to come and restore us back. We, the Biafran people, the ancient race, we have our culture, have our tradition. We don't mess up with anything about our race. Every other race are free to do whatever they want. We are special race, designed, created to worship this creator in heaven. So that no human being will come and say that they do not tell him or her. I want to be religion, but the church cannot be church in Naga. I tell me now, I want food. I'm a man and I'm doing it. I don't want Chineke, and don't Chineke seem busy. Bible no one can have been saying, I will go on, I'm about it. Any quotation in the Bible, go to other books, they are biographies. Who do you get my say pastor Jesus, say pastor who do you get Biafra? If we face this opportunity, Fulani area whether I lie, guy Christian church, so can go look at this car. What I can see the thing that no you get them. I remember officers and members. Everybody about cable, not a mission never. The mission doing that the church already said it yesterday. And they are watching from here. What we want is United Nations peaceful organization to see say we Biafrans don't want us. And they also don't want us. That is why they don't want to give people a good president. And you're saying that I want us to fall and die. Yes, I support it. I pay my money for Biafra. My time, I sacrifice everything. Who can sacrifice that? And I stuck my life for Nnamdi. That person did that Nnamdi. Talk about Bukwano. Okay, change car, no apology. You see, this land belongs to we Biafran people. That thing going to change right now. Talk about Bukwano. You bring our leader out. But is it a threat? What's in a threat? How about that? Nnamdi? No more work to change. Call out my Jesus Christ, my Messiah. That is something that I'm checking here. What's that? What is coming to people? No sense. Don't think it is him. To put Kanu and Simson then. Numbers chapter 12, from verse 1 to end. Then the same Numbers chapter 13. Then from verse 1, Miriam is punished and the despised. Then check it in Numbers chapter 12. Then check it in verse 6, verse 7, and verse 8. What you like? Can pray number one? What you like? But you come to the letter. Makaya wala. A village in Gela, whatever they will use an opinion. I'm not going to Biafra line out of no foreign influence and no foreign influence. That's it as a work in the broadcasting now. Abubusha and Abba, I have a problem woman, but I could have. Listen to DOS. It's also put again, it's also United Nations, Madam Bishop. And I'm the Karam. And I'm very muto. And I don't think about Tarahaba, I do know who God is. That is the owner of Trump. That is that Scotland is the owner of Joe Biden. That is that Joe Biden knows that
Thank you, Prophet. Thank you. There are other people waiting online. Thank you. Thank you. Call on the other line. Can you hear me?
Hello, I can hear you, Nwachineke.
You're welcome, brother.
Good morning, Nwachineke. I'm calling from Italy. My name is Okoye Rapluchi. Mazi, according to what is happening to our people in Lagos State, I was brought up in Lagos State, Mazi. It's not today it started. There was a market called Allowance in Mazi. That is where I trade spare parts in Lagos. During 2007, at the end of 2006, you know what happened? Tinubu locked the place, Allowance. Anybody that is hearing my voice now, we know the auto spare parts in Allowance, where we sell those waging products. I'm part of those that market. Tinubu came and destroyed the market. You know what Mazi? Every time they close the market, they ask us to bring so many millions of naira. We got money we give to them. Then after some months, they will come again and lock the market. Then the last one that they locked during ending of 2006, then we said we are not going to pay again. That we just finished paying money last 3 months. Then they requested of another, I think about 3-point-something million again for the market to pay again. Then we said we can't pay. Mazi, do you know what happened? They carry soldiers, mobile police, all the Air Force. They lock our market. They lock it. For your crow eye, Mazi, you will be there. They will destroy. They will use caterpillar. They pack your goods. They enter. They say carry go through away, Mazi. Inside there, our people have been intimidated in Lagos. It's not today that it starts. But I didn't blame them. I didn't blame those people that intimidating. I blame our people because we find them go there. But the only advice I have for my people is this. Listen, there was one pastor that said that we see the division of Nigeria rising up from the west, and this is the time it has started. The only advice, anybody that is in Lagos that is hearing my voice, stay where you are. If you see somebody trying to attack you, attack the person. Let it start. Attack the person. You can't fold your hand. Somebody will come into your shop and kill you, and you fold your hand and you be honest. Attack the person back. If they burn your shop, find any of their thing, burn it, let it start. But instead of to die as a coward, it's better you die defending your right. Fight them inside that Lagos. They cannot beat us in Lagos State. Do you know what they do again? Every evening, if we close market, there was a place called Idiaraba we used to pass. Mazi, do you know that there is one Agboro leader they call Idowu? Then anybody that hearing my voice will know Idowu and Alaba at Lawansi. They control Lawansi, Ijesha, Ojuelegba. These two guys, Idowu and Alaba, they will send boys to block us for road. If you have money in your pocket, they will tell you how much you will give them before you pass, or else they will take all the whole money. Mazi, they frustrated us to the extent that we can't take money go home anymore. We can't take money go home unless you know one of them. If you know one of them, maybe you make friends with them, then you can be passing. And inside there, you will be settling that person. The intimidation is too much. And then now, the Agboro himself, the owner of Agboro, the creator of Agboro, is now they're going to be swearing in as a president. What is the fate of an Igbo man in Lagos? Are they crazy? What is their fate? Are they crazy?
That is why we are suggesting them to return back, Mazi. That's why we are suggesting come back home.
And again,
the president of Agboro now is the president of Nigeria. What will you do?
Yes. Yes, this man is, in fact, I don't know how to describe him. But again, Mazi, I want to advise P2B. Ihe ọ na-amagharị ka monkey, because ihe m na-afụta P2B now, P2B is like a monkey, and nobody is going to give monkey banana, according to Kamsi. Kamsi said it bam. He said it all correct. Nobody can give monkey banana, Mazi. P2B just endanger our life. P2B is the cause of all this shit. He just endanger our life because P2B know 100% that to him, he cannot see a monkey and take his child banana or his own banana and give to the monkey. He know. Being an Igbo man, they take you as a monkey. There is nothing for you. My father told me this right from time. My father was a good friend to, let me tell you, Mazi, I born in a family that is, my father was a politician, but not the kind of politician that those criminals be, you understand? He used to told me about the situation of Igbo man in that zoo called Nigeria, that jungle. Even zoo is better than Nigeria. That jungle where mother can keep a king. He used to told me there is nothing Igbo man who can do to satisfy these people. In 1993, my father told me that in 1993, after they ring Abiola out of presidential destiny, because then I wasn't, I still a little boy that time. So he narrated to me. He said that is when he quit politics for them to deny Abiola. That Abiola win directly, but this for us, they don't give Abiola the mandate. So that is why he quit politics. Know that this thing is not politics. I don't know why our people, imagine all the people saying,
thank you, brother.
Come mad. 2023, Igbo presidency, 2023 have come. The election have come and gone. Shame of them. Shame to Umahi. Shame to Kurocha. Shame to Kazibazu. Shame to Ugwani. Shame to all the Igbo political chief criminal and God Chineke Abuhonu. Open sweet Abuhoku very soon. Mazi, God go deep.
Thank you very much, brother. Let's take caller on the other line. Can you hear me? Thank you for holding the line. Can you hear me?
Good morning to you, Nwachineke, Mazi. Thank you so much. Thank you. Greetings to you, my beloved brothers and sisters. Chukwukikabiyama is our strength. And my name is Hugo. I'm calling from the blessed land of Biafra, Mazi. You see, you said a lot of things when it comes to the people that they love to kill Biafrans because Biafrans are doing nothing. Yes, I want to put it this way. Mazi, first of all, I want to commend our brother Mazi Nwachineke for coming yesterday to make some certain things be clear to some people. Yes, for those of us that listen to him, he made some points. And what is that point? I am not going to blame anybody, just he said it. I am not going to blame anybody that said, release our leader. Anybody that came out in a democratic, useless country. A country that said that they are practicing democracy, protest is not allowed. I said this thing day before yesterday, one useless journalist who claimed to be a human rights journalist in the zoo, say it's false. That the Nigeria is a democratic country, that people have right to protest. I said that the zoo, the protest is not welcome in the zoo any longer. When you come out for protest, they will shoot you to death. And all of you know that this is simple truth. That is the reason why obedient them, they refuse to protest. Yes, let me put it this way. Those of them that say they are obedient, that is the reason why they refuse to protest. Even at the point of their korokoro eye, they took away their winning up and give it to another person. They're supposed to protest, say this is not right. But because this, if you protest in the zoo, they will kill you. Nobody came out to protest. They said people told them to calm down. They are calming down. Now let me put it this way. You see all those people that kill us, just as he said. I will forgive Roha. Anybody that killed an IPOB member, What we need to do is to make sure we take the proper record of that person and his generation. The reason why the Fulanis are doing what they are doing today is because the people that killed innocent people in their so-called Nigerian Biafran or civil war, that is not civil. That war is not civil. That war is a genocide war. They commit genocide against our people. They kill us in mass. But the reason why they continue to kill us today is because it seems as if we do nothing. And for that reason, this generation, we are telling all of you that anytime you come against us and kill us, that record, we must take it down for you. We must revenge at a proper time. So for those of you that is shooting IPOB member, remember, let me remind you this. There was a time that our leader Mazi Nwachineke told you, don't kill us, don't go against us, don't kill us. When we are protesting, showing our rights, because it is our right. That any IPOB member you kill, that you will pay. I guess so many of you, you find out that this is true. And you're coming again. For those that was murdered down in our back, for those of our brothers and sisters that came out in mass with a symbol of peace, that is white, and you as a person, you call yourself a soldier, you call yourself a police, you came out and you shoot that person and you think you have arrived, you will pay. That is the reason why the zoo called Nigeria, there is nothing you people can do to get peace in this useless country. You have soiled your hand. The blood of innocent people are crying every day in the zoo. For those of you that think you are going to have peace in a short time to come, destruction is coming upon you. But as you made yourself available for this destruction, it's going to take you away. Mazi, Chukwu Abiyama will continue to do it, every one of us, as we stand firm on the right of this. Let them know that our leader Mazi Nwachineke, they must allow him to be free. More protests will come, but in a right way. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mazi Ugu. Thank you. Don Moscow, can you hear me? No. Mother, can you hear me? Mother, can you hear me?
Can you hear me too? Yes, Mazi, I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah, continue. Right on.
Okay. Biafrans, good morning. Day one. Yes. Mazi, hello. You are really trying. Use this opportunity to, to greet our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, for making effort that our brain and our heart and our eyes have been opened to see the kind of injustice that is being melted to us Biafrans in this zoological republic. At least the world are seeing the truth and everything, that all the maltreatment, the subjugation, the injustice melted to the Biafrans. The world can see it now. Mazi, this killing in Abia state of our people, Okeze should be held responsible. Of course, if Okeze did not allow the military, I don't think that will come and shoot our innocent people that just came out to protest for the release of our Nnamdi Kanu and to give us referendum. Okeze Ibazu is the chief secretary of Abia State, and he knows what happened to our dead Biafrans. He's the one that will be held accountable no matter what. Very soon his tenure will end. Let's see where he's going to run to. Yes, Mazi, when Tina Saworu came on air yesterday, he talked about census. Yes, thank God that our people are now, they have now, their eyes have opened to see exactly what is happening. And I've started telling our people in my office, even immediately I enter our staff bus, I have to tell them, say, see, you don't need to allow yourself to be counted. You have to try all you could to travel. But if you are not able to travel, make sure that you do not allow any idiot to count you. I told them the reason they accepted, and I even told them when you go to your very offices, tell other of our people there, yes, they should know that as they are being wicked to us, we are going to be more wicked to them. Not that they will use us. They will use us to rise up. When the benefit comes, they will now know that we are not indigenous. We can never be fooled again until our Biafra comes. Do you know, as of us who got Juice Okalo, that idiot, you know, he'd want to eat his cake and have it. I saw what he tweeted that when Tinubu was shouting a Milokon, I do whatever, his people rallied around him. And now that he's shouting his own Milokon for Senate President, his youth, his people are rejecting him. Yes, Juice Okalo, whatever useless name your name is, listen. When Tinubu was shouting a Milokon, they rally against him. You know why? Even though he's a wicked man, even though he's an evil man, but he still believes in his people. He did not kill his people. He still with his people with his evil. But you that you are evil, you call police and army to kill your people. You connive with the Fulanis to deny our people the necessities of life, and now you want us to support you. Never. There is no sensible Biafran Igbo that will support that evil Juice Okalo. Never. Juice Okalo, the evil deed you have done and you are still doing will live with you and after you. Even your children and your generation will suffer this evil you are also melting to our people. Your suffering have not started. I just pray that they will never give you that whatever Senate president, because as me na amohu or na amonye weanu. Mazi, you see all these our evil politicians. There is this man that came to my office. Mazi is a very prominent man. You know, he's from the north. You know, when I gained his trust, you know, he told me a lot of things about what is happening to our people. That you see, before we move forward, that all those our evil criminal politicians must give way. He told me that our people are so wicked. You know, there are a lot of things he told me that I don't even want to start saying here, Mazi. But the major thing is that all our politicians are evil. They are so evil that they are ready to kill all of us to hold on to power.
That is
that
it.
We need
that is the
that
issue.
We must.
And what he's telling you is truth. What that person told you is truth. Most of our problems are caused by our own political leaders. That is why I always focus on them. I tell you.
And he told me that if we don't do anything about them, we will regret it, and our generation will regret it. You see all those because there is something again that China Saworu said, that in the north, all those Igbo there, anywhere they are, they will become Igbo. Anywhere they are, he said out of the north, that when they were doing election, I think 2019, that those Igbo, whatever in the north, call our people telling them, you must stay here in the north and vote. You will not travel to our land to vote. If you dare travel to vote in our land, that they will close all your shops. Mazi, you see now, I just want to, just like what Mazi Chichina Sanworu said, that from now, any idiot that call himself Ohanese that try to deceive our people again, Mazi, they will get all his necessary information. This is not the time that we keep quiet. They are killing us. We'll get all the necessary information about that idiot and deal with him mercilessly, because he's not enough of all this rubbish. Mazi Ndewo, Juice Okalo, you can never eat your cake and have it. You're in fact here, your whatever is just starting. You are evil, and your evil must surely cut off with you. You are an idiot and hater of his people. You hate us, and we even hate you the more. You must suffer till you get away from this earth. Biafrans in there, no. Mazi Dalo Jisike, oh, well done, my people.
Ndewo Nwada, Ndewo. Thank you very much. That's our dear sister, Nwada. We must continue. There's no two ways about it. Juice Okalo is facing his nemesis right now, and it will continue. It will continue. The man has done terrible things to our people. Let's take this call. Scavengers, can you hear me? Scavenger is reconnecting. Mazi Nwachineke, can you hear me?
See, they kill me. Chineke gozie gị.
Ndewo Mazi Nwachineke, you are welcome.
Yeah. Ihe m na-agwa ụmụ Biafra ebe niile anyị nọ n'ụwa niile ka ekwupụ na eziokwu bụ ndụ. Ndị Yoruba onwe na-agwazi mmadụ abata Yoruba amụ na Lagos, topụta na Lagos. And my father was soldier, my father was soldier too. And I am a first son to my father. Nothing you can tell me to say in Nigeria. Nothing, first issue, Nigeria is not great as a country because not stranger create country to another man land. First. In Yoruba instrument, and we are called Yoruba. The people you people always hear speaking of Yoruba is from from Ondo. The Ondo land. Ondo is a human being. Ondo is a job person. The people there is the one speaking as Yoruba. The lady Yoruba is from Ota, Ijebu, which is Badagry, and those people is the dangerous human being which Tinubu and the governor always invite inside Lagos, just like a moon, to come to kill Igbo in Lagos. In Lagos, I grew in Lagos, I born in Lagos, in many continents. That's when I was born in Yaba. That's the my father's friend. And in Yoruba, they want to keep anything from all Eastern region is Igbo. All the Eastern region is Igbo, which everybody knows. So never one day enter all about emotional and tell you that you are from Benin, you are not Igbo. You are from Yori, you are not Igbo. No. They keep everybody because it happened 1997, 1998 in Nigeria, where they come and kill everybody. I mean, the ones where they kill, so when they sit down, they join the peace to rise up, but when they begin killing, they know that they are Igbo before they rise up and face Yoruba. And you telling Igbo man to stay Lagos that Yoruba man will come and kill you, you will kill back. Which Igbo man will kill back? When you know that Yoruba man kill a human being to do sacrifice in his body, do sacrifice in your bed. Take the medicine for disappear and appear. And you the man inside the church sheriff, they will appear with the courage of Jesus. Blood of Jesus come. When the Jesus will come, when the black man will not die 2,000 years ago, and die be buried. How the blood will come out? How the blood will come to go down of it? The feet to not go back to God. How? How the blood will take come out from that place? Now you tell Igbo to kill Yoruba back. Now Igbo man will kill Yoruba because before the Igbo man will carry instrument, you don't tell Yoruba destroy your shop for one. Yoruba will destroy your shop. If they come for morning, you are there. They will come for night when you are sleeping, they will burn it. The balance, ritualist evil man. The work obelisk where they go for balance na evil man. The people where they call themselves for amazing Igbo chairman, like Igbo chairman now about national. The man is so called man. Igbo chairman of the water is so called man. And they are there with the people, politicians, governors, councillors, they are all called men. They are the same meeting. Even the police commissioner, they are all called men. They are the same meeting. Each one of them is somebody, part from part is unlocked. And the woman's color or not illegal or subject to your head, which is illegal. A human being is not supposed to be your own truth. Because that's the name they're pronouncing. They get pronouncing the name and saying that always illegal. So use that name and go to politician office and take money for them and tell them anyone I want them for this my people, for you give it my people to get him money. I will send on this. They will do under me. And the plenty legal as we Igbo plenty. Because you don't go school, you know why. When I was in Lagos to do, I know many Igbo my brothers come from east to Lagos. They will come to Lagos, the first day they come to Lagos, they will wear chain, they will pay for 20,000, 100,000. When you're coming to Big Boy and the Yoruba junkie on the road, they will kill or they will literally you to see that thing from your hand. And that same person, you are telling that person to go and fight Yoruba. When your guy will get the shop, your guy is in China, your guy is in Dubai and push more inside your shop. to wash his shop for them. Second again, they're taking the Igbo, taking it, working with government, and killing you. You will be there doing your business. Nothing like stay in Lagos and fight them. What people will do, they will be taking their goods, their money, back home, and go and attack all the whole things. All the ones called themselves traditional ruler, let the traditional ruler in this land, and bring that law. If you have a money, you go to stay. You go to Igosa. If you go to you don't want to stay Igosa, you go to Imori. You have a money, you don't want to stay Imori. You go to Ibu land. You have a Benin, don't want to stay. Go to Anambra. You have another don't want to stay. Go to Safa. Go to Ela, go big bush to see. Obanam, go big bush. Nobody push us in there. But you see, they need to confuse themselves the line. You see the line. You see the line. Let us stop this line. They go land in many places. They go land. People are supposed to go back to home. And arranging many places. As soon as you come, and the Lord is not coming back to Nigeria. Let them go back home. When they go back home, now we will not force all the whole governor. If you are a future of a state, leave that now. You need governor, all of us don't come back home now. We need international place in our land. And that governor, they will gather all the whole governor in one home. And tell them to put international place now. We will not kill them. This will not kill us. If we don't go to come back home, we don't land understand and come back home. We thought you don't come back, we thought you will not. But if you come back by force, you know, Lagos land will dry. Remember about them, nobody there. Remember Akula, remember Osun State, remember nobody there. Everybody is in Lagos. When we go back also Biafra, when they go back also Biafra, if not the war continue in Lagos, can they come back? Can they come back? When they go down the whole government, from start from the government, when they stop that way, they come to the land. When you come to the land, you come to the land. You come to the land. You don't say Yoruba. You don't say Hausa. Only in the land, you see the same.
Thank you.
People say they are doing something to come and give their own blood to come out and declare death for us. For us to go. Anything they have to make it happen.
That's Mazi Nwachineke. If you check now, you see that everybody is not happy, and we are working harder to see how we will restore our land back. And to restore our land back is not an individual job, it's everybody. You see yourself, you are in Lagos, and all these things are happening. You are in Ugwausa, as we are talking, not only Lagos, both of you, all of you in Ugwausa as well. If we will honor our home, do those things in our land, as other people are in their own land, let's see who will feel this pain much. You will see that it will make more impact. But selfishness is one of the problems. Selfishness has been one of our problems. Onye ga-asị na ihe opportunity ka m banye Kanu na ka m gbuo tọtọ enweghị onye n'ebe ahụ ka ọsọ someone na-ere bicycle pass there ka m banye ebe ihe opportunity ị ga-eji eme ke ya. These are the things. Imekechakwa ya obere oge agba be gị ọkụ. Let's test this call finally. Brother, can you hear me?
Mazi, I can hear you. Am I coming out clear?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear. Mazi, am I coming out clear? Hello, Mazi. Hello.
Mazi Unstoppable, can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear, Mazi. Am I not coming out clear?
Hello?
Hello, Mazi, am I not coming out clear? Hello?
Hold on, I think it's from my area. I cannot hear you. Or it's from my area, it's not from your area. This plug is faulty now. You have dropped the caller, actually. No more time. Hello, can you hear me? Mazi, can you hear me? Mazi, can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Am I coming out clear, Mazi?
Mazi, can you hear me?
Hello? I can hear you, Mazi. I'm hearing you clearly.
Okay, right on, if you can hear me. Go on.
Okay. I think I'm watching it. That is what we are seeing in the show. That is the BFRans network. As we know, the watching it, only a volunteer Biafra, no, them man. We're gonna, I want to high nature. No matter what they do to us, we don't back down. Because we have, for long time, we have crossed the Rubicon, the point of no return. Whether they will kill us, let them get ready to kill more because we are coming out there to tell them that we are Biafrans. I take this opportunity to thank all my brothers, those who feel the need to support their brothers, people to tell them, keep on supporting everything they are doing, every year they are making their income. I say, people to tell them, keep on supporting them and blessing them. Mazi, I like to say one thing here. Let me borrow a you know, our people is 2 million people. You say that we are 15 million people. I say that we are 2 million people. Anything that happened that moment, hey, everybody say, hey. Within some minutes, we have forgotten it. Everybody will go back to normal business. But we are here, Biafrans, those who call by people to tell them to restore their mandate, that we are not backing down. And we will never retreat nor surrender until we achieve our target. We will never rest. The longer they say that we will not sleep, they don't take they will never sleep. That is the promise, it's never a threat. We are not in good of threatening. We cannot threaten anybody, but we will give you a promise. Mazi, all we need demand is unconditional release of our leader, Mazi Nnamdi, and the date of our referendum. I told our people, this time, I think we have will be clear. All of us will see the head. And we will never retire. All I know is that our heart is burning, our mind is there, our heart is bleeding also. And we will tell our people, we are backing no down. There is no time to back down. There is no time to retreat nor surrender until we achieve our target. I have no more to say. All I need to tell our leaders and all those who are working assiduously is to keep the fire burning. We are not backing down. And we are still listening to the command and depending on the leadership to give us the direction because they are the people that knows the road. And anything they say is good to our own mind, to our own desire. Oh, to carry them and keep them blessing. I say, all hail Biafra, Mazi. My heart is bleeding. And in fact, let me drop it here for now. Let's go to carry them and keep them blessing us. Thank you, Mazi.
Thank you very much. That's a dear brother Mazi, unstoppable. And those who assisted him, he has thanked you. I believe he has finally gotten your support from Wada, Mommy Wada. I believe he has gotten yours, 100,000 naira, 800 naira. And Nwachineke, 20k, Mazi Chinedu Smith, Scotland. 23,000, then Azwanoka, Amsterdam, 39,000, Scavengers, 10,000. All of them sent their payment slip for me, so I forwarded it. I just want to make it clear that indeed Ozeziri Amuroko Ruru Enigwanya should be about 192,800 naira. So thank you very much for all of you, and our brother has come to confirm it. May the Most High bless you. The giver will never lack. The giver will never lack. And we pray that your son in the hospital will be recovered. Thank you very much, brother. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you, Marvin. Keep on blessing them. I say, no matter how it is, I will still come back because for now, I have never thanked them enough. But you can still running around for the house. But for now, we keep on the fire burning until we are there yet. Thank you, Mazi. I keep on thanking them and keep on thanking them. They really show that they are my people. And God is still providing for them and nothing will lack on their pocket. Thank you, Mazi. Thank you, Mazi.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. As we will be bringing our broadcast to an end at this moment, we'll be bringing our broadcast to at this moment. While we are telling our people to return back home, try your possible best. See how, just as I have said, there are sacrifices in this thing. It cannot be just easy like that. There will be ups and downs on this process. But that is the only way, it's the best way. It's just like you swallowing the bitter pill to heal you. As our brother Okoye called, he mentioned he lived in Lagos then. He mentioned even during the time of this head of the Agboro, Jagaban, Tinubu, such evil had been happening. It's not today that all these things started. Now it will be worse because the head of the Agboro is the president selected. So all these things will continue. He has explained to us how this thing have been happening and it's still happening till today. The only option is to find a solution to the end of this thing. And on the process, the solution, something will go out. Have this thing in mind. The solution, there will be sacrifice. Nothing goes without sacrifice. Have it in mind. Our relocation, our exodus, returning back to home has a price to pay. But after that price, we will enjoy our life. Children will enjoy it. Always think of it. Let's remove selfishness. Let's remove selfishness because that is one of the problems. Somebody will say, as people are going, let me buy their property, let me make more money, let me do all those kind of things. Then those who want to go may be having too much, all these things. At the end of the day, when the consequences will come, it will bounce on the head of everybody. Forget about all those selfishness and whatever. Let's think and pay the sacrifice now and see how bright the future will be for us. Do it now. Let's think home. What is that thing that is wrong in our home? What is that thing that is wrong? Let's go home and fix it. Let's go home and fix it. In a democratic way, let's go home and see how they'll be shooting us. And we will say this leader will not lead us. This person will not lead us. Even if they impose it in us. We can go on a mass protest by not going on the road. By means of nobody will work with this person. There are ways. But we must agree first in one thing. Because we are fighting for future. But this division, this one will bring this topic, this point, dividing us and all those things will not help the problem. It will not help all these things. Let's think of the future of the land. Think of Biafra. Think of the future, not what I will gain. Maybe each time you want to do Biafra work, all you are calculating is what will you gain out of that thing you are doing. Is the same thing, is synonymous with these people in Lagos we are talking about, these people in Ugwamsa we are talking about. Because the reason why they are not pushing back home is what they are going to lose. Even those who have sold their properties, but they still have businesses there. What they are calculating, maybe somebody who makes sales of 1 million naira every day, 500,000 every day, 200,000 every day sales. He may think that by the time he reload, not he may think, it may not be in that way. So if you are saying all these things, he will be calculating all these things I'm telling you now. And he will not think of going home. But the consequences is always high. The repercussion, when it comes, it will sweep off everything. So let's remove all those selfishness, personal something, interest, this, that. That is what is eating us. That is what is eating us. Very, very important. Then another thing, we need to think how to deal with our politicians. I continue to say it because I don't believe in any other thing that is our problem if not politicians. When it comes on the social gathering, political platform and all those things, kick away spiritual things out. The major problem is the leadership, our leaders, our political leaders. Because as all these things are happening now, none of them is talking. But by the time people may decide to return home, they might somehow be against it. And be encouraging people to stay in Lagos. Now that Lagos is boiling, you will not hear any of them. because they know that if they talk, they will be arrested. Igwe jishirike kwu Igwe na mamboku ji tap o mamboku ji tap ya no kwa IPOB. Igwe no na Ghana na Lagos. So they will not talk. And also those of them that will connive with Nigerian state and be killing us. I still stand in this, in killing them. And I'm zono. We hear some certain belief. I say akwafu obra, akwafu, but the obranda akwafu na bana or obra. Obranda akwafu na bana obra. All these people are ne wete hane bepu hishi. Achom di opara okeze na agbo ya anwo. Ihuru okeze ikpazu e wete di okora ya na agbo that boy ya anwo. I don't care who the person is because he is the governor of the state. About people thought or nothing. That is, they will be treading us with caution. They will be treading us with caution. And those of them in the House of Assembly who will not be talking for seaport and airport, a bit from Biafra land, they are not far. Because these are the things this is the problem of Igbo man. This is it. You yoke yourself in Lagos is because maybe you are an importer. As we are talking now, there are people who are importer. They are not retailers. They are just importer. When they import, they give to retailers to sell. They will also be calculating all these things. Sometimes they may say they are not going. They will be going, all these things. But we have legislators who will defend you over there. What are they doing? Then let there be mass, let everybody, both the legislator, go home. Leave the Nigeria for them. It happened in Ambazonia. Let both those in National House of Assembly representative, will force everybody to return back to Biafra land. We need to be calculating these things and know how to fix it. Thank God for the Eastern Security Network. We thank God for the DOS. We thank God for Biafra land. We thank God for IPOB. We thank God for everything. We say, hallowed be thy name. Be thou exalted. Before I go, remember that today is Tuesday and it's Twitter Tuesday. Make sure that your Twitter is vibrating. Make sure that we are trending. Either Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is trending. IPOB is trending. Biafra is trending. You and I will make it to trend. If you can't tweet, follow somebody to retweet his tweet. Very, very important. This massacre in Aba need to fill this thing of a Twitter, at least today. We must do that. So if you have not done that, please make sure you are there. And I leave you with this word. The Bible says, my thoughts are not your thoughts, neither my ways are your ways, declares the Lord. For as heaven is far away from Jerusalem, that is how my ways are far from your way, and my thoughts differs from your thoughts. Isaiah 55. Verse 8 and 9. Shalom.
Speak my language. I had to study it. I had to study Igbo language to be able to be proficient in my own language as well. So when I can understand the need of people saying, oh, I want to speak Igbo, but when you correct them, they take corrections. The same thing happened in Germany last night. In Stuttgart, we corrected and they took correction. So a lot of people calling Radio Biafra. One person speaks Igbo, and at the end of the day, we corrected him. That is not the end of the world, Barrister. You are a very tolerant person.
Director, I understand. You might as well read all those documents in Igbo. So
no. Barrister, you're now going extreme. No, you're not going extreme. No, we are saying, no. I said to you before, and I will repeat what I said. Out of thousands of people calling Radio Biafra, one person says he wants to start or finish in Igbo or whatever. Barrister, we cannot be hung up about it because it's our language anyway. But what I'm trying to say to you is that what we need to do is to keep educating them as we are doing, and they will keep learning as we go along. If we come down very harsh, once they start open their mouth and Igbo starts coming out, and we clamp down very hard on them, I'm telling you, me personally, it happened to me as a child, and it gives me nightmares. I'm telling you this.
Director, that was then. We have a mission now. Please don't make comparison with when you're growing and what we are trying to restore. Don't make comparison. You are too much big man for you to compare what happened when you were a baby and now.
We are on a mission. And do you know what happened? At the end, the guy started speaking English.
Because I told him. Because I told him. I explained to him. And he spoke English.
Director, they know. Director, they know English is spoken. Wherever he is, does he speak Igbo to them?
Barrister.
When he's going to go to somebody's country, do they speak Igbo? Let me make my comment.
Go ahead.
Because I get fed up with all this Igbo speaking business.
We are Igbo people, please. Barrister, we are Igbo. Barrister, we are Igbo people, please. We are Igbo people. We must make that very clear. No. Barrister, we are Igbo people. No, we are Igbo people. We are from Igbo.
So what, Director? So what? We have a mission.
Our mission is very clear. People speak to us in English. One or two people delving in and wanting to express themselves better in their language is not going to kill us.
To who? To who are they expressing to? To the man in Alabama or in Oklahoma. They should speak English. If they don't want to, let them not call. Let them ask their next door neighbor.
No.
We are not here for a joke.
No, it's not a barrister. It's our language, for goodness sake. What are you talking about?
I know, Director.
My goodness me.
I speak Igbo very well.
It's our language. If somebody delves into their language, are you going to kill them? Because they delve into their language?
You don't let them. You don't let them.
Oh, no. I've told you. No, Barrister, I've explained to you, please. People delve into Igbo language. We don't assassinate them. We explain to them and say to them, these are the reasons why we speak English. They understand.
Okay, let me speak Igbo then.
You can if you want to.
Okay.
Then
if I speak it, how many people will hear me?
I'll translate for you.
Anyway, Director, let's not digress.
We are not.
Seriously,
Go ahead.
maintain the policy, English peace.
It is English, but Barrister, we cannot be too rigorous on it. We cannot be. If we remain too rigorous on it, it will drive our people away. That is where they come from. That is who they are. We can't stop them from once in a while dabbling into. Oh, you've had a glass of wine today, Barrister, haven't you?
Huh?
You've had a glass of wine or two today, haven't you?
No, I haven't.
You haven't?
All I've been drinking today is water. Water.
I like
because Director, don't forget we will be on air for 8-10 hours.
Of course we have to be.
Today is a celebration that blood issue is gone.
Of course.
So we don't want any joke on this line.
There is no joke. Igbo language is not a joke. Barrister, you will proceed to give me your comments, please, if you may.
Thank you. Director, what I wanted to say about what I said earlier, the retributive justice. Do you know that this Flora Lugard was born in Woolwich in 1852? Do you know where the Yoruba Hausa Boko Haram killed this soldier?
Woolwich.
So when I say what goes around comes around, that is a practical example of it. Did they ever know that the creation and the mocking of the Biafrans will come back to haunt them? The woman who pronounced Biafra land and name it nigger land was where the atrocity of killing a soldier where she was born. Whatever goes around will definitely come around, Director. What Lugard has committed will definitely come back to haunt them. We are in our own peace. Somebody came from somewhere to come and distort, knowing that we are very capable of anything, but just to destroy us for no apparent reason. And since then, we've been destroyed. We've been ruined. Our men and women have been raped. Children beheaded. Women womb cut open. And this was brought about by amalgamation, which was refuted, completely refused. But they still carried on. What the British people did to us was still yet to be told in the years to come. But what we are saying now is that my fellow Biafran lady, although you didn't ask her second name, she says her name is Becky. She escaped with her second name. She was asking you, is this carrying on or are we still searching? You told her we are searching. But the fact is, Nigeria will not recognize Biafra because that was their own existence. Biafra to die for that zoo to exist. Now that the zoo is dead, Biafra will exist. We don't need any sanction. We don't need any permission. We don't need any go ahead from that zoo because it was artificially created. Therefore, Director, we are going home with or without any single permission from nobody. Luka did not get any permission from anybody. He did not have any visa. But look at what we are suffering in the Western world. Biafra has been pursued all over the place. Instead of them to give us that safe passage that they have wronged us. They have misused us. They have raped us. Because they put us in the hands of the Hausa-Service Boko Haram. Just to make sure that they achieve their own aim. That was the reason for putting us into the hands of the devil. The evil people. And that is where we remain today. But today is a burial of that particular zoo. And we are moving ahead. My sister Becky, wherever you are, Biafra will be restored by the League of UN, by the permission from the European Union. Go to Radio Biafra Facebook, you get all information you need, because everything Radio Biafra talk, they put it on Radio Biafra Facebook. If you want to be educated, go there, you'll be glad you know Radio Biafra. Thank you, Director.
Thank you very much, Barrister. Thank you very, very much. You will remain with me. I hate looking for you. You will stay with me. Ike Chukwenyagu is with us. You will proceed to introduce yourself to the wider Biafran community listening this very moment. And then you continue. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Director. Good morning from here. And happy demise of Nigeria from here. Because here it is the 1st of January 2014. And for those of us who are yet to come to the 1st of January 2014, we are here with you. And together we will bring down that abomination called Nigeria. This is just the beginning. Before I speak on the book we are dealing with tonight, I want to beg our barrister to bear with me. I think that his aggressive insistence against Igbo language speakers on the radio, even with the credible evidences and reasons he is brought forward, is becoming somehow to us. And we wouldn't want to delve in to personal matters and begin to wonder why he's so personal about it. We can't, if it's not because of our brothers and sisters in the so-called South today, we can as well begin to speak Igbo language and translate it to whoever wants to listen to us, because we've spoken for so long. BBC have not said anything, CNN has not said anything, Al Jazeera has not said anything. None of those people we are bending towards have said anything, including the so-called Britain we're trying to be so kind with. If I'm not so kind in saying the truth about the wickedness of Ohaneze and our governors, why would I be so kind in saying the truth about the person who caused the problem in the first place? Britain is evil as long as we are concerned, until they come out and set us free, quote unquote, from what they have done against us. Otherwise, we'll keep on hammering to them that they can't keep their place at peace and want us to die. If they continue what they've done in the past, in this time, they may have to initiate the Third World War, because I believe there are a lot of people out there who cannot sit by and and watch a repeat of what has happened before. A lot of people will not allow that nonsense to go on again. Even if the world chooses to allow it, I better die than continue living like this. A British man, a British woman thinks she's better or he's better than Biafrans, whereas they are sitting on our access and on our resources and on our willingness to move forward. And we are trying to protect them. That is, if I can't protect my people, if I can't protect my fathers from the truth, there is no need protecting anybody. This is an open place. We have to say it the way it is. British government, even those born now, they are still complacent, because the documents are there. They are people that are well read. They have been hearing us. They should have searched out to find out exactly what we are talking about. And
why we do things the way we do it, in the fullness of time, they will come to appreciate the benefit of our tenacity, the benefit of our dedication and devotion to ensuring that Biafra land is secured. There were those in the middle belt in years gone by who stupidly joined in committing genocide, dishonestly, I must say, against the people of Biafra. They called it a civil war. They said they fought that very war to unite Nigeria. That same Nigeria is now killing everybody, or should I say, presiding over a reign of terrorism from Fulani Janjaweed. All of you are now regretting it. History is now repeating itself. What transpired against Biafrans, all the conspiracy against Biafra, is now being visited upon those very people that helped the Fulani Janjaweed terrorist caliphate to inflict what amounted to the second worst genocide in the history of the world. Some of them are weeping. We are all weeping. But none of you wept for Eastern Nigeria, so to speak, which is land of Biafra. None of you wept for the Igbo when they are being massacred. None of you wept for the Efik. None of you wept for Anang. None of you wept for even Ejo and other ethnic groups that made up Eastern Nigeria. None of you ever wept for us. We died that your useless Nigeria may be won, and today all of us are dying. But one day weeping must come to an end. We have decided not to weep anymore. We have decided not to cry anymore. We have decided not to complain anymore. We have decided not to petition anybody anymore. But I'm sure by the time the Fulani Janjaweed gets exactly what they're looking for in our land, the world will be forced to intervene. This very security outfit is very proactive. It has been set up that very way. We are going to confront every enemy. We are going to confront anybody who will come to kill us. Because trust me, they will come. As somebody once said, there is a method in our madness. We will draw their army down into our land. Their flanks will be opened up. Their villages will be occupied by bandits and terrorists that they themselves created. That by the time they are done and we have sent them packing from Biafra land, they will have no home to go to. All of them will have no home to go to. The zoo is finished, and there is nothing anybody can do about it. We are not going to keep on weeping. This very evening, we want to remind the world that Fulani terrorists massacred us at Nimbo. They killed us at Ozowani. They came to my house with uniforms and killed over 28 people, as a result of which my parents died. These people will continue killing. All of you are witness to what happened in Obibo. We cannot allow such to happen again. And any governor who foolishly sides with the zoo to inflict death, pain, and suffering upon our people will be held personally responsible, himself and his family. Himself and his family. And all of you that participated or encouraged the slaughter of the innocent at Obibo, you all will be held accountable at the right time. You cannot go free, including Wike. You cannot go free. I assure you, I'm saying it so that the world can hear. So that the day you meet your nemesis, they will know that I announced it live on air. If they want us to go, they came from all over the place. And to make matters worse, Nigeria is a very funny place. And Nigerians are one of the funniest people on this earth. And I categorize them as one of the most foolish people to have ever existed. Colonialism, imperialism, and even neocolonialism have done a lot of damage to black people. But the damage that it did to the brain of an average Nigerian is worse. An average Nigerian cannot reason like a human being. All of them. Every time I come on air, I say this. Once you say I am a Nigerian, I write you off as a human being. You're an animal to me. And I have my reasons. And here's one of them. Do you know who is the presidency? Let me now make it sound very childish. As if we're in a nursery school. Let us start from kindergarten.
because people no longer reason very well in the zoo. I don't know if it's hardship. I don't know what it is. In Nigeria, people don't reason like human beings. They reason like animals. Even animals are better than them. And I'll tell you the reason why. Once I push you, I'll show you where you're going to fall. Let me tell you. Do you know presidency is presidency is the group of people, in this case the cabal, running Nigeria. They call themselves presidency. They have now come out today. When did this news break? The news broke today, March the 3rd. They have come out today to confirm the 2017 report of helicopters supplying arms to headsmen in Delta State. They used helicopters to supply arms to headsmen in Kaduna State, courtesy of the governor of the state, El Rufai, and Buratai in the army. The same thing they did in 2017 to Delta. Do you know today that there is no fly zone? I don't know if are people actually following the news? Do you know that today that this same presidency announced that there is no fly zone in Zamfara? Do you know why? That they are using aircraft to supply arms to Fulani bandits. Hey, maybe English is not enough to explain this. I don't know what to do. But let me read it for you. As a rock, the Fulani presidency may have unwittingly confirmed a 2017 allegation that helicopters were being used to ferry arms to Fulani headsmen. Fulani, you know, all of you know it. That is do you know what pains me the most? Whoever is the news editor in channels television, they know this. AIT, they are aware. Everybody, you know all of these things. Then why are you trying to defend what is indefensible? How can you defend one Nigeria when a presidency, the president himself, have marked all of you out for destruction? Or those running the zoo in his name, because the idiot is dead. If you doubt me, then ask Biden why he didn't call Buhari then. Because my parents are dead. Am I going to call them on the phone? I still have my my father's number on my phone. I've not deleted them. They're still there. Although I have them, am I going to call my mom and my dad? It's not possible. Because I know they won't answer. The living don't call the dead. That's why Biden did not call for any Buhari, a so-called giant of Africa. Are you people not paying attention? Are you not? Does it mean that you don't listen, or you don't reason, or you don't? What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you people? I ask you. This same behavior you're putting up now is the reason why Fulani killers are in your forests. But why you cannot understand that is beyond me. This same attitude, this same non-chalant, this same attitude of, the way he's talking to us, we don't like it. But okay, maybe you like the way that the Fulani are raping your people in the bush. Or how they took over your land. Do you like that one? Do you love it? A very simple question. The time now is 3 minutes to the top of the hour. Wherever you are. It's a live presentation. I am preaching the gospel of heaven. Heaven will give me message and I pass to the living. That's my job. Heaven will give me message, and it is my duty and responsibility to pass that to those who are living. Now listen. A statement came from Asorok by Malam Garba Shehu, the new president of Nigeria. Him and Femi Adesina, they're now sharing it, which means that their end has come. The end has come. The senior special assistant to President Muhammadu Buhari on media and publicity said there was strong suspicion that choppers were being used to ferry arms to Fulani bandits in Zamfara State. Choppers, where did they get the military aircraft from? So does it mean that your radars are not working in the north? I'm saying this for the benefit of Yoruba media practitioners, especially channels, Punch newspaper, and not the rest of them. You people, you are directly, I'm saying, you people, you are directly responsible for the mayhem that the Fulanis have brought upon everybody in the zoo. You are pursuing money because they were giving, APC was giving money to John Momo. He's dead now. All of you, your guy will tell you, if you don't support them now, how are you going to get your salary? Let me ask Channels Television something. You people think we are stupid, don't you? Channels TV, every viable news network in the world survives with advertisement. How many of you has ever seen Channels TV advertise consistently? If you watch CNN now, after every 15 minutes, or at least 13 minutes, you see advert. People are paying for it. NBC the same thing, ABC the same thing, Fox News the same, everywhere, Newsmax the same. They survive on advertising. BBC that doesn't do advertising, they survive by taking money tax from TV license payers in the UK and grant from the, I think it's the overseas, I think it's from the culture minister, culture whatever. I'm no longer sure. Have you seen any advert? How many times have you seen adverts on Channels TV? How much do they get from advert? Now the question is this: where do they get their money from to pay their staff and to keep the station going? They get it from the government. That's the only way to do it. There are no license fee payers in Nigeria. People don't pay TV license in Nigeria. People are not advertising. So where do you get your money from? Before that, PDP was funding AIT. Now APC is funding Channels Television. That's why you only have 2 major TV stations in the zoo, essentially. The rest is on contract. If you have something to say, you pay them and they stream it for you. You have wedding, you pay them money, they come, they stream it live. Where does Channels TV get their money from? From the government. So they must always toe the government line. And these are journalists we are led to believe. Do you see how your problems are multiplying in the zoo? Even those you are relying upon to save you cannot save you. You run to your pastor, and your pastor is more interested in building the next 10 million capacity auditorium. What is happening to you? He doesn't want to know. How many of your pastors have spoken against the occupation of our forests by these aliens from the Sahel? How many, I ask you, how many? I'm sure on Sunday you go and pay your tithe and your offering. Garuba Shehu, senior special assistant to Muhammadu Buhari, who is now dead, of course, said that they're using army helicopters to bring arms to bandits. Fulani controlled army, supplying arms and equipment to Fulani bandits from across the Sahel. And you're still talking about one Nigeria, as if your brain is not correct. Maybe, you know, sometimes to be honest with you, some days I get so upset that I want to say to Elohim, allow me to ask IPOB to go to sleep. Dissolve ESN. Say to IPOB, no more activities, no more agitation, go arrest for 2 years. So that Fulani can come and do suya with some of our people who are so foolish. If not for IPOB, there will be no Nigeria. What you have today is Islamic Republic of Nigeria. Islamic. They write it there. Nothing will happen. It's us that have been holding the fort, holding the line. And what did they do? They connive with the same people we are fighting to save, to prescribe IPOB. Illegally, of course. Do you know that today they went to court to discuss the prescription of IPOB? Our case is at appeal court. For how many years now? 2017, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, nearly 4 years in a country that wants to be regarded or taken seriously as a nation. For 4 years, somebody did you wrong, you went to court, and you've now gone to appeal a legal decision that criminalized an entire nation. For 4 years, they've not heard the case. Do you know what happened today? I never knew the case was coming up today. So this morning, of course, as always, I was led in the spirit, and I decided to write about the prescription of IPOB using an old newspaper headline from Authority, that the fact that IPOB activities are not unlawful, yes. Do you know what happened in Abuja today? Today was the day they were meant to hear the case of the prescription of IPOB and tagging us a terrorist group in Abuja, Federal Appeal Court of Nigeria in Abuja today. And what happened? As soon as they read that very publication I made, I think I did it both on Facebook and on Twitter. Everybody ran away from the court today. Go and ask if you have any lawyer in Abuja. Ask them. They all ran away. The court did not sit again today because they were hiding it. You know, before when they want to call my case, they say, "Oh, we have 100 witnesses willing to testify." Because they know that the tagging of IPOB as a terrorist organization is flawed, both before man and God, even in their zoo laws. They were hiding it. I don't know what told me. I don't know. Something just, I said, I wrote it, and they ran away from the court. No, the appeal court of Nigeria did not sit today in Abuja because there was an IPOB file in the case, in the docs that were meant to be listened or heard today. This is how powerful we are. Because the judges, they assembled, 7 of them, they have gone through the files. Once they saw IPOB versus federal government of Nigeria, they dropped it. They said the court is now dismissed. Everybody should go home. Ask some senior advocates in Abuja today. Those that went to appeal court, did appeal court sit today or not? Normally when a court is not going to sit, somebody will come out and announce that the registrar or the clerk or whoever will announce that the reason why the court won't sit. They just told them everyone to run away. That IPOB file is here in the court. Ask everybody that went to appeal court today in Abuja, Wednesday, the 3rd of March, what happened? Were you given any reason why you had to run away from the court? They will tell you no. For the first time in the history of the zoo. That's how powerful we are. That is the reason why they don't want to bring that very case to come up to appeal. Because they know you cannot prescribe people asking for a referendum. Is not possible. They know that during the argument, people will ask, perhaps 1 or 2 media houses will carry it, and people will ask, why have you not prescribed Miyetti Allah and Fulani killers? They didn't even adjourn it. They said that everyone should go away, and they all ran away from the court. That is how powerful we are. And that is to tell you that what Elohim is doing in our lives. God brought IPOB to save all of you. It doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter if you're Urobo, you're Yoruba, you're TV, you're Kanuri, you're Nupe, Jukun. It doesn't matter who you are. Bachama, it doesn't matter who you are. Birom, it doesn't matter who you are. IPOB came to save all of you. But I may disagree with his style. What are that? Oh, you want the style of a Fulani headsman raping your mother? Is that the style you like? Here you have your presidency. Here you have people that claim that they want one Nigeria, confirming what we've always known, that Nigerian army, the Fulani generals you have in the army are the ones supplying weapons to terrorists to come and kill you and rape your mothers. And you're standing up and saying you are one. The IPOB is your problem. I saw that useless Daily Trust newspaper in the north. That Janjaweed publication, writing rubbish about IPOB. But when it comes to, you see how evil they are. When I say that black people are satanic, I know. You see, when it comes to IPOB, they say IPOB attacked police station. IPOB killed 2 policemen. IPOB killed 4 army officers. Not allegedly. But before our eyes, you will see army come and kill people. They will say allegedly. Black people are evil. God knows. In this yogi, you people are very wicked. You're very wicked and soulless race. Very wicked. The same Daily Trust will say allegedly. In broad daylight, the army came to my house to kill me on the 14th of September 2017. As a result of which my mom and my dad are dead today. The whole world saw it. It's on video. You know, they wrote allegedly. The army, we are alleged. But because they want to demolish Fulani, they came with a game plan, them and their British masters, including Obasanjo. Obasanjo is part of the problem of Nigeria. Obasanjo belongs to the Ogboni fraternity, or should I say Grand Lodge, that is affiliated to the Freemasonry, not Scottish Rites, the Freemasonry you have in England. Ogboni. That is why in the East we don't belong to groups. Ndiotu, we call them. We don't belong to secret societies. There is none. Forget about Okonko is a passage of right. Okonko is a passage of right. It's like a bar mitzvah. Once you have grown to the age of 13, Okonko, you enter Okonko, you enter Ebe, one of the fraternities. And then you form age grade. From there. That's how it's done. Obasanjo, the reason why they trust him is because he is a member of Ogboni fraternity, of course, the Grand Lodge, they call them, that is affiliated to the Freemasonry. The fraternity in England. Go and do your research. So they trust him. England can trust him. Britain trusts him because he is their loyal slave. Ogboni fraternity and Grand Lodge, they answer to the Freemasons of England. Are you following me very carefully? Now, if Obasanjo were to come today to say that I don't want Nigeria to exist anymore, Obasanjo has the same, should I say, clout and influence that Azikiwe enjoyed prior to independence of Nigeria. Were Obasanjo today to write and say Nigeria is dying, we don't want it to continue anymore, they will dissolve Nigeria because they trust him. And some of you must know that it was Obasanjo who brought SARS to Nigeria. Some of you don't know that. It was Obasanjo that brought SARS, Special Anti-Robbery Squad. The reason why Obasanjo brought SARS into Nigeria was because in Britain then, there was a shortage of organs for transplant. The reason why SARS was created was ostensibly to harvest organs to send to Europe for those who are in need. Liver, kidney, pancreas, just name it. That was why Britain funded SARS. Because then in the UK, they kept complaining, we don't have much, we don't have organs here. We don't, how the waiting list, it's called the waiting list for people waiting for organ transplant was growing and growing and growing. It was Britain that set up SARS. Their job is to harvest organs and send abroad to sell. Obasanjo was the one that made it possible. There are some things that you people don't know about these. Some things, when I look at, that is why I want to look at an average ignorant Nigerian with his degrees. Or should I say degrees in idiocy. I feel sorry for you. You know nothing. Who brought SARS into Nigeria? Special Anti-Robbery Squad. Who brought it into Nigeria? Why is it that every year they kill, they harvest organs and they move? The same thing that they're doing at Iboko police station in Ebonyi State. Sorry, Idoko is called Idoko police station in Ebonyi State. Why didn't the police come and arrest somebody and take them away and nothing will happen? They took our women to court. Was it 2 days ago? Did you see it in any paper anywhere? Did any Nigerian newspaper or even NTA or anybody go to report that thing we've been saying, that they kidnapped our women and we are raping them? 2 days ago, they brought them to court. Did anybody go to court to find out if what we've been saying is real or not? But they came to court and they were granted bail. Black people, you people are something else. This UG. No wonder anywhere in the world you see black people, they are the lowest of the low. For very many years I kept asking God that why? Elohim said to me, one day you'll find out. And I found out myself that the wickedness of a black man is second to none in the animal kingdom. The most wicked race on earth is we black people. Very wicked and without conscience. We are lamenting and complaining about our women who were being raped. Some of you said it's a lie. But they took them to court 2 days ago. The same women, they took them to court 2 days ago. Federal High Court in Abuja. Oh, sorry. It's a Wuse Zone 2 or whatever rubbish it's called. They gave them bail. They came to court in chains. Amnesty International is aware. They never wrote any report. Human Rights Watch, they are aware. They never wrote any report. All the newspapers, we contacted all of them. They never came to court. Even to do their job is very difficult. That is why Elohim is punishing all of you with Fulani killers and murderers. Because your wickedness is too much. Your wickedness and hypocrisy is too much. Fulani brought in their people from across the Sahel, put them in our land and equipping them. When we told you, said, no, it's a lie, it's propaganda, it's incendiary. Look at NBC saying they will, cockroaches saying they will block Radio Biafra. If people who are sensible were not able to do that, it is a bunch of corrupt idiots in Abuja. They said it's incendiary.
He's whipping up ethnic sentiment. But your presidency, Garba Shehu, has just confirmed what I've been saying for years. That the Nigerian army have been supplying Fulani terrorists for some time now. That is why in Zamfara, there is a no-fly zone. Before you bring arms to terrorists with a helicopter, there must be a heavy-duty aircraft that must have brought it in the first place, where the helicopter got those equipments from. So who brought those arms into Nigeria? Who contracted or who hired a helicopter to be flying them to? How come they don't even know where they are? Yet they come to Olu to bomb Olu, and some Ifulefus are busy hailing people coming to kill. Oh dear man. Sometimes I feel like not preaching, to be honest with you. I say, let the will of the Almighty be done, because we are honestly speaking, something is wrong with us. Something is wrong with us. It's very, very terrible indeed. Their helicopters are everywhere. Garba Shehu told BBC Hausa that a no-fly zone was imposed on Zamfara because of reports that jets are used to ferry arms to bandits. So bandits, you claim, they are hungry, they are not kidding. How come they negotiated arms deal all over the world? They hired an aircraft to come and drop the weapons for them. And all of you say, we Nigerians, tomorrow morning I hear them, we Nigerians, we are in Nigeria together, the unity of our country and the patriots. Anyway, whom the gods want to destroy, they first make them mad. Nigerians are mad, and that is why Fulani people are in your forest killing you. People are so hopeless, so idiotic, so foolish. I don't know what Lugard did to some of you, did to the brains of your parents, because I pity. I don't know. Honestly speaking, once you're a Nigerian, I don't see you as a human being. I'm being honest with you. I do not see you as a human being. And that is why I commend those soldiers who are leaving the zoo. How can you see? Sometimes I wonder, how can you come from the middle belt and you are in the army? From the east, you are in the army. From the west, you are in the army. The same army that instead of getting these bandits they brought from Sierra Leone, from Mali, from all these places to go and fight Boko Haram, they use you to go and fight Boko Haram. And after fighting them, the same Nigeria you claim you're serving, some of their idiots like Sheikh Gumi, or should I say Abubakar Gumi, she's not a sheikh, only an Arab man can be a sheikh. Abubakar Gumi will come out and say, my dear brothers, my dear bandit brothers, people you should be upset with is the Christian soldiers killing you with Nigerian army uniform. These are people serving supposedly their nation. Somebody endorsed by the presidency, because Lai Mohammed said that he is in support of what Sheikh Gumi is saying. So that means that Lai Mohammed is in support of Sheikh Gumi. I keep calling him Sheikh, that dirty, filthy looking thing. What Lai Mohammed said is that I support what Abubakar Gumi is doing with the bandits. Which means that the federal government of Nigeria is in support of Abubakar Gumi, in the new minister for banditry and kidnapping. And this same representative of Nigerian government said that it is Christian soldiers killing Muslims. And you are still wearing the army uniform of Nigeria. And you are fighting who? Who are you fighting? Why can't all of you leave tomorrow morning? What are you doing there? That is the reason I keep castigating black people. Are you that foolish that you cannot reason? You are in Sambisa forest fighting. Your village, your ancestral forest is being occupied by the same people they claim that you're fighting. Are you normal? Is your brain okay at all? Everybody must leave the army and the police. If you stay there, you will die. Especially those in Biafra land, you will. God knows you will die. I'm telling you the truth. You will, I said it before. You will kill us. Many years you will kill us. Then after that, we will kill you. And then shortly after that, Biafra will come. I've been saying it from day one. They will kill us. We will kill them. In the end, Biafra will come. Without apologies, no idiot. I'm not apologizing. Remember when they used to kill us? We will come and be writing long gram. Of course, myself, one of them. We are placing the world on notice for many years. After a while, when we had the short rate away, is it not that IPOB, that toothless bulldog, they just rate away? And we kept, we went into prayer and fasting. And we kept saying to the dead, please avenge your death. We prayed to Elohim. Of course, you cannot pray to the spirit of the dead. It's not good. It's idolatry. We kept saying to Elohim, avenge you. You are a God of vengeance. Avenge your children. Fight our battles for us. As we were praying and fasting and asking God to fight our battles, from nowhere unknown gunmen came on. We don't know who they are. Like as if they are angels from heaven. And they're not fighting our battles for us. You see, all those policemen and women and army that killed our people, we don't know where these angels came from. They are called unknown gunmen. They are doing a very marvelous job now, avenging the death of their people. They want the police and the army to understand when you lose somebody, how painful it is. Because if you leave them, they will massacre everybody. They will kill. They have no soul. Nigeria army, Nigeria police, they have no soul. These are Fulani. They are led by Fulani that they have no soul. They are evil to the core, to the bone marrow. He's a miracle working God. I don't know where he sent the unknown gunmen. I don't know. People name them unknown gunmen. That's how we know them by. And believe me, they're doing a very marvelous job. And I will pray more, I will fast more, for many more to come. These people, they go to, they slaughter you. We write letter. In fact, once the letter comes, they put it in the dustbin. We said, okay, is that how it's done? Okay. We went into prayer and fasting. We kept praying until, should I say, God answered our prayers with unknown gunmen. We don't know who they are, but I believe they're angels from heaven. They are the armies of heaven. And they're now the ones avenging for us. So all those police stations that they used to torture people and kill people and harvest their organs, please, unknown gunmen, find them all. Look for them and find them. Find all those police stations. If you know you are a police officer, you were involved in organ harvesting, people were disappearing. Oh, things have happened though. People just disappear. Parents will know where the children are. You hear mothers lamenting as they are dying. They are saying, oh, where is Chibuzo? Have you seen Chibuzo? You don't know that SARS have killed Chibuzo. The woman will be lamenting until she passes from unconsciousness into death. Thinking about the son. Sometimes the only son. Killed by the police. And now God answered the prayers of people. I don't know where this unknown gunmen, I don't know where they are from. But at least if they're keeping the police busy, the police won't have to be killing innocent people. Arresting they arrest innocent people. Nigeria shouldn't exist. I hate Nigeria with a passion. Shouldn't exist, honestly speaking. Only a fool will support one zoo. Damnable zoological republic. Soldiers are living and they're taking them to court. The Nigerian army has ordered the immediate arrest of officers accused of deserting their post. Can you imagine such rubbish? You go behind the back, you keep Boko Haram to fight people. When people have now discovered, suddenly they have now discovered that they have been the fool for years. They have left your useless army. They're saying go and arrest them. I don't thought, God. Oh my goodness. Zoological Republic. Damnable Zoological Republic. Military documents obtained by various newspapers have now listed 101 names, ranks, and bank details of errant soldiers. Every soldier should leave. Go and join the Eastern Security Network. Go and join them. They are the future. If you don't know how an army is supposed to behave, go and look at the Russian Revolution. I think of 1989 or 1990 or 91, I don't know. When Boris Yeltsin came into power. The apparatchiks of the old guard of the Communist Party in Soviet Union ordered the tanks and armored personnel carriers onto the streets of Moscow to go and kill people. When the army got there, they looked at their fellow citizens, they said, we cannot open fire on these people. That is how a patriotic army behaves in the zoo. They bring in wild Fulani beasts, wild beasts, give them AK-47 and they open fire. All of you saw the video
of live shooting. It's like a turkey shoot in Abuja of this same army slaughtering innocent Shia protesters. All of you saw the video. That video did not make it onto any major news network around the world. That was the day I became afraid of what Britain was doing. The video is everywhere. In any other country or any other country of the world, there would have been an uproar. But in the zoo, nothing happened. Nothing you can kill. You know, over the years, army will come, bloody civilian, they open fire. Not anymore. We now have God in his infinite mercy have sent us guardian angels. They are known as unknown gunmen. They are the ones defending us now. We don't know who they are. And they are the ones defending the people. They are unknown gunmen. We don't know who they are. And may God bless them. Because as they are keeping the police and the army busy, they won't have time to kill innocent civilians. They cannot. Because if you kill and go back to your barracks, these angels will come on. They are called unknown gunmen. They will come and they will avenge the death of the innocent. You can never go scot-free. It doesn't matter where you run to, you can never go scot-free. This your nonsense in the zoo has been going on for years. You have the temerity to give Mietiala 100 billion. Mietiala will use them and buy weapons abroad. You fly it in with a jet. You distribute with a helicopter. And you come and tell us about one Nigeria. As if we are fool. Are we that daft? Are we that stupid? Mad people everywhere. Take that from nonsense to people building hotels, not to us. Is if when you have earthly considerations, you're looking for money, you are raised in poverty. You know, poverty is a disease. When you're raised in abject when you're raised in abject poverty, you see other kids playing with toys. You had no access to toys. You'll be wondering, one day I will get a toy. It happened to me. I'll tell you what happened to me when I was young. As an analogy, so you understand me. Every time I will say to my mom that we have watched on TV that after eating, you must have maybe ice cream or sweet. You must have ice cream or sweet to try and, to make the food to digest. My mother will say to me that if you keep eating ice cream or sweet all the time, it will affect your teeth. Your teeth will be brown. It will decay. It will fall off. We kept saying no, that we must have it. I said, okay, if that is the case, during Children's Day, you will see. So during Children's Day, I will go to my mom to give, of course, they used to give us money in those days to go for Children's Day. They are useless Zoo Independence Day and Children's Day. And then we'll go and do matching at the stadium in town. And that matching, you will see Fan ice cream, Meko ice cream, they will come. That day I said, since my mom will not give me ice cream in the house after eating, I'm going to eat as much ice cream as possible today. After that, I ate so much ice cream that I came back, I became sick. And my mom asked me the reason why I am sick. And I said it is because I was eating ice cream during Children's Day. That is the exact behavior of Obunyonon to very poor. Once you're raised in poverty, you did not stay in a decent house, never watched any television, you want to acquire buildings, you want to acquire earthly properties, you think that driving in a very big car somehow confers upon you some degree of importance. You think that by maybe building hotels somehow makes you a very wealthy man. You want to accumulate chieftaincy titles. You want to spread your hand. You start your cloth. Even if you are as tiny as Wanza, you start your cloth and you're moving about as a wealthy man. You want to be regarded as somebody. As they say, form is temporary, but class is permanent. If you have class, you have it. You don't need to struggle. People see you and they know you have class. That's one thing that is wrong with most of you in the zoo. Primitive accumulation of wealth. You think that by stealing money and accumulating money somehow you become important. That is why you have no soul and you have no conscience. That is why in Imo State they can bring somebody from number 4 to number 1. That is why a Supreme Court in a land can appoint somebody fraudulently in the open. And we allow that idiot to remain in office. That tells you all you need to know about the zoo and why we must fight. And please, before you go to bed tonight, after praying for IPOB and for ESN, also pray for unknown gunmen. Pray for them, please. It is very, very important. They are the ones avenging the death. You know, all those people killed during NSAS, all those who are torturing and cut open their stomach, all the wickedness and brutality of army and police. There is now a group of dark angels, avengers. They have come. They are called unknown gunmen. Every police station involved in the torture and killing of people, I am praying, please, unknown gunmen, locate them, that they may know how painful it is. As the Bible made us to understand, as you have made women childless, so shall I make your mother childless amongst women. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. The dragon flag has been raised. When we raised it, they said, oh yeah, nothing is going to happen. Yeah. Go say to God now. It has come. There's no going back. They better give us Biafra. If you know those idiots, they are foolish. They are foolish by nature. They are very stubborn. If you know them, ask them to give us Biafra, or else they are finished. Obasanjo, write your letter. Tell your Ogboni friends and your Freemason friends in England to give us Biafra. Because I am a child of heaven. Nothing any mortal can do. My mission is the work I'm doing now. Nothing more, nothing less. Elohim determined it. They said in 2 months, IPOB and others fingered in killing 62 policemen in 15 states. You see how they put IPOB as first. All of a sudden. Fulani newspaper, that is what they do. Fulani, British High Commissioner will tell them, write it. And then she'll cut it out and put it in her dispatch to London to say, can you see what IPOB is doing? They think we're foolish. All of a sudden, in all the years you were killing innocent people, you thought that nothing will happen to you. Is that what you're thinking? Apply for your Somalia visa now that you still have time, that there is road transport. Apply for your Somalia visa, because very soon even that very embassy will stop issuing visas to criminal animals from the zoo. And as we keep praying all the time, and all of you must pray, that hand with which they have used to feed poison to other people must also enter their mouth. I can report today that bandits also have struck. Fulani have also kidnapped their own fellow Fulani somewhere in Sokoto. Those who are surprised don't know what is coming, as somebody quite said today. And I want to commend, I don't know if it's a good thing, I'm not going to commend anybody now. We commend them now. Tomorrow they give them money, they start talking rubbish. Promise their child or their grandchild a minister of state. Because I heard that some traditional rulers in Anambra, they rose up and they said something meaningful for the very first time in their lives. And I don't want to mention any names, nor try to commend anybody, because once you do now, tomorrow now, they go, oh, how about that your son? I think he's a graduate for the past 15 years, no job. We want to make him permanent secretary at the Ministry of Revenue, or is it Internal Revenue? Before you know it, the same man that was saying something decent will come out and start talking complete rubbish. So I'm not going to commend anybody, please. I'm not going to commend anyone, but those that spoke and spoke very eloquently, they did well. I'm sure they will continue to do well. If you do not know, ESN, as was written by somebody, is a vulture. Udele. ESN is like a vulture. Let me tell you one thing about vultures that you don't know. It has no friend, it has no enemy. That's number one. And you know that the way that people, before childbirth, people are in pain, in labor. Sometimes you give birth and the baby dies. Let me tell you what the vulture said. The vulture said, left or right, I don't mind. If my wife gives birth to a healthy baby vulture, I don't know what they call him, baby vulture, I will celebrate because I now have a child. But should my wife die in the process with the baby, then it is also food for me. I want you to think very deeply. Those of you in the zoo, army and police, those of you Janjaweed, the Fulani people that came from Futajalon into Sokoto and into Hausa lands, now running the zoo, I want you to think very deeply. As they say where we come from, all work Lulu. You see vulture. They asked the vulture how he's feeling about the impending birth of the child. And the vulture said, if the child survives, it's good because I have a child. But should that child die, it's also good because now I have a meal. Think very deeply. That era of coming and killing people and going away, it has come and gone now. Bye-bye. We now have people that fight for us. We want people that speak the truth always, because we are no longer going to write any letter to anybody when they kill us. If you kill us, we will kill you. Be rest. It may take time, maybe a few weeks. That same person will find you and you will die. You think we'll continue lamenting? Is that what you think? Every time we lament, we write letter, nothing happens. You think we are fools? You must be dreaming. You must be dreaming. Must be dreaming. If you do not know, they are finalizing their deal to build railway from Katsina to Maradi. Katsina Maradi rail line. They have taken loan from China to build it. But the people that are going to pay for that loan, which is Biafra with our oil and gas, there is no railway line. And you want me to be in one Nigeria? You must be an idiot. On that note, we have come to the end of our program today. If you're a black person, you must repent from your stupidity. Your stupid ways is why you are the lowest of the low. Any society you go in the world, black people are at the bottom because of our we are very wicked in a special way. But I thank God for the life of those. That is why in IPOB you're a different person altogether. Like a baptism. Once you join this noble family, you're a new person. You see things differently. I'm not saying that the devil will not operate within, the souls of a few people. Of course it will. It will operate in some souls. If you're weak, I like it anyway. If you're weak, you'll fall apart. And then the movement becomes even more stronger. And we keep going forward until Biafra is restored, because we have no other purpose in life than to see the kingdom of God come down on this very earth in the land of Biafra. I thank you all for listening this very evening. And once again, please go away from WhatsApp. Go into Signal for now. We are preparing our own platform. Go into Signal for now. And if you are a principal officer of state, try and get an iPhone if you can. They cannot hack into iPhone. Very important to use iPhone Messenger and FaceTime. Very, very important. Please use iPhone. And as always, let the SIM card in your phone not be the same number for your Signal, for your WhatsApp, or for any other thing that you're doing. They must be different. And don't give people your private line. If somebody wants to call you, ask them to call you on social media, using a social media app like Signal, and what's it called? Telegram and all the rest of them. Do not use WhatsApp, please. They will track you, they will find you, they will arrest you. If you make direct calls from your phone and save people's name on your phone, believe you me, they will track you down. They will track you down. They will track you down, please. The number, the SIM card inside your phone cannot be the same number of your WhatsApp, cannot be the same number of your Signal, cannot be the same number of your Telegram. If they are, they can trace you easily. Very, very important. Nobody, it doesn't, not even your mother or your father, nobody should have once you're a principal officer of state, nobody should have the number of your SIM card. They shouldn't. If there is no network, wait until there is network so you can talk, or you send a voice note. Avoid making direct calls and stop saving people's names by their name. Also delete messages after sending. Delete it. Delete all messages after sending. Very, very important, please. I beg of you. Thank you very much for listening. And once again, allow me to remind you that I have the greatest love in my heart for each and every one of you that wants to be free. But for the Fulefus, Fulani Janjaweed can kill them, I don't care. But for those of you chosen to do this very work, from the bottom of my heart, with all the love that I can muster from me from here, it is good evening.
Good evening, wonderful people, great Biafrans, wherever you are on the face of this planet. And might I add also Nigerian youths as well. wherever you are listening to us from, wherever you have joined us from this very evening, afternoon or morning, depending on where you're domiciled. We wholeheartedly welcome you to a very special and I believe landmark broadcast on this very day, the 10th day of January in the year of the Most High Elohim 2021. The time now is precisely a minute past 7 p.m. in the blessed land of Biafra, and I do believe also by the same number of minutes, or should I say minutes past the hour, wherever you are residing or listening to us from. I welcome each and every one of you, and as I do so, I will encourage you to welcome those who are around you as well. As you all know, listening to us these days can be a very tortuous and very difficult affair. I believe that we are transmitting live, clear and direct via IPOB Community Radio, Radio Biafra app, and all the other platforms across the entire spectrum of social media. I believe that we are live on those platforms and direct at this very moment. Our satellite is working, I understand. I do not know of our relay stations back in Biafra land because we are doing a major refit of all our systems to make it more robust and resistant to attempts by the enemies to try to cripple what we are doing, because if they stop us from disseminating this very wonderful gospel, then we are in very serious trouble. Therefore, I welcome each and every one of you. I did recommend earlier before coming on air that we should all have downloaded IPOB Community Radio and Radio Biafra apps because they are low data usage. If you download them, it's not going to cost you more data than you already expend should you prefer to listen via YouTube or Facebook. Therefore, my recommendation as always will be, please go and download IPOB Community Radio. Also download Radio Biafra app. Via those mediums and platforms, you should be able to listen to us not just now, but going forward. Allow me to once again welcome each and every one of you. My name is Nnamdi Kanu. I am the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, the director of Radio Biafra and Biafra Television, and by the very special grace of the Most High Elohim, a servant of the wonderful people of Biafra, and by extension to those ethnic groups within the damnable zoological republic that are yearning for freedom the same way that we are in the East. I welcome all of you. And that it is customary with us, we must hand over our proceedings this very evening, morning, afternoon, or night, depending on where you are, to the Most High in heaven. Let us pray, and I will pray in English today. Our Father who art in heaven, Elohim Adonai El Shaddai, we come before thee because your children, your people of this very nation called Biafra, and everything in it belongs to you. We are not here today by accident. You are the one who created us and set us in this very land of the rising sun at this particular time in history for the glory of your name and your name alone, and not that of any man. But our Father, people in this very nation, in the land of Biafra, some of them have decided to eat their own flesh. They have decided to turn against your very work, which is the restoration of your kingdom upon the face of this very earth, as was prayed for by Yeshua. Those we consider as brothers and sisters are in bed with our enemies, the Janjaweed Caliphate from the north. They have turned against your work. But your word always said that if we humble ourselves and turn from our wicked ways, you will heal our land. That is why we participate in atonement every blessed year, and you have healed our land. You have given us Eastern Security Network, and that irrepressible march to freedom has commenced. May you heal our hearts, heal our land, remove bitterness and resentment from our hearts, and help us once again, as our ancestors did, to live like your children, under your grace, your mercy, and your eternal blessing. All this we ask in the name that is greater than every other name, Elohim, now and forevermore we pray. He said, as it is also usual with us here, we encourage you to have your pen and paper ready this very evening, because at the end of this very divine process that we have embarked upon, the world will know that indeed Chukwukika Biama is our God, as we have maintained in times gone by. Before we came, there was none like us. Now that we are here, they can try to be like us, but they can never be. And after we are gone, they will wish that we live forever. The earlier, should I say, the sooner our enemies and detractors understand this, the better for them. Those who underestimate our resolve do so at their peril. But having said that, we are not underestimating the enormity of the task before us. And our people must listen to this very gospel very carefully and attentively this evening, morning or night, depending on where you are. Our problem did not start today. Our inability collectively to appreciate the magnitude of the mess we are in is responsible for what the Fulani Janjaweed and corrupt politicians are doing in our land today. Those who are understanding or discerning enough, those who are capable of reading between the lines, will understand that as soon as Britain refused to make Dr. Azikiwe the Prime Minister of Nigeria in 1960, that was when all of us, our fathers, should have realized that the game was up. But because we never learned from history, that is why we are in the mess we are in today. That is why governors who are elected by the people will collude with our enemies from the north to transport our people to death camps in the northern part of the damnable Zoological Republic. That is why governors of the southeast will gang up and organize to invite Fulani killer army terrorist squad to come into our land to kill us at will. because we never learned from history. Azikiwe is the only frontline nationalist in the whole of Africa not to be made the Prime Minister or President of a newly independent, of course, European-created enclave. Only Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe in the whole of Africa. In fact, in the whole of the world. Anywhere you have a frontline freedom fighter, at the end of that very process, that very nationalist or freedom fighter is made the head of state of that very nation. The only place that failed to happen was in the zoological republic called Nigeria. It happened to a Biafran, it happened to an Igbo man. Our people never learned anything from that. That was when Britain started to tell us that they are going to deal with us. Some of you do not understand nor appreciate history. We are the only people, along with the Bini Kingdom, to put up a very stiff resistance against British encroachment into our land. We fought them for 40 years. 40 years. Remember biblically what 40 years is all about. Until Arochukwu fell in 1904. These are the things that our people cannot come to terms with. Because if you understand this very basic, or should I say rudimentary history, you will be forced to acquire some semblance of reasoning capacity. Because the problem that we suffer from is mostly located in our brain. We do not reason properly as a people. Do not take it as an insult. No, not at all. It is a fact. When Britain refused to make Azikiwe the Prime Minister of Nigeria, we should have known that our time was up, that they were going to come for us sooner rather than later. What is happening in Nigeria today, a Nigeria created not by an African, a Nigeria created not by your ancestors, a Nigeria created not by gathering all the component ethnic groups together and asking them what they want, but a Nigeria created by a foreigner, a Nigeria created by those that came and took us to the Americas as slaves, a Nigeria created for the exploitative purposes of the British Crown, a Nigeria created to serve one sole purpose, to make sure that as a people we will never ever see economic, political, nor social advancement. Because those that created the place that you call your country, Nigeria, never had your interest at heart. Sadly, I would say very, very sadly, African nationalists failed to understand this. They wanted to be kings and emperors in empires they themselves did not conquer nor create, but created by a white man to serve the purpose of draining not just our treasury, but our mental capacity forever and ever. What am I trying to say is that as long as Nigeria continues to exist, we would continue to be the last of the very last in the indices of human development right across this very planet Earth. There will be no freedom. You will not have the right to choose those that will represent you. If you remain in Nigeria, if the army doesn't kill you, the police will kill you. If the police doesn't kill you, Fulani terrorists will kill you. If they all fail to kill you, hunger and deprivation will kill you. There is only one solution: to kill Nigeria before Nigeria kills everybody else. What is happening in the zoo today is a very clever ploy by Britain, not Not all British people, mind you, because there are wonderful people in Britain, but those that are referred to as neo-colonialists. Nigeria was designed to hold us down, everybody. It doesn't matter who you are. Even the Fulani that you think are having fun, most of their people are suffering and crying as well. Only if they can settle down and listen to this very gospel and the ones we have preached before now, they will begin to appreciate our magnanimity, because we want to save everybody, even beyond the borders of the zoo. We want to save every African man and woman, child, every black person right across this very planet Earth. If they are willing and able to learn, then we all are going to be free. The task is huge, it is enormous, because our enemies are sophisticated, they are embedded, they control the media, sometimes they even determine the narrative. They can say that an innocent man is guilty and you all will swallow it. They can say that a guilty man is innocent and all of you will swallow it. That is why it is very, very critical that people are educated, that they understand what is confronting them and be able to develop the ability to counter every move of the enemy. As you all know very well, the zoo, the media, not just in the zoo, but all over the world, they have been bought over, as you all know very, very clearly. If we fail to do something about our situation, we are all going to drown. We would all perish. Unless you are understanding and discerning enough, you will not know that you are in bondage in the zoo. Our approach to these issues, or should I say my prescription, is tough love, not one words that get you nowhere. That is why we do things the way we do them. That is why we give you the truth raw. Some people say we are insulting them, some say we are rude, we are arrogant. We accept, as long as you understand that the message we are seeking to pass across to humanity is the truth. We are the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, under oath, I should say, to restore Biafra. Some people, when you ask them what is their religion, they may tell you we are Christians, we are Jews, we are all the rest of it, Islam, Buddhism, just name it. But we want the world to understand why we are fanatical about Biafra and willing to do even the undoable to ensure that Biafra is restored. Biafra to us is a religion. A religion. It is a way of reasoning and a way of life. We believe that the restoration of Biafra is not in the gift of man to give. No single man can ever give you Biafra. It's impossible. Biafra is the gift of the Most High Elohim to give. How we prepare and position ourselves on this very earth, both physically and spiritually, will determine if God will love us enough to give us his kingdom on the face of this very earth. That was why in his infinite mercy, Eastern Security Network was established to secure our land. And anybody foolish enough, anybody stupid enough to seek confrontation with us, as I have said previously, before you come to look for us, before you enter into our forest to perhaps die there, because you all will perish anyway, Look at Yemen, look at Somalia, and look at Syria. Let them be at the back of your minds. Whoever is charged with making that very decision to launch an armed confrontation against the Eastern Security Network. I'm saying this to the hearing of the whole world. As you all know me, I do not do anything in secret. Everything we do is out in the open. Anybody foolish enough, because I know the Janjaweed are very foolish. You know the Fulani, they have what I call the mentality or the mindset of Mohammed Siad Barre, the erstwhile president of Somalia. They never reason, they never listen. They are not intelligent enough to understand when the end has come. The only people supporting them is Britain. And we're not going to fool ourselves. Britain does wield a very considerable clout. They are taking our oil in our land. Now they have found gold also in the north. So the zoo has never failed, not once in its entire, should I say, 60-year history, to serve the interest of our colonial masters, those that created us. People say God created. I said to them, you are very, very foolish. God never created Nigeria. A man and a woman did. They are mortal flesh and they are dead. The same way they died is how the zoo is going to die. Nobody can save Nigeria. Nobody can, because it is written. How I want people, those who are averse to history, those who don't understand history very well, even those who claim they are writers, they are novelists. You know the thing about we black people, once you do something and you get accolade or praise from white people or from BBC, you think you've arrived. That's the one thing about our people. You think once they give you one award or the other, once a white man confers that legitimacy or validity on your work or your talent, you feel you've arrived. One major mistake that black people always make. Efforts to divide the East. How has it been possible to keep Nigeria as one, as a failed state that it is, as a terror-ravaged contraption that it is, as an abomination that it is? How have they managed to keep Nigeria together? Look no further than what happened during the End SARS protest. When I preach all the time and I say to black people that your mental weakness, your inability to reason properly is why you are suffering, they say it's an insult. No, it is not. They managed to divide those who are protesting by introducing two key elements they know will appeal to their primordial instincts. What are those? Religion and ethnicity. Let me tell you something you don't understand. That is the only instrument the Europeans had to divide and conquer Africa. What they did was to pass it on to the Fulani Janjaweed. And with the help of the Fulefus and traitors in our midst in the entire South, both Yoruba and in Biafra, both Loduduwa and in Biafra, it appears that they have managed to now gain the upper hand in the past decades. These continued efforts to divide the East, I can assure them tonight, has failed and will continue to fail. And I want our people from Igodo to Bakassi, from Idoma land to Opopo to understand this. They come to you, they plead with you to amplify your ethnicity against one another. It's a very clever trick. Whereas over the years, if not since the coming of this Janjaweed Caliphate government of the late dead Buhari, before before now, it was IPOB and Radio Biafra that made it possible for people to distinguish between a Fulani and a Hausa person. Before, I'm sure all of you go back to your history, you see Hausa Fulani. It was on this very platform, painstakingly we lectured and educated people to understand that Hausa is different from Fulani. The same people who, they're like parasites. The same people who, over the years, we are trying as much as possible to have this cohesion between Fulani and Hausa together as one political bloc. When they come to our land, they tell you you are Efik, you are a Bibio, you are a Joe, Izon, you are a Shekiri, you are a Robo. That you are different. You must understand the reason why they keep harping on your differences, which in actual fact doesn't exist because we are all one people, is because it makes it easier for them to conquer you. Common sense. They know that if you go to Migodo, Edo State, of course you do. They know that if they come together with Ishekiri, with Urobo, with Izon, with Igbo, with Idoma, with Igawa, with Ibanke, everybody, when I say Igbo, I mean Ibanke as well. They know it becomes impossible to penetrate. We become free people. For them to succeed is a very clever ploy, which unfortunately Yoruba media is in support of. And I have warned them repeatedly. I have warned my Yoruba brethren repeatedly that this double game you're playing will consume you. And today they are in Yoruba land killing and taking over their forests. If not for the bravery of Eastern Security Network, I do not think for once that Amotekun would have had the balls, or should I say the courage, to confront Fulani headsmen in their forests. Understand this very cleverly. What they do is very simple. They come to your land as they have done with Hope Uzodinma in Imo State. As we understand they have done with George Obiozo this evening. They plant your leaders for you. Your leaders who cannot rise up to challenge their hegemony. That is where I give Yoruba land some credence, or should I say some credit. Because they have not allowed themselves to become as divided and damaged as the East is. Can you imagine for 1 second? I ask you to ponder this for a second. A Fulani governor is interested in relocating all Fulanis across the Sahel into Nigeria, so that the Fulanis can have a country they can call their own home. In the East, there is a governor. Despite being an Igbo man, speaking Igbo, raised as an Igbo setting, is saying he's not Igbo. I just want, for one, I don't know how to explain this so that people can understand it. I just want for 1 second for people to sit down and ponder this. It's a very simple, it's not a conundrum, it's very easy to untangle. The person telling you that you're from Niger Delta, the person telling you to accentuate your ethnicity or your tribe, as the case may be, the person telling you that you are not related to an Igbo man, the person telling you that you are not Biafra, the person telling you that Efik is different from even a Bibio, Bibio is different from Anan, the same man telling you this is bringing his brothers and sisters from Senegambia, from Mali, from Niger, as Fulani headsmen, as bandits, as terrorists, to come into our country, into our space, to take it over. You, his counterpart in the East, you are doing your level best to make sure you divide your own people. And when you go to some of these people, they will tell you that divided we fall, united we stand. And that was a very clever thing they did. And that was how they managed to divide us, weakening us and making it easier for them to plant Hope Uzodinma without election as Imo State governor, and now to plant George Obiozo as Ohaneze president. I'll get to that later on. Britain knew that the light of Africa will come from the land of Biafra. They all know it all over the world. As I told you, earlier, 2 years ago, I told you that I was at a meeting with the UN officials in Geneva. And one of them said to me, it is not that we don't talk about Biafra or want our member states or nations to understand what is going on in the land of Biafra. But as soon as we mention the word Biafra, they all get up and walk away from the room. I announced it here live on this very platform, Radio Biafra. Some of you didn't actually absorb. Some of you don't know the obstacle that Biafra is facing. You think Biafra is easy to get. No, it is not. No, not at all. The enemies we have outside is uncountable, not because we have done anything wrong, but because Britain realized that with Biafra existing as a free nation, that every black person around the world will become free. They understand that. It's just like when you go to a stream and you don't want people to drink the water coming from that very stream. Again, you go to the source of the water and you pollute it. Because if you come downstream and you pollute it, people can still go to the middle or even to the front to go and fetch clean water. So if you don't want people to drink from a particular stream, you pollute it from the source. They know that the source of freedom for black people, both those in North America, those in South America, those even in Papua New Guinea, those everywhere around the world, they know that Biafra is the key. A free Biafra means that black people all over the world will become free. That was why I said that Biafra is the last miracle. I want you to understand this. All of these obstacles cannot stop us from getting Biafra. It cannot. Instead, it emboldens us. Because the more difficult the process of emancipation, the more enjoyable the outcome when finally freedom comes. If we don't do something, I'm telling everybody, both those in the Middle Belt, those in Yoruba land, go and write down everything I have said in the past. Try and, compare it to what is happening now. You see that we have always been right. If we do not act now, we will become more fragmented. They will conquer us and extinguish us from the face of the earth. As I told you, the Hausa race no longer exists, only by language. Hausa people have nothing now as we speak. They have nothing, only their language. Hausa people no longer have any discernible political system. They have no hold over their future or their lives. They can answer Malam all they like, but their traditional rulers forever and ever will remain an emir. And an emir is a Fulani. In other words, apart from the language, it has now dawned on them. That is why Fulani have now taken to the front seat, and you cannot hear Hausa people even complaining. They know they are finished, they know they are gone. How did they succeed in doing this? Even before the white man came, the Fulani succeeded in dividing the Hausa peasants from their kings, deceived them, took Sokoto from them, and the rest of Hausa land. The only place they couldn't take is present-day Borno, and you can see how they're fighting tooth and nail to take it. Kanu Borno said no. And they are fighting, and they are free, of course, to a limited extent. That is what we all need to do. Therefore, anybody who comes to you to preach one Nigeria, you must go back to educate that very fool. I keep saying it. Anybody who believes in one Nigeria cannot be regarded as an educated person. For the very simple reason, I wrote this a few days ago. You cannot claim to be equal to a white man. A white man can come to Africa to create a country for you, black people in Africa, which means that all of you are incapable of creating a country for yourselves. That is what it means. You have surrendered your future to them. That's number one, for those who believe in one Nigeria. Number two, If you have any self-worth, any self-respect, any regard for human dignity, there is no way you will allow somebody to come all the way from Europe to build a country for you in Africa. I'll give you a very simple example. There is a place called India. I'm sure that some of you know that India used to be comprised of, I think is Bangladesh, India itself, Pakistan, Kashmir, and is it Bengal? But this is how human beings reason. And the selfishness you have in the Nigerian political system today did not start today. It started from Azikiwe, Awolowo, and Tafawa Balewa, or should I say Ahmadu Bello. It didn't start today. Selfishness. Why do I say selfishness? Because in India, where you have people, or should I say leaders that loved their people, what did they do? What did they do, I ask you? Upon Britain leaving India, they came together and said, we are not compatible. India, you are predominantly Hindu people. We in Pakistan, we are predominantly Muslims. There is no way we can coexist in the same country. So they sat down and decided to partition upon independence. Any sensible being, which we thought that Dr. Azikiwe was, should have realized, because the Sadwana of Sokoto told him, Ahmadu Bello told him that we are incompatible. Awolowo said the same thing, that Nigeria is a contraption. You cannot force people to be together. They all knew that Nigeria was unworkable in 1957, 58, 59, 19. They all knew. Exactly with what is happening today, despite knowing that Nigeria was unworkable, because they are going to answer President, the Prime Minister, they will have beautiful houses in Ikoyi, in VI, they will be lording it over other people. They decided, out of expediency, to go for the rubbish that Britain created for them. And today, is India doing well? Pakistan that is now offering to come and help the zoo to fight insurgency. I hope all of you can understand all of this. I hope you're following what I'm saying. Because in Africa, you people are not human beings. The white people, they see you, or should I say you, they see you as animals. Forget all the pretense. Africa, you're part of Commonwealth. You are not. They don't have any regard for you. Do you know why? Because they created you. They made you who you are. If as a man or a woman, you're grown up, you're intelligent enough, you cannot build a country for yourself, you have to wait for a European to come all the way from Europe to build countries for you in Africa, that means you're an idiot. There is no difference between you and an animal. Absolutely no difference. It's not an insult. I'm just trying to make you... Now, put yourself in, should I say, in the position of those who are reasonable or sensible enough. Do you think that as a black man from Africa, you can go to Europe, you can go to Germany and create a country for them? Can you do it? Of course, the answer is no. If you cannot do it, then why did you allow them to come to Africa to create a country for you? After creating this country for you, half of Yoruba land is in Benin Republic. The other half is in Nigeria. One is French, one is English. And people don't feel ashamed of themselves. There is no pride, there is no shame in here. People are not ashamed of themselves. We are Africans and we are black people for that matter. So by nature, we are ethnocentric. We are very tribal by nature. We are not Europeans. And people may wonder, why am I saying this? Because in Europe, they don't have a village in Europe. Somebody can be born around Trafalgar Square. If you ask him, so I'm from London. And after a while, they might migrate to New Zealand or to Australia. And they start living there. They have no root. This is something that Britain has been trying to destroy in Africa for very many centuries. You people don't understand this. The fact that we have a village we go back to, we say, if you ask us where we are from, even if we are born in New York, we say, oh, we are from Umunede. Oh, we are from Abo. No matter where you are born. That is why we migrate like wild beasts every Christmas to go back home. Because a basic African man or woman is ethnocentric. You must go back to the tribe you come from. That's who we are. Nobody can change that. It's in our genes, in our bones. Why am I saying all of this? To let you understand that the reason why not just Nigeria, the whole of Africa is poor is because we did not determine our future. The people that they put down during independence, flag independence, so it is because no state in Africa is independent, including South Africa. The people that they put in power are behaving just like Dave Umahi, Wike, and Obiana and Hibazu. Exactly the same. There's no difference. Because of what you can gain. And Hibazu must know that we have his contacts in Australia. Hibazu wants to go to Australia to go and buy houses and relocate his family. We are waiting for him. We know all the, we'll get to that later on. What am I trying to point out to you is that once you allow your future to be determined by those who don't understand who you are and how you reason, you are finished. That is why Africa can never ever be developed. Never. It's not the fact that they are coming and taking away our resources. That is by the way. The key thing is the way we reason. Our brain is the problem. Can you tell me that somebody went to a university, well-read, well-versed, eloquent, very erudite, and that person will come out to offer what they may seem as a credible defense of one Nigeria? And I keep asking them, on what basis are you defending Nigeria? Did your ancestors create Nigeria? Is Nigeria homogeneous in terms of value system, in terms of even education, in terms of religion, in terms of culture, in terms of what? Tell me what should make Nigeria great one day. What is it? Oh, perhaps terrorism. I forgot. In order to ensure, please, I hope that people are not, I'm lecturing this evening. I hope people are not going to get tired because I want to teach. This is very, very important. Britain crafted, or should I say set up, what they call the Willing Commission to discuss or look at the plight of the minorities in the East, not in the West, not in the North, because they understand. I'm just trying to let you understand how far they went in order to destroy us. It was cleverly planned. Britain understood that divided they fall. Britain came and said, we are setting up the Willing Commission. The remit of the Willing Commission is to look at how Igbo people are treating Ibibio people, Efik people, Ijo people in the East. That was why they set it up. Nothing in the West, nothing in the North, nothing. But in the North of Nigeria, where the Fulanis are a minority, in the North, you have over 200 tribes and ethnic groups in the North. I said 200, over 200. Even in Sokoto State, it's not just Fulani and Hausa that are in Sokoto. There are other ethnic groups in Sokoto. Britain did not set up any commission to look at the plight of the Bachama people, the Guras and all the rest of them. No. Despite the fact that they had Fulani emirs imposed on them, no, Britain did not see that. No, of course not. There was no minority commission in the North. Britain came to the South to set up a minority commission. Tried to remind us, oh, you are from Ibibio, you are from Anang, you are from Efik, you are from Ejo, you are different from Igbo. That's all. That was what because they realized that if these people can forget their differences, of course, there is none because we are all Igbo people. I keep saying it. That is why you know that God is miraculous. Wonderful God. I don't know. It's like a code. This Biafra we are pursuing is like a code. One day you discover one thing, the next day you discover another, until we discover all the codes. We cannot be free. What am I talking about? Do you know that, funny enough, all the states that they created and they called it South, in all of them, there are indigenous Igbo people in all of them, including Bayelsa. There are Igbo people everywhere. There are Igbo people. I don't mean those trading in Calabar or in Oron, or in Neket, or in Ekotep, no. I said indigenous. They are part and parcel of Benue State, part and parcel of Kogi State, part and parcel of Edo State, part and parcel of every state, the so-called South, there are Igbo people everywhere. If you look at the map that they claim today are Igbo people of the 5 states, you see it's very, very tiny and very small. That is to intimidate you into submission. Any day you rise up to ask for Igbo people in Benue State, they complain. Igbo people in Kogi, they complain. Today they held Ohaneze Ndigbo meeting. Should I say election to elect a new Ohaneze president, which is why the election is illegal. It is illegal, and I'll tell you why it's illegal. Igbo people in Benue did not vote. Igbo people in Kogi did not vote. Igbo people in Cross River did not vote. Igbo people in Akwa Ibom did not vote. Igbo people in Bayelsa did not vote. Are you listening to me? Igbo people in Edo, Ewante did not vote. In Ohaneze, but they are all Igbo people. Now tell me where Obi Ozo will derive his legitimacy from. I am touching upon all these things so that you can understand that the way you reason, your process, your thought process, and the way you reason is what makes you a human being. How can you have Ohaneze Ndigbo holding elections in Owerri, whereas Igbo people in Benue are not there? So what you're saying, those of you gathered in Owerri, is that those in Benue are not Igbo. We can dash them to Fulani Janjaweed. And do you know that those in Benue, they are called Northern Nigerians? Igbo people in Benue are Northerners. Are you aware of that? Igbo people in Kogi are called Northerners. Are you aware of that? I want you to reason, please. Reason only can get us out of this mess that we are in. Britain set up the Willing Commission to divide us in the East, and they did. Our failure to realize that we are one people is why we are suffering today. Of course, I admit, and let me also apologize tonight live on air to people of EFIC. Nnamdi Azikiwe removed Dr. Eyoeta as the head of government business in Enugu when they kicked him out of Ibadan, Yoruba land. Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe single-handedly sowed the seeds for division in the East by removing Eyoeta. And this evening, I apologize on behalf of IPOB, on behalf of every, conscionable Easterner, that what Zeke did was absolutely horrendous. It is awful, it is bad. Eyoeta was doing very, very well. Dr. Ekpo married Margaret Ekpo from Anambra State. Some of you don't know that. Margaret Ekpo International Airport in Calabar is actually an Anambra woman. Some of you don't know that. She's an Igbo woman, of course. Some of you don't know, but we're letting you know tonight that we are one people. We intermarried. In CBD came from that axis, Arochukwu, Abreba, Ejagam. We are one people. But Britain came and said that we are not the same people. And you see where we are. I'm from Cross River. I'm from Akwa Ibom. But in the north, they say they are from the north. That's what they tell you. We are from the north. They even usurped Middle Belt that has nothing to do with Fulani heritage. They took everything over. Say we are north. When they try to form a group to represent the interest of the Middle Belt, they started complaining. No, we are one north. But in your own village, they're dividing you. No, I'm from Anambra. I'm from Imo. I'm from Enugu. The more you play this very ridiculous game, the more they advance their cause. Very, very important. None of those at Enugu then realized the damage Eyoeta's removal by Dr. Azikiwe would have caused in furtherance of the British agenda to divide and destroy us from within. I have apologized to the EFIC nation, and I shall do so again. We are sorry for the mistakes and division caused by the politics of Dr. Azikiwe, the division that they brought to our land. We apologize. We are one people. And I have treated this very topic before, but it's very simple. If you say that we are not all one people, go and Google EFIC now. Go to your Google and search for EFIC. They will tell you the relatives, Ibibio and Igbo. They are all related. You search for Ibibio, they will tell you Ibibio is Igbo. You search for Anang, they will tell you that Anang is related to Ibibio, and Ibibio is related to Igbo. You go to Ijo, you do the same thing in Ijo, they will tell you that Ijo is related to Igbo. You go to Lower Benue, Idomaland, you ask them, they will tell you they are related to Igbo. They have 4 market days. You go to Ubiaja, which is Eshan, it is the same thing. 4 market days. We are all one people. But because they planted people to divide us, agents of destruction, you call them governors, you call them House of Reps members, you call them senators, because they planted them in our midst, they empower them, they use Yoruba media to show them up. That is why we're in the mess we're in today. In actual fact, we are all one people. I said, don't take my word for it. Simply go to Google and Google Ejo. You will see their relatives. You see Igbo there. Who is your relative? Is it not somebody who you're close to by blood? Is it not? We launched ESN. One of the strongest sectors we have is Bayelsa. The people who rose from Bayelsa say, "Oh, we want our own regional security." But when the West did theirs, it was only one. When the North did theirs, it's only one. It's only in our land. After launching Eastern Security Network, one idiot from somewhere in Bayelsa or from River State will say, "Oh, we want our own for a nation." Is this either inferiority complex, or these people are acting a script written by their Fulani Janjaweed masters? I want you to understand this very clearly. Now, there is another thing that these guys have cleverly done, which some of you don't understand, but I will tell you tonight. And I, of course, we and I will do the white people, we have a very great understanding. They know I have a lot of respect for them and regard for their history and what they have managed to accomplish. But there is one aspect of Yoruba people that you cannot reform. They are journalists, they are media. They are horrible. You know me, I speak the truth. Ordinary Yoruba person is great, is good these days. But their media, their media is horrible. Absolutely horrible, horrendous. And it is because they are afraid of Fulani. Yoruba journalists is afraid of Fulani. Or should I say they are trying to protect their interest because they know that 2023, in every likelihood, they may rig Tinubu into office. But I want to remind them of this, please. Very, very important. Because anytime Yoruba newspaper writes about IPOB or Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, my humble self, they will say proscribed, proscribed, proscribed. In other words, some people feel that they have something to gain from Nigeria over and above their well-being, their safety, their honor, and their dignity. I have never seen any Yoruba newspaper campaign for the designation of Miyetti Allah as a terrorist group. None whatsoever. Because if we are still talking about one Nigeria, maybe one day it will be our turn to go back to Aso Rock again. One of the hottest regions that experienced the end SARS protest is Yoruba land. And for very good reason, for that matter. But Obasanjo was in Aso Rock for 8 years. Did your lives improve? Jonathan was in office for 6 years. Go to Bayelsa and see how horrible life is there. Yaradua was in office. Today, go to Katsina. The late Buhari, and in whose name this present fraud is in Aso Rock now. Go to Katsina. Are they not kidnapping people? But I keep saying this, that people don't understand it. It's very simple logic. People prefer US visa, Canadian visa, New Zealand visa, Australian visa, Schengen visa, British visa to living in the zoo. And I asked them, the president of America, is he from your village? I mean, not all of you campaigning for tribal presidency. He's the turn of an Igbo man. He's the turn of a Yoruba man. It must come to the south. Let me ask you, all of you have houses in Dubai. You travel to America, or some of you have houses in London. in England is the Queen of England from your village. So what it means in actual fact is that it doesn't matter where somebody comes from. It doesn't matter where a president comes from. What matters is the policies that individual is pursuing. Do you think we are that primitive and that crude enough to support any venture as daft as Igbo presidency? Look at Jonathan. I'm asking you a simple question. Look at Jonathan. Is Bayelsa any better? The so-called South-South? Look at Yoruba land. My very good father, Paya, the Banjodos who are campaigning, these are serious, learned men, campaigning for Nigeria to change. But they had their own son. Obasanjo was there for 8 years. They created billionaires like Otedola and Adenuga that owns Glo. Obasanjo empowered a few people to become billionaires, that's all. An ordinary Yoruba man or woman is suffering the same way an ordinary Biafran man and woman is suffering, the same way an ordinary middle belt man and woman is suffering, the same way even Hausa man is suffering and woman, even Fulani is suffering. Do you understand what I'm saying? Do you understand what I'm saying? You allowed them to divide you. I remember NSAS very well. Shoyinka was talking about it a few days ago. You know, when you come out for a revolution, you must go to the end. No revolution is pretty. Before next time, of course, there's only protests next, and we are going to lead it. When next you are planning to come out to protest, before you do so, go and study the history of revolution. Russian Revolution, French Revolution, the Commonwealth, which is Cromwell's revolution in England, and George Washington's revolution in America. You can even read Chairman Mao's revolution. They are not pretty. They are not pleasant, I'm telling you. If you think that revolution is that you come out on the street, you dance to musicians, because you have seen Flavor, you have seen other musicians, you think that it's going to be a carnival, jamboree. No, it is not. They are only starting it. When the revolution failed was when Yoruba media allowed themselves to be used because they thought that should Nigeria collapse, Tinubu will not be president in 2023. That's all. So they kept writing. They kept writing. They introduced ethnicity. They brought in tribe. They brought in religion. They kept pumping your brain with rubbish, with nonsense every blessed day. Because you were not mentally tuned or tough enough to realize that in every revolution, things are very, very difficult. Because you failed to understand this. That was why you messed up. Everybody went home. You started looking for bags of rice, bags of beans. I'm sure that some of you have finished those palliative, those that got one carton of Indomie. The palliative is gone. And you're still in pain and in suffering. Had we remained on the streets, forgotten about palliatives, remained on the streets, by now the zoo would have collapsed. But you know, Yoruba media, they would like you to blame somebody. You want to blame. There has to be somebody to blame. Oh, is it Nnamdi Kanu? Oh, he made a broadcast. Stupid idiots. As if during revolution there's no broadcast. Go and read Chairman Mao in China, the Cultural Revolution. Go and read about the Bolsheviks in Russia. Go and read about Oliver Cromwell. Oliver Cromwell caught the King of England, King Charles I, and cut off his head. You know what he said to Charles before he killed him? I want to prove to you that your blood is not blue but red like ours. I want to prove to you that you're a human being like all of us here. Oliver Cromwell cut off the head of a crowned king of Europe, King Charles I of England. Can you imagine people going to what's it called? To Asarok to cut off the head of this little boy from Yusuf Mohammed from Niger Republic. Media will, how they what they write? Oh my God! So a revolution is not pretty. If you're not prepared mentally for a revolution, then don't come out. People were saying that we are breaking into prisons and releasing people during the NSAS revolution. I said, why not? In France today, they celebrate the Bastille Day. Bastille was a prison. When the revolution started, the people went to the prison and they let every inmate out. That is called the revolution. You don't know. Oh, they went to a prison. They were listening to prisoners, hoodlums and hoodlums. Idiots. They failed to realize that it was a revolution. A revolution. You have finished your two packets of Indomie from warehouse. Typical black people chasing food. Today, where is that food? You have eaten it, you have been to the toilet, it's over. And you're still suffering, you're in pain. And I reminded that was exactly what Che Guevara said when he came to Congo to fight. Che Guevara said, I cannot, when he went back to Latin America, they asked him, why did you come? He said, I cannot stay in Africa. An African man does not know how to put the need of his freedom before his stomach. He always wants to eat. Food, always. That was why he came back and went back to Latin America. The reason why I said this was because the Yoruba media is a problem in Nigeria. I'm telling you the truth. They have messed everything up. IPOB is proscribed, Nnamdi Kanu proscribed. They keep writing junk every day from idiots who don't exist. But I want to tell them something. The same Yoruba paper carry the headline, Punch. Our abductors spoke Fufude, collected 4.5 million ransom, kidnapped Kaduna PFN chairman. PFN is Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria. This man, his name is Apostle Emmanuel Bago. He is telling you that those that kidnapped him, they spoke Fufude, which means they are Fulani people. Only Fulani. That was the language I said to Yusuf Muhammad. Now that Jubril has run away, I asked Yusuf, come out and speak Fufude. If you claim you're Buhari, because Buhari spoke fluent Fufude. But of course, we are dealing with zoo animals. This man said it was Fulanis that kidnapped us. But the same newspaper will never recommend that all these Fulani bandits groups be proscribed. No, not at all. Do you know why? Because they don't threaten their interest of a Bola Ahmed Tinubu presidency in 2023. Now you understand. These are the type of newspapers and media houses you have in the zoo. They were the ones that came out at the height of the revolution and started writing rubbish. A very famous person talked about, I just want to talk about this End SARS protest for a minute because I've not spoken about it before now. Somebody said, they were destroying properties, burning infrastructure, burning BLT or BRT bus, the Lagos bus that was burnt down. Black people without conscience. My response to those individuals is this. They use those buses to transport thugs from Mushi to protest sites to Lekki Tollgate to go and kill and attack peaceful protesters. That was why that very depot was punched down. But when they write this, their junk, they never go to the beginning. It's just like DSS, who are every day keep writing rubbish. Of course, Punch and all these other stupid newspapers, they keep helping them writing rubbish every blessed day. About how I jumped bail, how Nnamdi Kanu is a fugitive. They think if they keep writing it and Google keeps prioritizing it, or somehow when I travel to America to speak to lawmakers, somehow they say, oh, you're a fugitive, I won't talk to you. See, they think that white people are stupid, as stupid as they are. Do you understand what I'm saying? They think that white people are as stupid as they are. The same newspapers, they have the video of the raid of my house when the army came to kill me, as a result of which 28 of my men died. They are aware of it. My cousin died. As a result of it, my father and my mother died of the trauma from it. They know, they have the video. And they go to church, some of them. They go to the mosque, some of them, and they read and they study. They don't know who we are. They don't know that the anointing of the Almighty Elohim is upon us. They have no idea. And when they also, I said to them, I am in a very wonderful company. Pharaoh went after Moses. Is that true or false? Herod went after baby Jesus. Joseph and Mary took Jesus to Egypt. They fled to Egypt. Pharaoh went after Moses. Is that true or false? Herod went after baby Jesus. Joseph and Mary took Jesus to Egypt. They fled to Egypt. I traveled to America to speak to the Pharaoh went after Moses. Propaganda organization. Is that true? Their best. But I want to let them understand, the newspapers in the zoo, Vanguard, Punch, and all these idiots writing junk all the time, that I am in a very good company. When you talk about those who escaped or who survived the state-sponsored assassination, when you mention Moses, you mention Jesus, you mention Prophet Muhammad, then you mention Nnamdi Kanu. Now you understand it, don't you? Those who are killing and abducting you in Kaduna are Fulani people, according to Apostle Emmanuel Bako. But out of fear and timidity, Yoruba newspapers will not write about or write against Fulani Janjaweedism, because they want a pot of porridge in 2023 with Tinubu presidency. Typical black people. When their wives are pregnant, the editor of Punch newspaper, when the wife is pregnant, she will go to America to give birth. And I ask them, in that America you're going to, is Biden that is now coming in a Yoruba man? But in the zoo, Nigeria, you're writing about a Yoruba presidency. It must come to the south. Those morons in the east are writing about Igbo presidency. But your families are in America and all over Europe. Is Boris Johnson from your village? People want a country that is run properly based on policies, not the ethnicity of the idiot in Asarok. Very simple. Shagari was a good man. Shehu Shagari was a wonderful man. He's a Fulani, but he was a good man. Oh. I'm saying my own, how I see it. Do you know that the best development that ever happened in the East happened when, or should I say, after the miracle of Dr. Michael Okpara? There was a period of decay and disaster until Shagari went in and Mbakwe went in. Mbakwe will go to Lagos to go and plead with Shagari. Do you know there was no time that Mbakwe actually went to Lagos and came back empty-handed? They called him the weeping governor. But anytime he meets Shagari and asks for something, Shagari will always give it to him. Do you see that? Some of you are very small. Iguacha Enugu Expressway was very, very beautiful, I assure you. Shagari built it. Fulani man. Because he had good policies. It didn't matter who was in Asorok or in Dodam Barracks or whatever, the State House or whatever. Rubbish they called it then. The policies were good. Even when Mbakwe asked us to pay survival levy to build Imo State Port, everybody did. You can see that Mbakwe was working. It was actually a Yoruba man, the last military administrator of Imo State before Mbakwe took over. It was him that started a Zinachi clay factory. A Yoruba man, a military administrator of Imo State. Do you know what this man did? This man, they have the same ceramic factory in his village in Yoruba land. I've forgotten his village. But go and Google it. The last military administrator handed over to Mbakwe. The man said, oh, I have this factory in my village. It's very good. Oh, they use clay. They make bricks. They make roof tiles. They make everything. It's wonderful. Now I am the military governor of Imo State. I want to do something here. The man actually started the project in Ezimnachi. A Yoruba man. Yoruba military governor of Imo State. What am I trying to prove? That it doesn't matter where you come from. The policies you pursue is what matters. A Yoruba man started the very beautiful Ezinachi factory. Mbakwe completed it. And some idiots ruined it. Turned everything upside down. Look at it today. It's moribund. What am I saying? that people must stand up to say the truth. When you see the truth, you must speak it. You know, we are black people. Some of us are very demonic. We are possessed by a demon of greed, envy, hatred, and jealousy. It's in us. We are black people. Nobody can take it away from us. Some people must be envious. They must be jealous. They must have hatred in them. They must be horrible. That is who they are. You can't change them. But what we are preaching this very evening is that no Fulani group has been proscribed. The wretched chattering classes in the zoo, infrastructure, and I asked them which building is good in the zoo in Lagos that was destroyed. They said, Samuel went to show Yusuf Mohammed in Asarok the progress they're making. What buildings do you have? When you go to Dubai, you will bow in shame. What things do you have? I ask you. You have nothing. Absolutely nothing. And the revolution must come back. It will come back, of course. But not revolution to save. If, I have said it before, if people gather, if by the time Soyinka and even Tinubu was campaigning for Sovereign National Conference in pre-1999, the Third Republic, that they actually sat down and people voted for a new constitution. Who am I? I'm a Democrat. Who am I to say no to Nigeria? I can't say no to Nigeria because even our own people voted for it. But nobody voted for Nigeria. Lugard came with Flora Shaw after drinking champagne in the evening. She was drunk. And she said, darling, why don't we call people niggers? They are niggers. It's Nigeria. And they say, Nigeria. And that's your name. And you're not ashamed of yourselves. Very sad indeed. Blind is your G, black. When it comes to IPOB, even Igbo Biafran journalists will be at the forefront of condemnation, but when Fulani attack you, kill you, molest you, rape you, cut off your heads, nothing, you can't hear from them. All in an effort to tarnish the very beautiful, how should I say, impeccable image of the largest mass movement on the face of this very earth. IPOB, the largest in the whole world, by no. You saw men when they came out. Camp 1, Camp 2, Camp 3, men. And as I wrote yesterday, and I will remind them today, if you're looking for us, please, if you're looking for Eastern Security Network, go into your nearest forest. And you get that answer that you're looking for. When people want to destroy us, they come into us and to look for traitors. As somebody wrote, some tribes can betray you 45%. But an Igbo betrayer is 100% betrayal. That is why you have them in Edo State, in Kogi State, in Benue State, everywhere, scattered everywhere. They come and they say to you, oh, you are only 5 southeastern states, Igbo states, 5 southeastern states. And the idiots stupidly agreed. They're leaving their brothers and sisters, and you think that God will be happy with you. And there's something happened in Israel. You know, when we make this comparison between Biafra and Israel, most people don't understand it. There's something happened in Israel. Do you know why Israel fell? Do you know why the Babylonians and the Romans took over Israel completely and destroyed them? Because in their stupidity, they were divided between the northern kingdom and southern kingdom. Together as one Israel, militarily they were very, very strong. After the death of Solomon, I think somebody said, I've forgotten his name, to your tent, O Israel, after fighting a war and winning it. To your tents, O Israel. Israel was divided into 2. The northern kingdom, Samaria, and the southern kingdom, Judea. And the enemies came and picked them off. It took them 2,000 years to recover from that stupidity. 2,000 years to recover from it. They come to our land, they go to Anioma, they say Anioma is not Igbo. Even the name Anioma is Igbo, they say they're not Igbo. The idiots will agree. Some of them, not all of them. They go to Ikwere land, people who are from Unkwere, very clean and clear, answering Igbo names, we care, Mechi, everything. Hey, we are Niger Delta, we're not Igbo. Tell us what Niger Delta means. The idiot cannot tell you. Instead, he will hand over his brothers and sisters to Fulani Janjaweed to slaughter. The same thing that happened to Israel. It's all over the place. And the enemies came and took them over. What I'm saying to you is this. If not for IPOB, believe you me, by now, some of you will be answering Musa and Amina. I'm telling you, before God and man. We are the ones that stopped them in Ebonyi. All the years I've been telling you, we've been stopping them. You didn't believe me, did you? It's only now that we are now proving to the world what we can do. They cannot take Ebonyi State. Omahi is a madman. They can't take Ebonyi State. We will all die there. They can't take Ebonyi State. And they know it anyway. They know. If you stand in our way, you will go down. Today they gave you another Janjaweed slave as your Hanese president. He doesn't know where he's coming from. He doesn't know where he's going. His job is to make sure that Fulani settlements continues in our land. He's a learned man. He claims he's a professor. He was the ambassador to USA, ambassador to Israel. And I asked him in Israel, who are the founding fathers in Israel? Who created Israel? Modern day Israel. Of course, it's God Almighty in heaven. Who created USA? God Almighty in heaven. He served in places where God created all those nations. He's coming back to support a project that was created by a man, a mortal flesh, and named by a woman. And he's a professor. And he plans to support his good friend, Ibrahim Gambari. You know, they're very close. I don't know how Fulani Janjaweed managed to do this to us. They always speak idiots. They get Yoruba papers and some Igbo stupid journalists to write about them glowingly, and that's it. Apex Igbo organization is basically an extension of Fulani Yetiala Janjaweed organization. They kill your children. You cannot come together to form a security outfit. You want it to be state by state. But everywhere else, people band together as a region to float security outfit. Now that we have done that thing you weren't able to do, to support it is a problem. Because the masters in the north will be upset. They'll be very, very angry. Now you see how stupid some of them are. But some of you may still go ahead and support them. That is your business. The Ohanese election is illegitimate and cannot be recognized anywhere in the world. Instead, I'm canvassing very seriously for World Igbo Congress to take over the affairs of doing what is socio-cultural, whatever, of Igbo people. That is my preference, and that's what I will push for. That World Igbo Congress should rise to the plate and do the needful. They must do the needful, because Ohanese will kill all of us. I'm telling the truth. These people are evil. They have the money, they give them money, they pay the Vanguard correspondent in Enugu. They pay Guardian correspondent in Owerri to write Apex. Meanwhile, we are all dying. The Fulanis have installed Obiozo, their stooge. I must make a Vanguard correspondent in all and sundry that we do not recognize Ohanese and their throne and Dioshu. World Igbo Congress should replace them immediately. They are nothing. The same way they used Zeke against Ojukwu. After composing the Biafra national anthem, Dr. Azikiwe jumped ship and joined Nigeria. Because they promised him that one day he will be the head of state. Some of you don't know that Azikiwe was supporting Biafra until he jumped ship. The same promise they made to Awolowo. They also told Chifawo that, don't worry, one day he'll be president of Nigeria. Did that happen? No, it never happened. The only two Yoruba men that have ever sat at the helm of affairs in the zoo called Nigeria are those picked by Fulani people. Obasanjo was picked by the Fulani. So too was Shonekon after they annulled the win of Abiola, as if we do not know. They didn't stop there. They also used an anti-Biafran demon in the person of Obabiasika to try and finish off the job. Obabiasika, like Chimamanda Adichie, was an intellectual. He was a professor of Ibadan, very, very learned. Obabiasika was very bright, very intelligent. And in order to prove to the British that he was detribalized, you know that stupid word, black buffoon, they start to talk nonsense. I don't see Biafra coming. They're not together. They're talking rubbish. Before the state of Israel was founded in 1948, the Jews all around the world were not together. They were not together. Go and read the book called Exodus. They were not together. The very prominent Jews in New York that had the money said no. In fact, they wanted to come and fight David Ben-Gurion. And at the port of Haifa, their ship was sunk. They brought arms to come and fight their own brothers, not to fight the Arabs. that we're attacking Israel from all corners and quarters. The same thing with us. Anybody who is a bit learned, if you write one or two things, you think you've arrived, and you can offer an opinion on Biafra, which you don't know. Very disappointingly, Chimamanda Adichie, I had regard and respect for, was talking pure. People said you should understand it the other way. That is pure rubbish. To tell me you believe in Nigeria and you're learned, you believe in Nigeria, you went to school and you studied, and you believe in something that was created as a limited liability company, more or less. The zoo, Nigeria company. A white man will decide a name of a nation for you, decide what to. Wasted education. That tells you all you need to know. Now I understand the reason why they never gave the Nobel Prize to Chinua Achebe. Now I know. Before I thought I knew, but I didn't. They did not give the Nobel Prize to Chinua Achebe because he failed to denounce Biafra. Britain knew that Chinua Achebe was a hardcore Biafran. They denied him the Nobel Prize and gave it to Wole Soyinka instead. He wrote more books than Wole Soyinka. He's known all over the world than Wole Soyinka because he's a Biafran. That global conspiracy against us. His works has been translated to, is it 270? I don't know how many languages all over the world. Things fall apart. In fact, I suggest that Chimamanda goes back to read. Go back and read. Things fall apart. Achebe was more famous than you are. Chinua Achebe was more famous than Chimamanda. He was a Biafran. He died a very proud Biafran. You that came up, maybe because BBC gave you an award, maybe one glass ornament. You think you've arrived. You are now dining and drinking tea with white people. You now have opinion about Biafra. What do you know about Biafra? How can a people be united when they were defeated in a war of attrition? What I call the Third World War. What do you know about Biafra? The trauma and the psychological damage we suffered during the war because of treachery from those we never expected would betray us. I'm talking about if they cannot unite. That's England, you go to that place, they call you to read stories for little children. Is the president of that place from Igbo land? They're talking about Igbo presidency. Is Boris Johnson an Igbo man? But they give you an award, and they give you all the limelight you need all over the world. And you're talking rubbish about Biafra. Rubbish that you don't know about. Let me remind you, the Jewish intelligentsia in US did not support Zionism. They never supported the methods and tactics of Ergon and Haganah. Go and read their history. They blew Britain out of that very place with dynamite. That was how Britain left Palestine. Britain was in charge of Palestine. It is their job to suppress the light of God. That is their job, doing the job of Lucifer, always. They were given what was called the Palestine Mandate. Britain, very, very sad. Do you know that the brigadier, who was the garrison commander, in fact, the overall commander of the British forces in Palestine, was a Jewish man. He was a Jew, a British Jew. He was commanding a foreign army in the land of God, in the land of his ancestors. And he was working for Britain, trying to suppress Haganah and Ergon. They were bombed out of Palestine. Should I say the land of Israel? That's not called Palestine anyway. Bombed out of the land of Israel. And rightfully so. You see omelette, egg, fried egg. You know that egg is very precious and very beautiful. Before you can make an omelette, you must break an egg. Do you understand what that means? If you don't know what it means, please go back. Go back, please. And study it very carefully. We are prepared to break as many eggs as possible to fry this very beautiful omelette that is Biafra. We don't listen to what people say. You can talk from now till the kingdom come. Write your garbage in Punch newspaper, in Nation, in Vanguard. From now till the kingdom come, this means nothing to us. We continue what we are doing. You can buy over one or two saboteurs. That is entirely your business. We number in millions all over the world. In millions all over the world. As you know, 200 chama, The same way they used Okadibo to rubbish Zeke. I remember Okadibo in MPN calling Zeke a mosquito, or the rant of a mosquito, or whatever. The same people killed Chuba Okadibo. A very brilliant mind, once again. More recently, they now use the same criminals, now clamoring for Igbo presidency. You see them not, Igbo presidency, Igbo presidency. You think they have something upstairs? They have nothing upstairs. All of them. Umahi wants to go. Umahi, yes, you want to go presidency? Oh, Ochiso Carlo, you want to go presidency? Oh, maybe even Nwobodo, you want to go presidency? Yes. Now let me ask you a question. When Ekwueme came out to contest in 1999 Igbo presidency, what did you do in Jos, Ochiso Carlo? You betrayed Ekwueme. You voted for Obasanjo. Jos PDP convention in 1999. So that time, Igbo presidency wasn't good. Wasn't good enough. It's now that you want it, yes? And now let us go to Dave Umahi. Your own brother Peter Obi who contested with Atiku under your own political party. You were in PDP, but you delivered Ebonyi State to APC against your own brother. Now you want to contest because you fear that should Peter Obi go and succeed and become VP to Atiku, after 8 years or thereabout, or after 4 years, Peter Obi will naturally succeed and become the president of the zoo, thereby spoiling your own chances. What did you do? What did you do, I ask? You campaigned against your own brother, against your own fellow Igbo brother. Now you're talking about Igbo presidency. I just want to prove to the world that these people are just criminals, a gang of thieves, all of them. Okay, so Carl, after campaigning against Ekwueme, all of them, do you know that the entire PDP caucus from the East never voted for Ekwueme? So they were asking themselves, how come your own brothers don't want to vote for you? Or Joseph Carlo was there. Some people are championing, he should be the president. But Ekwueme served Shagari very well. Never stole a dime. In fact, bankrolled MPN. He was a multimillionaire and is very successful architect in the USA before he came back. Very wealthy man. Ekwueme. Ojuzo Carlo, did you vote for Ekwueme in 1999? Now that you're campaigning for Igbo presidency, was Ekwueme running for Igbo presidency? Therefore, Igbo presidency is our turn. When your brother Peter Obi was campaigning, did you campaign for him? Did you vote for him? Despite the fact that he is your brother in the same political party. That is why all this your nonsensical Igbo presidency is dead on arrival. When we were doing Biafra, did you support anybody? Instead, you call the army to come and kill us. And now you want us, you want to go to Abuja. You send their force now, they bring they bomb everybody to death. There are Igbo presidency, useless set of idiots, traitors and betrayers. Jim Nwobodo, in 1999 in Jos, you were speaking Hausa against your own brother, Ekwueme. You are speaking Hausa. In Jos in 1999, you campaigned against your brother. Now you are talking about Igbo presidency. Oh, dear me. Igbo presidency, there, useless people. There is something I want to tell all of you. We hope, pray, and know that Biafra will come, or the zoo will be destroyed before 2023. Of course, everybody knows that. It's given. COVID-19 saved them last year. We won't save them again. This year, the vaccine is out. Instead of an Igbo man to be the president, or Yoruba for that matter, let Fulani continue. It is called Mirina Mohuana Manna Yupu. Since you people prefer to be slaves, because if we allow any of you idiots to enter into Asarok, after about 4 or 5 years or 6, Fulani will take it back for eternity. You would have benefited from your own wickedness and evil. So you know what is going to happen? If Fulani are smart enough, they should continue. Everyone saw what happened all over the world. The rigging of election these days is just is given. It is no longer a big deal. As long as you're proclaimed the winner, that's it. If Fulani are very smart, they will continue in office. They will continue in the zoo, in their zoo. Of course, we are living. We're not going to stay there. That is why you don't want to support Biafra. Because of presidency. So you and your friends can now be eating money. You buy your own houses in Dubai. You want to be like Atiku. You want to be like, your wife want to be like, what's her name? Aisha. flying private jet to Dubai for shopping. Meanwhile, we are dying. We want people to understand this. DSS especially. No matter how many groups, fake groups you create. Because every day you create a fake group. Igbo, Ohaneze, Igbo in the diaspora, including men and women and children. This group now says, we don't want to listen to Nnamdi Kanu. As if writing this junk will make any iota of difference. Do you think it makes us more popular? Of course, yes. Do you think it will make any difference? We'll change our mind? These you, they are not that stupid though. You know, I told you during NSAS campaign, some of you never realized this. We outnumber the Nigerian army by 100,000 people to 1. They are nothing. We outnumber them. We outnumber the Nigerian army. Do you see when people came out on the streets for NSAS protest? They were nowhere to be found. Nowhere to be found. We outnumber them. You people must prepare for a revolution. A very bloody one. Very, very bloody, I tell you. As I said, if you don't know what is involved in a revolution, please don't come out. What we are not going to allow are foreign terrorists from Mali and Senegambia to take our land over. It cannot happen. Instead of this yam not to cook, let every firewood finish. I'm trying to translate. Kama jigeshe nkugu. And things are going to happen. Don't say I didn't warn you. I'm telling you now, people. Who did you tell? Did you tell us? I am telling you now that things are going to happen. If you're looking for Eastern Security Network, please go into the nearest forest. And as I pointed out, as you're going, make sure that you have written your will, because you will die there. Go and check the history anywhere in the world. Once you raise a gun, you don't bring it down until you're successful or until you're dead. One of the two must happen. So anybody thinking that we are going somewhere, you are grossly mistaken. It doesn't matter who you're working for. It doesn't matter the intelligence agency you're working for. It doesn't matter how you try to couch your stupidity, ignorance, and treachery. It doesn't matter the language you're trying to use. We are pursuing freedom. And the zoo doesn't understand peaceful agitation. I'm not asking for trouble, but they don't understand it. Nike took our people, destroyed synagogues. You need water. So you want us to fold our arms again, they will come again and they will arrest people and they will kill people again? Of course not. Anybody who does that is a complete idiot. Complete idiot. Those that they appointed in the Umahi is trying to appoint, they want to set up a parallel security outfit. I say, go ahead. Nobody will even turn up. Go ahead now. You can get your political party agents, as you did, get them into upper auditorium or whatever auditorium you have in Abakaliki, and give them some money, and that's it. We are the largest mass movement in the world. Now that our people in America are waking up, we can sustain the defense of our land for 1 million years. That's one thing the idiots don't understand. Our people are in the USA. Many of them, very, very many of them, they can sustain this very campaign forever and ever. We're not going back, huh? You don't know that? No, we're not going anywhere. We are not going anywhere. We are not going anywhere. This is a live presentation. The time now, I believe, is approximately, should I say 26 minutes to 9. Is that correct? Yes, I believe so. To 9 p.m. in the blessed land of Biafra. I don't want us to underestimate how difficult this very battle is. We are fighting Britain, we are fighting new colonialists, we are fighting every major interest. Do you know how many oil companies you have? You know, some people say, oh, why don't you go to, what have you done in America? There is ExxonMobil, there is Halliburton. Very wealthy companies. Very rich. They are campaigning that Biafra should not come in America. The Americans. I went to Israel Some Israeli businessmen that have dealings with the zoo, making so much money from the zoo, after attending a meeting at the Knesset, they'll go to Knesset and they'll talk to Israeli lawmakers. The same lawmakers that I have spoken to, they will go to Israel and be speaking to Israeli lawmakers, asking them not to support IPOB, not to support me. Israeli businessmen, because they're making money from the zoo. Do you know that in Italy, Ajib was writing to a judge in Italy, telling the judge not to grant IPOB family members asylum in Italy? Ajib petrol that you have in Biafra land. Because they think that once Biafra comes, that we at least we'll put meter and ask them to pay for what they're taking from our land. They don't want it. Britain doesn't want it. Do you know how many enemies we are fighting? Do you have an idea? How many enemies we are confronting every blessed day? I want you to go to Google now and type in IPOB. You will see some stupid news. Even go to Biafra now. It's news about Jolo Biafra that is on Biafran page. Do you know that they paid Vanguard, Nation newspaper, Punch, and Sun? Do you know that they gave them very huge amounts of money in December to attack us and to attack Eastern Security Network? Go to Google now and type in Nnamdi Kanu on your Google search. All the news about me is about this group is said no to ESN, repatriating Nnamdi Kanu. All bad news. They give money to, they paid Google as well. They give money to Vanguard and to Punch and all these idiots. They write their junk. Then they boost it. They go to Google and ask them to boost it. So when you search on Nnamdi, if I go to your office to speak to you, of course, if your secretary books an appointment to see me, the first thing they will do is to go and Google to say, let's find out who this person is. They will see all that news. You don't know that's what they're doing? You people, I don't actually think that our people understand the enormity of this very task. They think it's easy. That was why some people gave and started building hotels. With the money they gave them to fight for their fire, they started building hotels. Because they know how difficult it is. They know it. Because how about our own people? Even those who are working for BBC. People don't know the mess we are in. But by the special grace of the Most High Elohim, we have defeated all our enemies. They know how determined we are. They know how resolute we are. They know we're not going to back down. They understand that very well. So maybe they're trying to end their pay. These are journalists that went to school, that read about ethics. Most of them are Biafrans. They're Igbo. But they still write against us. Not that they don't like what we are doing, but because having this UG, black people, demonic. If they see road, they want to take the bush. But we're not giving up. A lot of people are banking on us. Not just Biafrans, but right across the zoo and beyond. People listen to us all over the world. They tell me, they write to me, they tell me, they listen to you. We listen to you all the time. We listen to Radio Biafra. What you people are doing is marvelous. Keep doing it. So you think people are not listening? Of course, the whole world, they are listening. Right now, in Abuja, there's no movement. Everybody's listening to this very gospel of redemption. That is to warn them that we're not going back. There are killings everywhere. Insurgency. People don't know of insurgency. It never dies, you know. And I will tell you how we are going to kill off the zoo. I just hope and pray that they come looking for ESN. I'm praying they do. Then they'll open up another front in the east. Then I will just be waiting for our Oduduwa brothers to try and join the fray. And the zoo is gone. To tell you how stretched they are, they only sent 1,000 soldiers to Enugu. Only 1,000. From the north. In every barracks you have in our land, they're not up to 1,000 soldiers in them. They're not up to 1,000. You see them on patrol with their hillocks with AK-47 killing civilians. Even the one at Fege, they are not up to 1,000. Obins say the same thing, they are not up to 1,000 men. It's just intimidation and fear. And using is the turn of our village to confuse and deceive all of you. But we have run them into the ground. They cannot succeed. Not now, not tomorrow, not ever. Anybody found in the bush, in our land, and you are not ESN, we will treat you as a terrorist and you will die there. Once we see you inside our forest, you are dead meat, you are gone. It doesn't matter if you're vigilante, it doesn't matter if you're forest guard, it doesn't matter if you're zoo police, it doesn't matter if you're zoo army. Once you go into the forest and you're armed, you will die. Don't say I didn't warn you. The zoo police can be moving about in their cities, that's their business. We don't have a problem with that. They can do their joint patrol in the city. We are looking for terrorists in the bush. If we find you there, we will treat you as one. We treat you as one. Simple as that. Their soldiers are being killed all over the place. Who doesn't know that? But they're moving the few they have down to the east. That is how the zoo is going to implode. We stretch the army. They are committed in the north. They'll be committed in the east. And then it's over for them. And let me warn every family. If you're from the middle belt, if you're from Oduduwa, and they send you down to the east to come looking for ESN, you might as well tell your family you will be coming back because you will die. I can assure you, you will die. God is my witness, you will die there. Ask those that came before you. Ask them those they sent before, where are they? Ask them where those people are before you start coming to start patrolling inside the bushes. And if you are a PG, a traditional ruler, aspiring Abuja Sabotua politician, and you think you can act as an informant, you are wasting your time. You too will go down. If you don't know, let me tell you. MSAS must be revived this very year. The sins of the murderers who are politicians must be visited upon them. They are locking up people without trial. Our people are in a Hoda prison, locked up by Nwike without trial. Imo State is something without trial. They kill with impunity. And when we go after these people, they say, oh, what you're doing is not good. It's anti-democratic. But to pick up somebody's child or husband and lock them up for 2 years is not a crime. In a Hoda prison, people that did nothing, take them to court, they won't take them to court for trial. Judges are more interested in collecting money from us. Biafran judges, they won't take money from us. Do you know how much we spend on legal fees and bail perfection and filing for application every week? You have no idea. You have no idea. But Chukwukabiyama is faithful, always. The inconsistencies of those that call themselves intelligentsia is sickening. You cannot have one foot in the zoo and another foot in freedom. Both are incompatible. Nigeria is the exact opposite of freedom. Anybody who supports Nigeria is a criminal. Is a hardened criminal. They will try to confuse you with their newspapers, with their television stations. If you fall for it, then you are a fool. I have given you reasons as to why Nigeria should not exist. And it will not exist. They have nothing. That is why insecurity, Nigeria needs foreign help, says Shoyinka. Even Ekuremadu wants international intervention. Fulani herdsmen have taken over Ondo State, according to Pastor Giwa. Shoyinka is a learned man. He's asking for the preservation of one Nigeria. And I told you that they have an army that cannot fight. Their army can only kill civilians. I'm telling you the truth. That is why I'm very glad that ESN is armed. Because they are even Shoyinka, Nigeria, be patriotic. They are asking for foreign help. But when it comes to to killing civilians, you don't ask for foreign help. I told you before, Nigeria never defeated Biafra. Britain, Russia, Egypt, and OAU did. Nigeria cannot defeat ordinary ragtag band of insurgents in the north who are badly educated. How can you comfort ESN that has a major number of them are graduates? How can you do that? When what we use, we produce ourselves. How can you defeat such an army? An army of volunteers. How can you defeat them? I'm asking you. How? Where can you even find them to defeat? I feel sorry for the zoo, honestly. I feel sorry for the zoo. Again, on another note, A lot of people are asking us if they can be part of the Sub Africa app, and I say no to it until we determine who set it up and for what purpose. They can do what is called data harvesting. They can harvest your data and give it and sell it to the zoo. Please be very careful. There are other platforms that our people are developing, and they gave me one to broadcast this very evening. I wasn't able to do that, but as we go forward, maybe during my next broadcast, we're going to use it. During my next broadcast, we are going to use it. It was sent to me. They did very well. They did very, very well by sending it to me. And as we move forward, I do hope and pray that we'll be able to use it. What is the name called again? It is called MateTweet.com. MateTweet.com. I think it is one of us that developed it. People have been asking us to develop something. We have developed something. And MateTweet.com. Go and register there. It's called MateTweet. Is MateTweet.com. MateTweet. MateTweet.com. Go and register there, because by the grace of the Most High Elohim, I will be broadcasting there next. My page, my official page, there is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Go and try and follow. Facebook. We have an alternative, and we are going to be using it. As I said, please, we are also going to develop an app as we go forward for messaging. This Sub-Africa, we need to know who owns it. Zoo can pay anything to discredit or to destroy what we are doing. We don't want to join a platform that tomorrow they will harvest information and sell it to the zoo. No. But in the meantime, Signal is very strong. And I'm hoping to leave WhatsApp myself in the next 4 days. So we are going to go over to Signal. Everybody should go to Signal, please. Go to Signal and leave WhatsApp alone. Go to Signal. Go to Signal for the time being until we develop our own app. As I said, there is a chat forum you can join. It is called MateTweet, MateTweet.com. Go there and register. Very, very important, please. Very, very important. They've been developing this since last year, and it is now here. You know, we do everything. We know what Britain did to us with air, land, and sea blockade. So we're not going to be going begging anybody for arms. We will build our own in our land. God gave it to us naturally. Scientists are born in our land. From your mother's womb, you're a scientist. We have them. And we are putting them to very good use. And you must also pray for them. As you pray for ESN, you also pray for our scientists. Very, very important. And coming to IPOB, please. You know, this is what I think they're doing us. Facebook will suppress them, cut them down, do this, do this. You are making us to be creative. It was what they did to us between 67 and 70 that led us to believe or to decide that we can no longer rely on any country to supply us the weapons with which we're going to defend ourselves. We made everything ourselves. We build it we get it from you, we replicate it. We build it ourselves. So, oh dear. Zoo, I feel sorry for the zoo, honestly. I feel sorry for the zoo. For us to succeed, we must do something within IPOB family worldwide. We must be disciplined and have a sense of discretion. That is the key. Nobody is allowed to form a cabal or group of friends to advance any selfish interest. Everything you do, you must do for Biafra. For Biafra and Biafra alone. And let me also warn every principal officer of state. When you are appointed into any position, that your position is temporary. You may be relieved of your position or assigned to a new post at any given time. Your service is dependent on your performance and you could be removed. You must have that in mind. I have instructed our head of DOS, Mazi Nwachineke, to draft an undertaking, a document, which will be signed by every principal officer of state to abide by these new rules, because we have gone into a very decisive and dangerous phase of the struggle. And to those of our brothers and sisters that left the zoo, army, and police to join this revolution, you are welcome. But you must understand that what we run is a highly disciplined volunteer army. Volunteers only, please. And we don't want the very ill discipline and character of a zoo soldier to contaminate what we have in us already. We are highly disciplined. If we eat, you don't know. If we don't eat, you will not know. People running around and sending out voice messages and voice notes, I don't want to hear of such again. Our volunteers don't do that. We are highly disciplined. If you're leaving the zoo army to come and join us, you must also develop the mind of a volunteer. I will also instruct Mazi Edozie, and we have appointed our officers to take charge of affairs in the USA. A memo will go out to that effect in the coming days. America and Canada will be divided into provinces. Each of the provinces, or should I say regions, will be independent. There will not be any national coordinator for the US because it's too big. Neither will we have one for Canada because it's too big. But there must be an oversight council as well to bring them together should the need arise for them to undertake any project as one United States of America. But in the next few days, a memo will be issued detailing those we have placed our family in their control in the United States of America. There will be about 4 or 5 regions in the USA. All of them will be independent of one another, but there will be an oversight committee as well. If you want to support ESN, please don't give us food. We don't want zoo to poison food and give it to us, please. The only thing that can happen is financial assistance. And an account has been announced in the United States of America for this very purpose, and people should use it. There are no multiple accounts in the USA. USA, they are doing very well in terms of financing this very movement. And for very many years, I used to castigate them and say all manner of horrible things against them. I didn't know that they were waiting for ESN to be launched. And as soon as ESN was launched, most of them came out, I must be honest with you. Most of our people in America, they have woken up. And they are supporting this very movement in a very massive way, and we welcome them. All of them. To this very noble family. You don't have to be an IPOB to support what we are doing. And when we say Eastern Security Network, it starts from Edo all the way to Cross River. There is no need for anybody anywhere to open up any other security network. We are everywhere. After this program, I will also post the video of our people in Akwa Ibom, of our volunteers in Akwa Ibom, made up of Ibibio, Anang, Oron people who have come out to defend their land under one banner, under this very IPOB, by the special grace of the Most High. So I must warn everybody, please, do not, and I repeat, do not give us any food. ESN, we know how to supply the food to avoid contamination. Very, very critical, please. And everybody must keep their lips tight. If you don't know what we are doing, go back and study the history of Ekumeku. And Britain will tell you more. Go and study the history. If you are part of what we are doing, go and get a fresh palm frond or more. Put it in your mouth so you will not speak. Because careless talk costs lives. Do not speak to anybody about ESN or what they are doing or what they intend to do. If you do so, if you open your mouth and speak, you will lose your tongue. As simple as that. We are not joking. We are no longer joking and cannot joke. We have lost too many people. Too many people to contemplate messing about with ESN. They are our first and last line of defense between darkness and we, the children of light. We must guard what we speak or what we say very, very jealously. Nobody should say anything about ESN. But as I said, there are no more terrorists in our forest. That I can assure you. They had the best Christmas ever. They came, some of them, even the actors and the actresses, they all came back home because they knew that ESN is there. Forget all their stupid propaganda. There was one stupid police, is it the IG of police, that said that ESN, see how foolish they are. ESN is propaganda. Oh dear me, propaganda of 10,000 men and counting. I say to them, if you say we don't exist, go into the forest. On that note, we have come to the end of our broadcast this very evening. And I continue to pray for this very noble family. Ceaselessly, 7 times a day, I do not fail. The devil will come in every guise to discourage you. That's what they want to do. But if you ask Satan, what is the alternative? The Biafra. Even Satan cannot answer because Zoo is a failed state. They will recruit all the Asabo from everywhere and fund them. Ojukwu faced worse than what we are facing today. Yet he held out for 3 years. Talk less of when we are able to match them, toe to toe. We can fight for 1,000 years, I can assure you. I thank you all for listening, wherever you are. I pray for the blessing and mercy of the Most High upon each and every one of you. We are not just fighting for Biafra. We are fighting for everybody who is oppressed in Nigeria. Everybody, if you feel that you're oppressed, we are fighting for you. And eventually, we all are going to be set free, not through any might of ours, but by the very special grace of the Most High Elohim. And on that note, we'll come to the end of our program today. Do not forget what Biafra means to us. Biafra is our religion. And here on Radio Biafra is where we worship. Because Elohim is our God. From me, from here, with all the love in my heart, good evening. On this very day, today is Friday, the 30th of October in the year of our Most High Elohim, 2020. The time now is 5 minutes past 7 a.m. in the land of Biafra, and the same number of minutes past the top of the hour, regardless of where you are and what you're doing. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night to some of you. This very broadcast this morning is going out live. That is why I've just given you the time. If you check your time now and it's 6 minutes past the hour, then you know we are live. If it is not, you're listening to a repeat broadcast or a podcast. My name is Nnamdi Kanu. I am the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra all over the world. The director of Radio Biafra and Biafra Television, and by the very special grace of the Most High Elohim, a servant of the wonderful people of Biafra, and now by commission, or should I say omission, also a servant of Nigerian youths wherever they are. We are going to pray a short prayer, the prayer that Yeshua taught his followers, his disciples to pray. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our sins as we forgive those who sin against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For yours is the kingdom, every power and every glory belong to thee now and forevermore, we pray. He said, our lines will open shortly, but before I do so, there are one or two things that I would like to say. Yesterday was a day of mourning for us.
Not because Fulani Janjaweed came to kill us, which they normally do, but because Wike, who happens to be an Igbo man, have now joined other people as well in this orgy of violence against his own people. It is very sad and unfortunate that Igbocha FM is not working, and that is the reason why all this nonsense is happening. I hold those who are in charge of our relay station in Igbocha responsible that in this very critical period, our Igbocha FM is not working. It is a shame. The same thing also with some people who have been collecting money from the high command, from myself and from some members of the DOS to tend to those who are injured and dying at home. Everybody puts in a request or a suggestion, the money is sent, and that money disappears the same way it does in the zoo. It doesn't give me joy at all. It is a thing of pain that in this very effort to restore Biafra, at least the least I expect from people is to be sincere and honest, especially when people are injured or dying or are under attack. Another thing I must make abundantly clear is that we must learn to listen to instructions and do as we are told. Some of us at home are in the habit of doing what we want when we want to do it. That is not how it's supposed to work in a freedom fighting situation. Once you receive an order, you move and do that thing you're asked to do. That is why you are under a command. The genocide has been happening in Igbocha for the past few days, has been well documented and chronicled, and everybody responsible will be held accountable, that I can assure you. Things can no longer be like before. I have also received a lot of representations from people far and wide all over the world saying that from now onwards, anything we intend to do, we shouldn't announce it. So don't expect me to come here to tell you what we're going to do in respect of the genocide going on in Obigbo, but I can assure you we are going to avenge, and in a very spectacular manner at that. Do not be discouraged. We know what we are doing, and when it happens, you will hear about it. We will not announce it, but you will hear about it, because I've been told in no uncertain times what this do, the zoo animal. I have also received a lot of representations from people far and you will hear about them from now onwards, because a lot of things are about to happen. So you have to bear with me. It is not everything that I will tell you or give command of live over the air. Please, you must bear with us. I mourned those that died yesterday, and I prayed for them ceaselessly throughout yesterday. And my promise to those who are suffering, those who have been arrested, is that they are going to be released, of course. Eventually they will be released because they've done nothing wrong. But we will pay very, very dearly for this. Very, very dearly for this. Because there is a gang up, as you well know. Luciferians are in charge of the affairs of the world. That is where they're fighting from. Children of darkness, descendants of Lucifer. They do not see the wrong that this dude does. If Nigeria kills you and you make any representation abroad, nobody will listen to you. That is a fact. I'm just telling you the truth. But as soon as we do something or we respond to the brutality of the state of the zoo, people that have interest in our oil and gas, they will start to jump up and down because they think that the coming of Biafra threatens their stranglehold over the natural resources in our land. And the governors are not helping either. You all know that Dave Umahi and all the governors, they paid for the army to be deployed to our land. So it is a coordinated effort by the governors to kill as many people as possible. Do not trust any Igbo governor. Not one of them. They are all the same. Their job is to serve the Fulani Janjaweed, to maintain their idiotic status as political leaders from the East. That is the only thing that is of concern to them. If you ask them to kill all of us, for them to get the presidency or the vice presidency of Nigeria, they will gladly do so without any hesitation.
No Igbo governor is trustworthy. Not one individual amongst them. They are very wicked and they are very evil, willing to kill and sacrifice their own people. Hausa people fought with Yorubas in a suburb of Lagos, in a part of Lagos. The Lagos state governor never asked the army to come and kill Yoruba people. But in our land, anytime Fulani people rape our mothers or abduct our daughters, and we react proportionately, the governor of that very state always, invariably, invites the army to come and kill us. That tells you all you need to know about the priorities of these people and those who they are actually serving. Therefore, we must be very careful with them. They hate us and they despise us because they want to make the Fulani oligarchy become lord and masters over the children of light, and that is not going to happen. It will never ever happen. I thought before that they were going to become sensible or reasonable as a result of what transpired. They pleaded and begged for us to clean up our land and return to normalcy so they can look into the yearnings and aspirations, or should I say the demands of the young people. I did exactly that. We cleaned up. The protest became more peaceful. What Umahi and the rest of the Igbo governors did was to invite the army once again into our land. So anything you hear or see from now going forward, do not blame me, do not blame IPOB or anybody else for that matter. Igbo governors are murderers all the way from Wike to Umahi, and they're going to pay very dearly for it. We are live and we are direct this morning, and it is very, very sad that anytime I tell people something, zoo animals in Nigeria especially, they don't listen. But eventually, as I told you, anything I tell you here comes to pass. I told you that the problem of Nigeria is Britain through Fulani Janjaweed. The problem you have in Nigeria is Britain coupled with the stupidity of a black man. A very potent and deadly combination. Because here I will always speak the truth. Some people may not like it, but tough, I will tell you the truth. Do you know the reason why Britain hasn't spoken about SARS? Why you write letter after letter to the Foreign and Commonwealth Office? You make representations to your MPs. You write to whoever is serving as the British High Commissioner, and nothing comes out of it, or nothing comes of it, because Britain wants you dead. Britain are the people running the zoological republic through the Fulani as a proxy. They are the backseat drivers. They are the ones making sure that you die at the hands of these animals every blessed year. Britain is the country that supplies arms and ammunition to Nigerian army, not to fight Boko Haram, but to kill innocent people. I am British. I hold a British passport. I will defend the British interest because I am an Anglophile, but I will not defend British murder and cover up. Britain are the people killing you through SARS run by the Fulani people. They are in this game together. Anything I tell you is the truth. I will not knowingly lie to the children of God. It's not possible. If I lie to you, Chukwuka will strike me dead. I won't do it. Anything I tell you is the truth. I hold a British passport, as you all know. I will not do anything either to jeopardize British interest. That is why in a new Biafra, Britain will make more money from Biafra than they are now doing from the zoo called Nigeria. But they will do it legitimately. British companies will come to invest in Biafra land. It is called inward investment. All those British companies that they drove away, like Liver Brothers, which they named Unilever and all the rest of them, they will all come back. Even the big company that a lot of British people own majority share in, which is Peace and Industries, but as in companies, they will all come back to where they used to be, in Biafra land. They will make money, but they will do so legitimately and legally. United Kingdom, Britain facilitated training and supplied equipment to SARS. What it means is that since it was Britain that trained SARS, it was Britain that asked SARS to take people's phones, to kill people and harvest their organs, to be very brutal, to be very evil and very wicked. It is here. Every newspaper in the zoo carried it. UK trained SARS and gave them the guns with which they are now killing people with. Britain is not satisfied that they came and took us as slaves, as farm animals for free. Britain is not satisfied that when we gave birth to children in the West Indies, in the Caribbean, and also in the USA, they sold our children to make profits. They were not satisfied. When slavery was abolished, Britain came and colonized. They were not satisfied. They took our palm oil, took our cocoa, took our cola nut, took everything from us without paying for it. We did not complain. They were not satisfied. After colonialism, they gave the zoo green, white, green flag and was running the country basically from the shadows, making money from us. Nobody complained. Britain did all of these things and nobody complained. Now, Britain of all people is an accomplice in the slaughter and murder of innocent young people in the South by virtue of the fact that they trained and equipped SARS. Despite years of complaints, despite years of campaign, despite years of Britain knowing what SARS was doing, Britain kept giving them money, which means that is what Britain wants to do. Britain wants to kill as many young people from southern Nigeria as possible. That's what they want to do. And that's what they have been doing. That is the reason why they couldn't condemn what happened. That was why British High Commissioner went to Bola Ahmed Tinubu to kill the protesters and to break those protesters that make it over. But because some of you are black, idiotic and African, you will not reason through what I'm telling you. That is why the British government have not come out to offer any robust condemnation of what happened or what is still happening in Nigeria. Britain took us as slaves and sold us and made money. Barclays, you see Barclays Bank? Do you know how much money they made? You see Barclays Bank? Do you know how much money they made from slavery? You have no idea. Britain was at the forefront of selling indigenous populations of West Africa. They emptied it. They were not satisfied. They came back, they colonized, they pillaged, they stole. They were not satisfied. They came back and basically gave power to idiotic Fulani Janjaweed to rule Nigeria on their behalf. Yet they are not happy because it's Britain who is in charge. The same Britain is now training and supplying equipment to murderers. So Britain is an accomplice to murder. And whenever any international panel will be set up, or some sort of a board or commission of inquiry, the role of the British Foreign and Commonwealth Office must be investigated in the training, financing, and equipping these very deadly, murderous police units. How do we come to know this? Because a very brave British MP, because, you know, in England you can do whatever you like, in the UK but you cannot lie. Once you're a minister and you receive a letter asking you simple questions, you must answer, and answer honestly, and that was what happened in this case. Listen carefully, please. The British government has said it trained and equipped operatives of the Special Anti-Robbery Squad, SARS, from 2016 to 2020. So all these years that people have been cataloging and complaining about SARS, all the previous campaigns that people have held about SARS, Britain knew about it. They did not stop. Britain knew that SARS was killing people, massacring people, harvesting their organs, selling it to Indians. Britain knew. British government knew. They kept sponsoring SARS. They kept on funding SARS. That is why I say that black people are their own worst enemy. It's not even the white man. Black people are their own worst enemy. Britain, talking about human rights, about the need of human, anyway, it's just theory, just talk. I don't know why they have the need to always want to rule and lord it over other people. I don't know what is wrong with Britain, especially the foreign commonwealth. They always want to lord it over other people. They want to rule stupid African people by all means. And they are not only satisfied with that, they also want to kill everybody in the process to help the Fulani Janjaweed. Britain has never come out in strong and offered any strong condemnation of the brutality and atrocities of the Nigerian army, Nigerian police, especially SARS. Never. They will never condemn them. Never. Is it a surprise to you that as soon as Katrina Line went to see Tinubu, the army opened fire on the protesters? Because Britain was trying to cover up their role. They wanted the protest to end immediately. So the international community will not take interest in what is happening or in the outcome of any investigation. Because if you investigate SARS, you will see that SARS was funded by the British government not 20 years ago, not 30 years ago. They kept funding SARS until 2020. Until 2020. Not only funding them, it was Britain that trained them. You know, when you go for training, you listen to an instructor. You do what your instructor asks you to do. So it was Britain that asked them to go and be killing innocent people. Because they were trained by them. Are you following? Are you listening to what we are saying? Hey dear, I want to thank Kate Osamo, who is the MP representing Edmonton. The UK Minister for Africa is James Goodrich, a white man. He responded to the letter that Kate Osamo had written to him, asking for clarifications on the role that Britain played in funding and equipping SARS, the murderous police unit. Anywhere else in the world, this will make front page news everywhere. But because it's in Black Africa, they will not cover it. They will not cover it. Very, very sad indeed. So all the ill treatment, torture, extrajudicial killings, including the bodies in the Zoo River, all are courtesy of the British government, those that colonized you, those that sold you as slaves, colonized you, and now imposed their neo-colonialism through Fulani idiocy, illiteracy, stupidity, and Janjaweedism. That same Britain is now responsible for funding the death of young people in the South, including those killed at the Zoo River. It's Britain that we should be holding responsible. And of course, the Fulani Janjaweed. Britain should be held responsible for it, because they offered the training, the finance, and the support as well for SARS. I don't know if some of the harvested organs were sent to Britain. Maybe we need to investigate. I'm not sure. Maybe Britain was financing SARS in order to have a stake or share in the organs that were being harvested from young people in the South. That is the world for you. This level of hypocrisy is condemnable. Condemnable, I tell you. That is Britain for you in Africa. They always want to rule. They must rule somebody. They must be in charge of somebody. You must call them Lord and Sir. Somebody came, his name is Frederick Lugard, a white man, Bethuel, came to Africa, and all of you are calling him Lord. Lord Lugard, Lord Lugard. When somebody calls me, when somebody says, my Lord Nnamdi Kanu, people want to hang themselves because black people are stupid and very useless. Stupid and useless. That's Britain for you. Britain wants you dead. They don't want Biafra to come. Britain was sent by Lucifer to make sure that Biafra will never come, because once Biafra comes, Africa can now be able to see. That is their job, and they're doing it very well. They have accomplices everywhere. In Fulani Janjaweedism, in Ohanese, and some ethnic jingoists in Yoruba land. They want the continuation of the reign of the white man over the affairs of black people in Africa. And we are going to resist it. Intelligently so. We are resisting it already. And that is why, no matter what they do, Biafra must come. That is why Igbo governors are going to pay very, very dearly for what they have done. Any day that Wike steps outside the zoo into any country, the world will hear his story. You watch and see what is going to happen. They must know what they must know what happened to Jibril when he went to Japan last year. You know what happened to Jibril last year in Japan? The way he was running and he did not attend the conference. Are you aware of that in Japan? Because we were there on the ground. The Japanese people knew that the lot was fake, not the real Buhari. You are Chineke. The people I shouldn't say much live, and I'm not going to say much. But you hear the story. Fulani people are hailing you. All of you forgot that Igbo businesses were damaged in Kanu as a result of this NSAS protest. Nobody covered it or wanted to talk about it. You hypocritical black monkeys in Africa. Black baboons in Africa. No wonder Britain called you nigger. Nigeria. Very sad indeed. I have never seen, and I do not hope to meet, a more useless, idiotic set of human beings like they have in black Africa. People who cannot make use of their brain. People who are, I don't know, paralyzed with fear. You see a white man and you become very, very submissive. As if you're cursed. As if you're possessed. That white man is not happy. That white man is still killing you. Because he knows no matter what he does to you, you're a nigger, you're black, you're useless, you're foolish. You can't even recall. We were in America, we gave away free labor for 250 years. Nobody paid anyone for it. On top of that, if you give birth to your child, they sell your child. Today, blacks are still suffering in America. Because those that went before us were not bold enough to speak the truth and stand on the truth. Here we speak the truth and we stand on it. SARS, end SARS, end SARS, end SARS. People should also be campaigning about an end to British new colonialism. Blacks are indeed very, very stupid. Is Britain has been killing you? Britain they are the people killing you through SARS. And that blood-sucking demon, Katunaline, blood-sucking demon, a very wicked, one of the most wicked people I've ever seen. A very, very wicked and evil woman. People are funding SARS. SARS are killing people. You read about it. You hear the complaints. You're still funding them. Because you want Fulani to maintain control over everybody with terrorism and with fear. Look at how big what they're doing in Obigo. Did any Yoruba newspaper report it? Did any Yoruba newspaper report it? The answer is no. Because it didn't happen in Yoruba land. It happened in Igbo land. Why must they report it? Some of you do not know what is happening because you're blind. You are black and you're blind and you are stupid. Stupid upon stupidity upon stupidity. This UG black people. British Or should I say, the British government are the ones killing you through Fulani? That is the reason why there was no end-size protest in Sokoto. Don't you understand? Fulani are the ones killing you. They are the ones with the contract to kill, to eliminate, to diminish your numbers. And you idiots in the south cannot see it. Stupid fools, your eyes are closed, you cannot see it. Mad people everywhere. Britain, you see, we is part of the alliance. Oh, I don't want. Oh my God. Oh my God. I hate Igbo governors, but you see, Wike. Oh my God in heaven. Anyway, we hear the story very soon. I don't want to say much on there. I will now endeavor to open our lines and take your calls. If I accept you, please try and call. I don't know when black people will learn. Black people from Africa, I don't know when you people are going to learn. If at all you will learn. I don't know what is wrong with you people. What is wrong with you people? That you cannot reason. What is wrong with you people? That you cannot reason. This is black. What is wrong with you people? May Elohim have mercy upon your stupid, wretched souls, black people. A white man is there laughing with you, smiling with you, Britain, laughing and smiling, laughing at a woman for that matter. Meanwhile, they received all the reports of SARS brutality. Yet Britain kept funding SARS. They know the Nigerian army is not going to fight terrorism. They are coming to kill innocent people. They will keep giving them weapons. They keep giving them weapons. The caller on the line, please, your name and where you are, and you ask your question, please. Today's question and answer. Go ahead.
Mazi Nwachineke, my name is Simon. I'm calling from Almeria, Spain.
From Almeria, Spain, please go ahead.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Only see, I want to ask a question because there was an order he gave in 2014. Because this thing that is going on now, we don't know where it's leading to. There's an order he gave in 2014 in case if anything happens to you. What you should do to the Zoo government and the those that plotted it. I want to ask, as now you are outside or we don't even know what where we are, in case anything happens to you, because what are we going to do? I want you to touch in that all the anymore in case of, because we don't know what our enemy is planning. Because if they see a way to eliminate you, that will be the first thing. And the Fulanis and their agents will pay any amount to exterminate your life. So I want to know if the order still stands. Thank you.
The order, of course, the order still stands. It doesn't change. The order is there. It doesn't change. It doesn't change at all, at all, at all. Should anything happen to me, the end-start protest will be a child's play. And understand this. And they'll be chased around all over the world. One idiot is asking, you said you take the war to the north. It's coming. It is coming, I said. Mokoko. The caller on the line, can you hear me?
Hello?
Give us,
I can hear you.
Yes, your name and where you are and your question, please.
Yeah, my name is Nemeka Batinji.
Where are you calling from?
So, I'm calling in the respect of...
where are you calling from?
From Indonesia.
Please go ahead.
So, the interview they granted you yesterday, there was a question you asked the man. What you asked him in the question, and he diverted the question. You asked him, what have you achieved as a Nigeria since 1960 till now? And he asked him, what are the values of Nigeria? And he diverted it. The thing I felt so bad. He diverted it and saying that Nigerians are intelligent. That is this the answer to the question they asked you? Saying the Nigeria. Yes, intelligent. Human beings are meant to be intelligent if you ought to have one. But he didn't answer the question. I called to people sometimes they know the question, but they don't want to answer it.
They can't answer the question because they don't want to look bad. They don't want the Nigerian government to see them as bad people, but Chief Dede Momodu did very well yesterday. He asked, because the thing is that what makes an interviewing person is the quality of the questions. I think he asked good quality questions. It was an interview, and I asked him, and he said we can exchange views and ideas, which means an interview between 2 or 3 or 4 people. You ask me, I ask you, I answer, you answer. When I asked him a question to tell me what Nigeria can be proud of after 60 years, he said intelligent people. That's what I'm asking about. I'm talking about Nigeria as a state. In terms of the impact Nigeria has made on the lives of its people, and he said Nigerians are intelligent. That's not the answer to the question, with all due respect. The thing is that he didn't want to say, didn't want to say that Nigeria is a failure. He didn't want that to come from his mouth. It's for those who are watching and listening to be able to deduce from his answer what he had actually intended to convey.
And one thing only do. You see these medias in Zoological Republic, they are all corrupt. Like that governor saying that all the whole Fulani in the whole Africa should be coming to, the West, the South. We don't know what is coming to us.
They are cowards. Listen, my dear, the journalists are cowards. They are cowards in the South. If anybody were to say that thing now, to say, oh, I want to use Igbo to bring all the Igbos to come to live in Igbo, hey, that same day, the army will invade my house. Somebody came up and said, there is no border in the north. The man said, we are working to bring Fulani from the Sahel, all of them to come to settle in Nigeria. They can be in Niger Delta, they can be anywhere. They have cattle, they live in the bush, and everybody just looking like an idiot. I think they are doing something. They sleep with their cattle, and then they kill the cattle they give us to eat. And that is what has. So it's like they are sleeping with us spiritually. I'm telling you the truth, they have messed people up in that zoo.
They have messed people up. And the media did not ask me a question. Look at China now. Because China is Malay, is in Singapore, then they have to allow the whole China people to come to Singapore or in Malay. They don't even think of those things.
The zoo media is one of the worst. They were doing well though. I was praising them and say, oh, they are doing well in the coverage of the SARS thing. As soon as that is Fulani with the intimidation and terrorism. Fulani, what they did is to say, NBC, find them. Once NBC issued 5 million or 5 billion naira fine to channels, to AIT, and to Arise Television, all the newspapers they changed the next day. You heard that idiot who called himself Desmond, the idiot, somebody called me. That fool, that inconsequent. You see why I don't watch Nollywood movies? They are stupid. They are foolish. Oh my God in heaven. Those people. They are, oh my God. Look at what the idiot was saying. A young person saying they should shut down the internet. If you have a movie of Desmond Elliot in your house as a CD or as a disc or anywhere else and you're watching it, anyway, you're gonna black. What do you know? This UG, useless set of idiots. The caller on the line, can you hear me?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning to you.
Thank you from Aba.
What is happening in Aba today?
It's not really much. But I have a question. Today is a question and answer.
Please go ahead and ask your question. People said that somebody said that our IPOB community radio is repeating. Is that correct? Please go ahead and ask your question. Go ahead.
I was listening to the FM before calling in.
Oh, FM, listen to FM. I want to know if the app is repeating, please. Is the app repeating?
I will try that before to confirm that. So my question is this. I was a vendor. Had asked me one question to ask you. He said that why is it that the drum cylinder that came before the national anthem of Biafra is not being played?
What?
The drum cylinder. Is
that the person's problem? Listen, the national anthem that I play is a tribute to Professor Innocent Udenigbo. That is the version that I play. a tribute to Professor Innocent Benigo. That's what I need you to understand. Please, EKTV South Africa, fix this very app. What the hell is going on? Fix it. Why is the app repeating? Fix it immediately. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much for that. That is the reason why. That is the reason why, please. It is a tribute to. They said the radio is working very well. Please, some of you should refresh your phones. Refresh your phone and stop writing rubbish to me. Refresh it. Refresh your phone. The caller on the line, can you hear me?
Sir, good morning from here, sir.
Yes, please go ahead.
From Lagos.
Please go ahead.
Okay, sir. People governors that area I just wanted to contribute. That each time they sit at that table to have their meeting, the outcome is always how to subjugate
how to kill, how to murder people. That is what they always do. And some idiots should be defending them. Some bastards should be defending them.
Huh? That is what they always do. You see them now with all of them, all the failures, all the fed people are over the age, gathered in one place, talking jargon every day and night. My contribution as secretary is we should devise a modality on how to deal with these people because it's been a long age suffering. These people have been dealing with us, and every time they go scot-free because nobody have been touching them. Because this time around, it's either they listen because how many are they that they have to sit down and decide our future from time to time and nothing happens. Look at what weekend is. Look at what Fulmahi is. All of them conspiring with the enemy, killing our people. I think enough of that nonsense. And secondly, sir, I think our in-house security need to be talked to. I know most time when all these things happen, so that we can also have a way of getting back to these people. And not every time we come to, it's good for us to shout. But while they are killing us, we should also be doing something on the ground, so that they too they will be feeling it. That is my just little contribution here, for sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. And I said to people, once in a revolution, you don't go home to sleep. You don't go home to sleep once you're in a revolution, because the enemies, once you stop fighting, the enemies will come after you. I warned them, do not go home. And people went home. And that is a very massive problem. That is a very massive problem. When you are in a revolution, please, I beg of you, do not go home. Do not, all the able-bodied men and women, you don't sleep in the house. All the able-bodied men and women, you don't sleep in the house, because it is a revolution. I have restarted the system, and I believe that the app should be okay right now. The app should be okay, please. I have refreshed and restarted the system. The app should be okay. The app should be okay. By now, they said community radio does not refresh anymore. I don't know what it means by refresh. Is it working now? Is it working now? I need to know. Is it working? There is a problem with our system here, I can see. I don't know what it is, but there is a problem. I can see it is not going out. It is not going out. I don't know what the problem could be. We are doing all we can to rectify it. It says here connecting, and I want to see it because I want those also in Biafra land, in Lagos, in Kanu, in Abuja, who are listening via FM to follow what we are doing this morning. They said there is an error on the encoder. There is an error on the encoder, and they are trying to fix it. I don't understand what this is. They said they're trying to fix it, and as soon as they do, then we shall reconnect. We shall reconnect. Please, whoever is doing what they are doing, please get away from the system so that I can try and remedy it from here. Because there is, I can see there are attempts to try to fix it from the back panel. It is showing here. Please stop so I can try and fix it from this very angle. Because right now our FM is not talking, and I don't know why that is, because each time I come on air, that is when these things happen. Each time I'm live on air, that is when it happens. It doesn't happen any other time, only when I am live on air. Only when I am live on air, that is when these things happen. that is when it happened. Very, very sad indeed. We are live on Facebook, please. People can come on Facebook to listen. For now, until this very problem is rectified. Until it is rectified, because I'm restarting the entire system for those who are listening via FM in Biafra land. I'm restarting the entire system to see if we can fix it. This problem always occurs each time I am live on air. I am going to accept some requests, please. If I accept you, then you call. Once I accept your request, you can then call, please. If I accept you, you call. At least Facebook is behaving itself. They are behaving themselves, please. All our apps are down right now because we are trying to fix the system. We are restarting the system. We are resilient anyway. We have done this many, many times over, and we remain very strong. We are going to try once again to see if I accept your request on Signal, then you call. Once I accept your request, then you call. If you have called before, please do not call again. If you have called in the past 7 days, do not call again, please. Do not call again, I beg of you. Do not call. Let us try and connect our systems now to see what is going to happen, to see if it will allow us. Yes, I believe very, very strongly that we are back on again. I believe that we are back on again. That is my belief. We are back on again. If you can hear me, I believe that people can now hear me once again. We are back on FM and all our apps. If you have called before, do not call again. If you have called before, do not call again. The number to call this very morning is, I'll give it to you after this. The caller on Signal, can you hear me?
Yes, Mazi Nnamdi can hear you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning to you. Your name and where you're calling from?
My name is Emenike. I'm calling from Gabon.
Please go ahead.
Okay, Mazi Nnamdi, I want to thank you for the good work you are doing.
Thank you. Go ahead.
And I'm so muchly grateful for the announcement you made this morning. I've been trying to call you all this while, but I couldn't be able to connect. So I thank you for your good work, and what I want to say is this. All the things we are doing, especially back home, don't have to be making it live on air, especially the issue that you say about weekend. So we have to have some secrets to deal with this problem.
Thank you very much, and I have heard. Thank you very, very much. I have taken that very advice on board. The thing is that the governors, they think they're very smart. They think they're intelligent. That's the funny thing about them. People, we are demonstrating, and in the midst of a revolution, things were happening. The police were nowhere to be found. The streets were deserted. Everywhere was empty. The governors were begging, please, can you stop? And let us do a cleanup and give us some time to meet the demands of young people. They sent people that were calling me, people that I have respect and regard for. They were calling, and I said, okay, let us go and do cleanup. As soon as we announce it, Dave Umahi arranged with Asorok to bring in soldiers using Ebonyi State money. All the governors and those of them give us, and the administrator in Imo State, give us troops, please give us troops. And they said to me, we have army and police in Igwater. We also have a sizable terrorist community in Igwater. They will no longer rape your women and your daughters. Meanwhile, use them to go to people to kill people. And that's what they're doing. I'm saying all of these things so that any day our own madness starts. All these idiots that always write their junk, you'll be able to push things into its proper perspective, because it's bound to happen, and you hear about it very, very soon. The caller on the line, can you hear me?
Hello, good morning, sir.
Good morning to you.
Yes, this is Samuel Nnamdi calling from Iowa.
What is happening where you are? Is the killing still going on?
Well, for now, we've not recorded any killing, but the only thing there is that at Ariere Junction, the soldiers are still very much there, and during the day, they always shoot everywhere, and the problem with them is that some of them, all of them are not trained. Some people can get hit by a live bullet. Like the problem we're facing here now, and when you're passing through that Ariere Junction, they are always telling someone to lift up their hands, maybe in surrendering to them or something like that. So I don't know what can be done about that, or what our people can do about that. They are always there. They are always there. They are really disturbed. That's just the truth about this place.
And thank you for that. But I read I don't from the air. Okay, there's no problem. I want to remind zoo politicians, especially those of them in the east. You see all those young people that will come out again, and this time around there will be no mercy. They will not listen to any advice. All your irats can write whatever junk they like. Then it will be an eye for an eye. Nobody was killed in the north when they went to collect what belongs to them from the warehouses. But all of you in the south was busy killing and maiming people that went to collect what actually belongs to them. You pay very dearly for it. The caller on the line, can you hear me? The caller, you can only call on signal. Some of you calling on WhatsApp, you're wasting your time. Only signal. Only signal. Please go ahead. Yes, please. Your name and where you are.
Hello?
They said the army is everywhere, you know, people killing people. We know. We are aware of what is happening in our people. We are aware. The world can pretend they do not know. And when the revenge will come, when the vengeance will come, I hope and pray they pretend they don't know what is going on. There is no Yoruba newspaper editor now that will see what is happening in our people and report it. Any day now will rise up and revenge. You will be everywhere. It will be on channels. That's why I hate Nigeria with a passion. A country full of evil, lying, deceitful hypocrites everywhere. Honesty is in very short supply. If you have called us before, please do not. Once I accept, you can call. Not call. Once I accept you, then you go quiet. If I accept you, please, you call. Once I accept you, you call. And if you call, you ask a very simple question. The caller on the line, what is your question? Go ahead. Oh my goodness, this person, do not call again. IPOB, Morocco, please, I beg of you, do not call again. I get upset with you. I'm not here to waste my time. The caller on the line, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, my leader.
Yes, go ahead, please, and go away from where you are. I can hear your voice, which means the world can hear your voice. You don't need to be listening. You don't have a third ear. You only have 2 ears. As Judge Judy will say, for a reason. Only speak to me by the phone, I beg of you. What is your name and where are you calling from? Your name and where you are calling from.
Hello.
That's what I'm saying. Once you keep listening to radio, you cannot pay attention. You want your voice to come out of the radio, it's not going to happen. I don't know why people cannot learn. Something so simple, they don't learn. Once I pick your call, you speak to me via the phone. Stop expecting to hear your voice via your listening device before you speak. You're wasting our time. The caller on the line, can you hear me?
Good morning, Mazi Nnamdi.
Good morning to you, please. And where are you calling from?
My name is Excellency. I'm calling from South Africa, from Amambara in Biafra land, about 33 percent.
About thank you very much. Please go ahead from South Africa. The world is listening.
It's my very first time getting you on air, and I'm very, very pleased. I'm very grateful to Elohim because this day is a very great day for me. Let me just go straight to the point. I just want to encourage our people that whatever positive you started in life, do not go back. I don't have much to say because St. Paul used to say to the apostle, when they brought him out, he used to tell them, peace be unto you. He's so good. So they expect him to say much, but you only tell them one word, peace be unto you. I want our people to be united in this particular time. This is not time to knife on each other. Let us be united to fight one common enemy. And the praise remains. Once you start anything to change and bring good thing in your life, do not go back, no matter the consequences, no matter what is happening. Do not go back. That is my word for our people. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and you have spoken very, very well. You have spoken very, very well, and we are not going back. I want to ask some of you, when it comes to gossip from that feed or from whoever, you see BBC Igbo. Now they are killing people since 3 days now in Obibo. Where is BBC Igbo? You can't see them. They are working for SARS. They are part of the whole SARS alliance. Now it's very clear, isn't it? Britain wants all of you dead. Dear me. The caller on the line, can you hear me?
Yes, good morning, sir.
Good morning to you. Give us your first name and where you're calling us from, if you may.
Yeah, my name is Sonia. I'm calling from Phnom Penh, Cambodia.
From Cambodia. Please go ahead, we're listening.
Yes. Yeah. There's something I want to suggest, I want to bring.
Go ahead.
Yeah. I was talking with my friend, a white man from California. He gave me some suggestion. He said, we know what all we're passing through. Yes. He said we are the problem of ourselves.
Of course we are.
I asked him how. He said sometimes foreigners can send the diplomatic from the world. They will front people man to defend there's no problem, anything is okay. So if you can able to wipe away our leaders, we can get what we want within a short time.
It's a very good advice. It's a very good advice.
I think, I said that it made me plenty. The senators, House Assembly, governors is the problem we have. The world knows that we are pursuing a lot of things. But when they saw the diplomatic from abroad to Nigeria, they will front people to say there's no problem, everything is okay, there's no problem. So if we can be able to wipe all our senators, House Assembly, all of them, wipe them out, so that the world will know that we are serious for what we are doing. We are saying that we need this in every 4 years to vote them to Nigeria's Senate and everything. After some time, we are sitting fighting for Biafra. Say you look childish. Say if you can able to wipe these people and stop the election from our side, the world will know that these people are serious about what they are doing.
We don't want to go too far, but they will see what will happen very soon. Thank you very much for that. Thank you very, very much. The greatest problem, even during the war, the saboteurs we had, they did a very wonderful job in making sure that Biafra will not come, including Dr. Zik of Africa. That was why his statue was set on fire and burnt, for the idiots who do not know. He was against our freedom. That's the reason why his statue was set on fire. They know what they're doing, but they're going to pay very, very dearly for it. I have a caller on the line. Give us your name and where you're calling us from, please. No, cannot hear me. The line was playing up. We are not taking calls on WhatsApp, but I won't hear this UG Black. We are not taking calls on WhatsApp. If you're calling us on WhatsApp, you are wasting your time. You are wasting your time. If you have called before, do not call again, please. And somebody wants to tell me something in private, then when I finish, you can call. The caller on the line, can you hear me?
Sir, my name is Brian Daniel. I'm calling you from New York.
From New York, please go ahead. What time is it in New York now?
It is 3:06 or so.
3:06 a.m. in the morning.
Yes, that's the right.
Wow. And you are awake? Don't you have a job to go to tomorrow? Or in the morning?
It has been so difficult being awake to get you on Fridays. Last week Friday I was on to waiting.
but I was not fortunate enough to speak with you. Thank you, Amadike. How are you?
Very well, thank you, my dear brother.
Good. Thank you, sir. So, Mazi, I just want to take you back to 2015 when you were with World Igbo Congress.
Yes.
I could remember one lady asking you, what did you say you are going to do? Is it war? So, what I want to say at this point is this. That woman collected $1,200 from Trump. All those allies who were in that meeting you had in World Igbo Congress, Trump gave them $1,200 for palliative. But look at the palliative for our people.
You say $1,000?
$1,200 still free of them.
Oh yeah, it's true. It's true. Trump gave everybody in America $1,200. Is that correct? All of you in America. They couldn't even bring it to put into Biafra. Oh, in this regime.
I sat in that meeting. Those people you had that meeting with in 2015, all of them, including that woman that asked you, do you say you need a weapon? Are you going to war? You remember that woman?
Yes.
In the mid, beautiful. She collected $1,200 too. So why I brought this issue is this. These are our governors who hoard this food. Sir, do you know how many people that they killed because they come outside during the lockdown? You know,
these politicians are evil. These people are wicked. They are wicked.
You know, they made their cars and their baby because they came outside. They forced them to lock them in and they refused to give them this food. It is a very wicked experience. Do you know why I brought this issue? In some states, they are doing local government elections. Our people, are we still going to vote?
So they will. Black in this black people, they will vote. Black.
I have been following you and I found out that you are always right. And do you know one more thing? Do you know one more thing that will surprise you? I want to know how these people will stand in presence of the youth to go and campaign in 2023. If ever they will see the 2023. I wonder what they will. I wonder what someone will stand and tell the youth of Nigeria.
Man, you give them bread and pig milk. You give them one packet of Indomie, and they will come out and vote for him. Just Indomie, and they come out and vote.
It is a very painful thing. When you told us not to vote, we thought you were joking, and now it has come. When you told us, give us money, let us buy a weapon, that they will come and kill you, we thought you were joking. All these things are happening in our own eyes. Therefore, I do not have any question to tell you. Only question I have, only thing I want to say is our youth. Forget about these politicians. You will not stop following them by the back. Nothing good will come out of them. Because remember how many of you that they killed during the lockdown. They forced you to go and stay inside. Do not come out. The same police that live in the same street with you. The same police that live in one bedroom killed us. Killed a lot of people during the lockdown. The husband, the one woman, later had to kill the husband that went to buy drugs for the children. They killed him on the way. And they all this food.
That's what Britain wants. Britain wants black people are dying. I think it gives joy to some white people in Whitehall at the front of the they love it. Once they hear that, oh, another person has been killed, they drink and they have fun. They laugh.
One thing I want to say, my leader, is all the experiences say that the Fulani is doing it, and all the things you see them act is evil experience. It's a Fulani that gave them those ideas. Even the idea of bringing the military that you see now, if you see the massacre in Obibo, it is a horrible massacre. The auto says that the idea of a belief, Igbo belief. Anything you see Fulani doing today is idea of Igbo belief.
So you're telling me that we got up one morning and said, go and kill people, and the army came and they said, and nobody's talking now. None of the Fulani are speaking. No Yoruba paper is carrying it. Nobody, all of them, they are there. Everybody is now pretending. BBC is nowhere to be found. All of them, they're going to hiding. Any day people get upset and rise up to go and carry out revenge attacks, you will see them, their mouth will start running. Now back up, all of them will start yapping the usual rubbish. Has he spoken about the carnage in Obibo? being rigged by Wike, has put that pig that is guarding pipeline for Sultan Sokoto. No, they will not speak. Useless people.
They finish entertaining themselves. Anyone that has a little conscience, after entertaining himself, he will video a little clip and send out. He will just video a little clip after the horrible military has treated and killed a lot. Then after people have finished entertaining himself, he will just post one little clip of the atrocity they committed. The idea of doing praying to was a free Friday. It was equally free Friday.
Don't worry.
It didn't get to that point. So I'm still talking to our fellow youths that we are doing our best here. We cannot be here and be there. Let them do their part there. And let them stop running to OPC person to go and contest for local government DJs. Let them not do it, because at the end of the day, nothing good will come out of it. They will hold the food again and they will sell the food. They will not give it to them. Thank you, my leader.
Thank you very much, my dear brother. Thank you very much for that. And well spoken. I like that. Well spoken. Very well spoken. They keep complaining that our lines are fluctuating this very morning. You know, in the zoo, they send a lot of signal to trying to bombard our IP address and trying to, in an effort to bring it down. They have failed before. They will also fail again today. If you have called us before, do not call us again. Once your request comes in, check your phone. Once I accept you, then you can call. That's how it's done. The caller on the line, can you hear me?
Good morning, Mazi.
Good morning to you, my dear brother. Please, your name and where you're calling from and your question.
My name is Kenneth Omunla Okeke. I'm calling from Germany.
From Germany, please go ahead. And what is your question, if you have any?
So Mazi, I have a question, but I don't want to waste time of greeting or something like that. We still have a lot of time to give greetings and thanks to you for all you are doing. So what I just want to ask as a question or to add as a suggestion is that this very killing that is going on in Nigeria as at this moment, and in Biafra land, because we in diaspora here, we are getting to vote because we can't take it anymore. Like as I'm saying for my own side, if I should speak for myself, if not for Corona issue, I will be going to Nigeria. I have something to do on my own without even asking you a question. So in the issue of eliminating people, we have rude boys who are in Europe who are ready to do anything, and we are even thinking on how we can be organizing ourselves here to have something like the people in diaspora who are ready for the fight whenever it comes.
The volunteers, just organize yourselves. Anytime we hear that any of them is in Europe, then we move men there before their aircraft lands. We are there waiting for them.
This is what we are trying to do in our meetings, when we hold our meetings, to just do some things on the ground so nobody knows what we are doing. So, but what I'm trying to say is, this thing have been bothering my mind because the Western world, these Europeans who are not saying anything for what is happening in that very contraction today. But my major anger is to Britain and Germany and Holland and some of these special countries in Europe. I made a video which I posted in my Facebook that is it not so good when some of our youth or when people just underground go destroy their things in Nigeria so they could understand that something is wrong in that country. So they have NNPC, they have Shell in Nigeria, they have Total in Nigeria, they have BP in Nigeria, they have a lot of companies in Nigeria that are running even at this moment that these things are happening in Nigeria. So we can't just sit down and be waiting for them until when the international community come. I think they said if you go pinch a kid, he will start to cry. So we have to do a little thing to touch these people. Even Julius Berger, all those companies are supposed to be brought down in Nigeria. So they can at least make some comment into what is happening in our country. I do listen to German news. There was a time in ZDF, I just heard in 1 minute news about what is going on in Nigeria. Since this day, I never hear anything.
They brought them over and you hear anything again. That's how they are.
So this is just the problem. Is it not okay? Let me not just use German language. Is it not in order that we go in Nigeria and disrupt some of their activities their country are having in that country? So their country will just wake up and say, yeah, something is happening. This is just what I want to say, Mazi. I don't have so much to say. Let me allow other people to call. But I just want you to look into this thing if it is not a good idea.
It will be looked into. It's a very good idea. Thank you very much. It will be looked into. It will be looked into. They are killing us. And I want the videos of the massacre. I will tweet it this morning myself. And will continue tweeting it because it is called all the killings that the Igbo governors are doing right now. We must inform the world. It is very, very important we do so. And then watch and see what is going to happen. I feel sorry for them, honestly speaking. And then let me see the idiots that will tell me, hey, my business, you're putting our life in danger. We are in Kanu, we are in Bauchi, our life is in danger. They're killing us. Our life is in danger in all people. For information. So you call on the line, can you hear me? Move away from your listening device and talk to the whole world. Yes, please, your name and where you're calling us from.
My name is Mazi. I'm calling from Toronto, Canada.
From Canada, please go ahead. The world is listening. Go ahead.
Sir, I have a few questions. My first question is about this guy.
I don't discuss it on this platform. This is Radio Biafra. It's not for gossip. I don't discuss idiots here. Do you understand what I'm saying? Do you understand me? Do you understand me? I said.
Yes, sir.
Simple.
Yes, sir.
Don't discuss idiots here. We are here discussing about freedom. I'm talking about inconsequential criminals.
Okay. Sorry, sir. My second question is this. Isn't it possible we make little moves towards the these refineries these foreigners have? Because to my understanding, these people are the reason why we're having these problems, to the fact that nobody even in the Western world is ready to discuss this. The news barely put what's going on in Nigeria during the protests. They barely put it out there in the news. So why don't we somehow make a move towards these refineries to see what their reaction will be? Because these are the places they're benefiting from that they don't want to listen to what our cries are for.
Let me tell you something. Even the refineries are not working. They have what is called flow station. They have flow stations. That's what they have. And the thing is that if we decide now to cripple and to paralyze the pipelines, for instance, it will lead to environmental degradation. But of course, it is better that the environment degrade and we are alive than for the environment to be okay and then we are dying. But people know what to do when the time comes, they're going to do it. And I will very strongly recommend and suggest, because what they are doing is that our people seek asylum in Canada. People are seeking asylum in Canada with IPOB. Even people who are from the Middle Belt, even Yoruba people, everybody seeks asylum with IPOB, and they get their papers wherever they are. So what the zoo is trying to do is to stop people from getting asylum in countries. So what we have decided to do is to say, anything that we intend to do, please inbox me. Nobody should say it live on air. Inbox me, please. Very, very important that you inbox me. Very, very important, please. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much for that. Thank you. Once I accept you on Signal, the next thing is that I expect your call. Check. Once I accept you, please, then you can call. The caller on the line, can you hear me? Have you called before?
Yeah, good morning, sir.
Good morning. Have you called me before today, this morning? You have called before. That is greed. You have spoken. There are people who are trying to get hold of us. They've not been able to do so. Please allow them to speak. Once I accept you, then you can call. Check your messages. Check. Once I accept you, then you can call. I have accepted you. Onajite, I have accepted you now, you may call. Once I have accepted you, you are at liberty to call. Once you are accepted, then you may make a call. I have not seen any calls yet, just messages all over the place. Once I accept you, you can call. The time now is what? 21 minutes past 8 p.m. The caller on the line, can you hear me?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning to you, my dear brother. Please give us your name and where you're calling us from, if you may.
Yeah, Mazi, this morning, my name is not really important. As I've already said before, what is actually bothering me here, because to be honest with you, sir, I'm not happy with everything that's going on. And I believe every Biafrans in their right thinking, who are their brain intact. In fact, every human being, every living being who has their brain intact will never be happy with what's going on. Towards Biafra and in fact in Nigeria at large. Mazi, there's a video that I watched recently whereby I saw a Biafran, a very young guy, a very young promising guy, struggling for his life. The guy was shot. And this guy was struggling for his life. So the extent that I cannot even hold myself again. I can't, because now it's like we are start developing, person like it's like, because I never went to go and see doctor. Because I'm starting developing high blood pressure about all these things. How many of us are going to die before we do something? How many of us are going to die before we do something meaningful? Before we do something more aesthetic? There's a lot of way to kill a goat. These people are cockroaches. They are killing. Every time I see any news, it's a Biafra victim. Every news, Biafra victim. Everywhere, Biafra victim. How many of us are going to die before we start doing something? I'm tired and I'm sorry. In fact, I'm fed up with all this. If you want to fix that of things, then that's what happened. And 1960 happened now. If you want to let everybody can go. Just we to be getting by with high blood pressure. People are there almost every day and night. In fact, they are not all dying anymore. They are very, very painful. People, they struggle. They struggle when they die. We cannot take this business anymore. If we don't want to do it, let's not do everything. Let everybody relax. Let everybody relax. Because we say we have a volunteer program. And we don't even say this. We have to look afraid of bringing out all these people. We must not confront them. We must not lose our young people. We must not lose them. It is not their loss for we to lose them. We must not confront all these change away. We must not confront them on the street. When we do that, I want to remind you one thing. Those people who are being shot by this change away, they are the real Biafrans. They are the real Biafrans. Because these are the people who are ready to give up their life for this trouble. That is why they are ready to die. And when we keep on losing this kind of people, Biafra is losing. We are really losing. The real Biafra, not those who are elections in all Biafra. All Biafra. These are the real Biafrans. These are the real soldiers. These are the people who will keep up their life to defend our land tomorrow. We keep on losing them. In fact, they are dying painful death. They are struggle before us and they give up.
Understood.
Many ways for taking all these people out. We are putting a wicked on them. It's enough of that. We can do all these things. We can't find this. We bring down all these people. When people are protecting, we must see them, we bring them their works. If we take 100 vessels of strength, of separation, of parenting, everything. If we can change this level, we will change them. People have it. We will change these people. We will bring them. We must. By this time, we're supposed to be mourning Nigerian soldiers. We're supposed to be mourning all these people inside the way. We're taking all these people you are putting down in their head. This one will tell you to complain. It's very suffering. But we will take all these people once and for all. Everybody just want to die. We must not keep on losing our people. We must not keep
I'm very upset. And I understand your anger. I do. You must understand we are fighting multiple enemies on different fronts at the same time. Yoruba media is against us, for information. Igbo media is also against us for information. The zoo is against us for your information. Britain coordinating the diplomatic offensive against us is there, very strong. Your governors also, they are fighting against us. We are navigating all these enemies with a great deal of care. And as I said, wait, you will hear what will happen. It's happened before, it will happen again. Just wait and see what is going to happen. Sadly, in a revolution, when you have a murderous enemy and a murderous army, these things are bound to happen. And when you have people doing that, they are your own people doing it, then it is a double tragedy. But let's take this call. The call on the line, can you hear me?
Yeah, good morning, sir.
Good morning to you.
Yeah, my name is Sylvan Sansidi Chufuni Esi Chibwe.
Have you called us before? Have you called us before? Okay.
No, I've not called before.
Go ahead.
This is my first time I'm reaching you.
Go ahead, please.
I was the one that reached you the other day. I told you I'm from Ibuso.
Yes.
Yes.
I
was the one that called, and secondly, I was trying to reach you this morning. I'm the one controlling that IPOB Morocco.
So are you? Are you IPOB Morocco? Okay. I thought you were somebody.
I'm the one.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't know what is wrong with the network there, but it's not good.
It's fine now. We are speaking now, and it's better now. It's fine. It's clear.
It's better. Now, I use another phone. This is another phone now. It's a different phone.
Go ahead.
It's a different phone. So, my leader, first of all, I'd like to appreciate your effort. I watched your interview with Dili Momodu yesterday. You really did well there. I'm really impressed. I was watching that video with my family, and my wife is sending his greetings to you. There's something I said during my conversation with you the other day concerning our security. Anything that concerns, like I said, anything that concerns anything about security, I'm saying it again, time without number. It should not be discussed on the air. It should not be viewed on air. Anybody that wants to ask anything about security, how we're going to tackle these people, it should not be discussed on air, because it seems that these people are using that advantage over us. They are taking that advantage over us. Everything about security, the way we talk, the way we plan about it, talking it on air, it seems that after then you see them doing or counteracting what we are about to do. So it should not be discussed. And anybody that wants to discuss anything about security, you should send it through voice message or maybe message to you. And secondly, I saw some of the video going around in Facebook concerning our people that are being killed in our own people in River State. It's very alarming. It's very, very alarming. Our volunteers is on our ground. I respect our volunteers to do the needful. For now, this is their duty. And we in the spirit, we are with them. We are with our volunteers. We are praying for them financially, physically, and otherwise. But this is the time for them to take effect. It does not really mean everybody must be a volunteer. Even when they are 10 in number, let them do the needful. Even when they are 20 in number, let them do the needful. It's not called for that everybody must be a volunteer. No. It's that if people, the volunteer are people that are fit to do the work. Let them do the needful. I see that you're hearing me.
Loud and clear, I say the whole world. I'm just listening to you.
I understand the way this warfare goes. Everybody must not be a soldier. It does not really mean everybody must be a soldier. But as long as some people have been selected to be a volunteer, let them do the needful. That's how we tackle these people. That's how they tackle these people. It should go in the daytime. Like the last caller said, he said those people that think they are killed now in Biafra land, they are the hardcore IPOB members. Because they listen to your instructions. The way you do, the way you tell them, if you tell them to go out, they go out. They listen to instructions. Let the volunteers, this is the time when the volunteers are going to do their needful. And like I said in my earlier conversation, anything that concerns security should not be discussed. Anybody that wants to discuss anything about security, you should not tell them. Don't tell anybody about anything concerning your security. You want the volunteers are going about their duties. No, don't tell anybody again. Let them send you a voice message or message through your inbox. IPOB.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that.
God bless you, sir.
And you too. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. There is a plan on the ground at the moment. The Anambra State governor held a meeting yesterday with DSS. They will start their own killings anytime soon. Omahi have started his own. Wike have started. So it is a coordinated effort. If we do not fight back, they're going to kill everybody. They are going to kill everybody. Let's take this call. The caller on the line, can you hear me?
Yeah. Good morning, Mazi.
Good morning to you, please.
My name is Richard Godwin, so I'm calling from Lagos.
Please go ahead, we're listening.
Yes, sir. Mazi, so I want to ask a question.
Good.
We, the indigenous people, have we ever protested? Have we ever gone out in a protest concerning man in Afro?
No, we have not.
Okay, because this man is dead. So we, as a people, need to make a point to the world. Because these people are scared. Let me tell you one thing. They are all scared, knowing that we people knows that this man is dead. This is a weapon on our hand. We must understand this. We as a people need to go out and let the world know in a match, in a protest, that man in Asrock is dead. And we cannot accept it. No human being, not even the Westerners, can accept a president that is to rule them. So I think we cannot accept it too. So we need to use this as a weapon against them. I'm still expecting that we will march all over the world to let the world know that man in Asrock is there, and we cannot take it. Thank you, Mazi.
Thank you very much, my dear brother. Thank you. People are coming up with very good, of course, when you see your brothers dying, you get very emotional. So the caller from Germany is understandable. People are very, very angry, but I can assure you, something happened to the Jews. They were being slaughtered all over the place. Today, nobody can take a Jew for granted. And that's how it's going to be with Biafra. We are going to prevail. Just watch and see. Now we know who our enemies are, both external and internal, and the great work can now begin. The caller on the line, can you hear me?
Yes. Good morning, sir.
Good morning to you. Your name and where you are?
My name is Simon. I'm calling from Cyprus.
From Cyprus?
I'm from Ughelli, not local government, Delta State.
You are from Ughelli, and what is your ethnicity?
Urobo.
You are Urobo. Please go ahead.
Yes. Thank you very much for what you're doing for the Biafrans. I really appreciate that. I've been following your program for over a year now. You see, it's really disturbing that whenever you open the news, you see Biafrans killed here, Wike killing Biafrans in Port Harcourt, the Igbo governors are killing Biafrans, and they're the one inviting the soldiers from the north to come and kill their own people. This is totally unacceptable. If you check the history of revolution in the world, the most successful one in the Caribbean was the Haiti Revolution.
Organized by a Biafran. Organized by a Biafran.
Yes, organized by a Biafran. You try to be diplomatic with the world. You don't understand the language of diplomacy. This is what everybody must understand. If the world understands diplomacy, why are they building bombs? Why are they building weapons of war if they understand diplomacy? Because they have it in the back of their mind. If they cannot work, when we work, Donald Trump is not a peaceful man. He's creating peace because he has a backup to fight. Nobody is peaceful in this world. Nobody is diplomatic enough to say, I'll be peaceful all through. When the Haitian Revolution started, they appointed a man. He was a black general. He wanted to be diplomatic. He wanted to be diplomatic over everything he wants to do. He was invited to France, the way they're inviting Wike and other governors now. He was invited to France. And the French general knew that this guy is trying to terminate their effort. So they keep him. They keep him in France. Until the other Biafran, the black man woke up and he said, no, now there is a way to tackle these people. First, we have to kill the enemies within. Then that's the first thing. Let nobody shy about it. Nobody can shy from it. We must kill the enemies within. Because without the enemies within, there is no way the enemy without can do anything. How many are the governors? How many guns do they have? How many convoys do they have? How many guns do they have? And how many are we the volunteers in each state? Let's coordinate this attack. This is nothing to hide. The world knows it. Hiding from it, they keep killing us. We don't need to hide from it. How much is sniper's gun? Remington, we get these things together. The world is gone. They produce it for sale. It is for war. It is not for hunting. Let's use it for the purpose. There is no way the world will keep writing good about us. We are expecting the media of the world to carry good news about us. It will never happen because their interest is literally in here. This new colonialism we are talking about. When Biafra is free, Africa is free. And we are taking food from these idiots. So don't expect them to write good about us. We want the bad news. Let them spread it. But what we are doing on ground is what matters. Let's organize this volunteer. And do the needful. Let's take these governors out. 1 week, 2 weeks, we are done. Let them be rubbish. It is what we want that matters. This is a little contribution, sir.
It is not little. It is a very massive contribution. It is not little. You have actually enlightened me even further, or should I say, educated me this morning, and I've also learned from you. Thank you very much for what you have said. They can write whatever rubbish they like about us. What matters is the ultimate. Did Biafra come or not? And our people must prepare on the ground. I told you to be mentally tough. That time has come. That time has come. The caller on the line, can you hear me?
Sir.
Good morning to you. Your name and where you're calling from?
We're coming from Anambra State. It's
Ethiopia, thank you very much. That's where you come from. Go ahead.
Yeah. You know, some of our people that is calling on this radio, some of them I don't know how to speak English, even like me. Please, you know, for a long time I called you. I'm because I called that I need more to finish to talk. Where I need to Biafran Jesse, Biafran clothes. So all these things that talking to us, you are enlightening us every day by day. We are happy and we are following. Since I entered IPOB, my life changed. Because of your lecture, you are the best lecturer in the whole world. You are the best. Even if anybody who wants to challenge you, you always say you did in 5 seconds, 5 minutes. I hear you.
They can last 5 minutes, Ricardo. It's too much. I hope demolition. If you last for 2 minutes, then you went to school. No, but
now, all those things, I want the same thing to apply in our Biafran Congress everywhere they are. Even those people, you see, I'm feeling bad when I see all these photos because we always see it here. Something that happened in Africa, mostly in Biafra land, some of our people don't have access to internet even to go and work because of data. So now, those have that asset to tell them this is what is happening. Some of them don't even know when they even say they have a protest. So please, there is a way we can organize ourselves. And one thing, please, they say, if we are not die, then go die. All this, our governors, we know that's our problems. If we are not going to go die, if we are not going to die, where the boy, where the give message to us, send. We can do something. But not when I'm here now, we can try to do something. Even if I talk finish, because now, unless our people is media, where they're in and out, there are people that can do something secretly without anybody hearing. And when that thing is one of them, now everybody will say, hey, it don't happen, it don't decide, no. It don't decide, no, because that is the way of our people see. No, maybe I'll talk to say a point or I don't say a point. My point is that those people are not of our God. And that people destroy our land. We have to know what to do. Nobody knows. And when it happens, the news will come out. please continue with your good job. We are listening to you every day by day.
Thank you very much.
God bless you, sir.
And you too, my dear brother. And bless you too. Thank you very, very much. We are live and we are direct. Of course, you're upset. As what? Hi, the same people that killed us during the war, Fulani with Britain, the same people are killing us today through our own governors. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Imagine Germany conniving with a few Arabs to be killing, and then they tell Netanyahu, not Netanyahu, maybe they tell the mayor of Jerusalem, to be killing Jews living in Jerusalem, Israelis living in Jerusalem. It's just, the whole thing is astonishing. Astonishing. I don't know who did this to them. The caller on the line, can you hear me?
My leader, good day. My name is Reverend Pastor Professor. I'm calling you from the Kingdom of Cambodia.
Yes.
First and foremost, as usual, as always, somebody called from here. I didn't get his name because we all always want to find out if most of us that like to call and contribute part and parcel of the family. So that is, by the way, I will find out later the broadcast. I will find out who the person was. My contribution right now is that a lot of comrades have said a lot of things that make sense. You know, one thing with human being.
Can you hear me?
If you kind of explain how the night dinner between the husband and wife was kind of initiated, the whole secret will be exposed. And putting all your eggs in one basket without minding what you could meet along the way. Either you lost your eggs, it matters a lot. Why am I saying this in proverb? Is that most of us always like everything to be full. They kind of tell
everybody wants to be told. They don't see what is happening now on the ground, and they keep saying our volunteers must do something. Do you want me to tell you what they're doing on the air live? Is that what you want? I don't know.
Why are they doing that? Is that they are sabotaging the information because they are decoding the codes of the secret security conduct. Because by so doing, they will got you provoked and you say things you don't want to say on air. And the enemies will go and use it against us. Why them themselves will not come to protect it? Just like he said last time that 100 billion has been placed for Wike. How many of them have been working towards that 100 billion? They're not interested in that money. Why are they still calling and complaining that they're paying them? They're paying us, they're paying people that will not be on this and that. It's only a coward.
Well, thank you very much. One of our sisters called from South Africa, a sister married to a brother and said, in a revolution, you don't wait for anybody to give you a gun. You lay ambush. You take the guns from them and then do the needful. Nobody gives you a gun in a revolution. Or else in a revolution is a planned war. They hear it goes through one ear, they come back the next day, they write, give us gun on Facebook. Give us gun on Facebook. You cannot throw ordinary Molotov cocktail, but you want a gun. Ordinary, the gun, something you can use to slow down their advance. You cannot use it. They want a gun. These people. I don't understand them. The men are on the job. The men are working. But you won't hear about it. But work is going on. And very soon, the all you can see is the result very soon. We're not going to say anything or talk about it. Once I accept you, please, you make your call. Allow me to repeat. If you're calling us on WhatsApp, you are wasting your time. The only place you can get us is on Signal. And the number is +44 77 61. I'll give it to you. Let me take this call. The caller on the line, can you hear me?
I can hear you, my leader. Good morning, sir.
Good morning to you, my dear brother. Please, your name and where you're calling from?
My name is I'm calling from Milan.
From Milan. Thank you very much. Please go ahead.
Sir,
I want to say something like this because this Nigerian youth have come out. You want them that they should not go back. They should stand. And they went and rubbish themselves and went back. Now, you issue something that they will come and beat them and kill them. This is exactly what is happening, my leader. You ask a question last 2 days, you say, my people, do you want me to get Biafra for you or not? Tell me now, because I understand what he means. Today, this war today, you remember the woman, said that they will bring the fight to your domain. And they came to kill you, and the people got them and said to you, my leader, this fight for them, forget about the one leader. Let us set this law into our hands. We have died the Lord. Let us go and meet them. But people want to go and meet them. This is what I want to tell you, my leader.
Even the executions are going on right now as we speak. They are going door to door, people and executing people right now as we speak. They are executing people, and our radio is not working in Igbo. They said there is something wrong with whatever. It's not working. They are executing people right now as we speak. But nobody will cover it. Nobody will. If you have called before, please, I beg of you, do not call again. The number to call, or there are now calls are coming when I want to say the number. They call on the line, can you hear me? They cannot hear me. Plus 447761 825 346. Plus 447761 825 346. That is the number on signal to call. Can you hear me? The caller on the line, can you hear me? The caller on the line, can you hear me?
Hello.
Yes, please. Your name and where you are.
Hi, my name is Okay. Okay, I'm calling from Virginia, USA.
From Virginia in USA, what would you like to say? Please go ahead.
Virginia, okay, Virginia, USA. I wanted to talk to you.
Go ahead.
I wanted to discuss some, street.
Okay. After this program, in the next, should I say 10 minutes? Thank you very much. Bye. He has something. He's an American, maybe, not maybe, because he's a Biafran American. Our people should get hold of themselves. Yesterday, during the interview, I was asked, which are your favorite books? And I told them, one of them is Exodus. Go and see what the Jews went through and stop being stupidly emotional. You need to control your emotions. That way you can reason properly. The caller on the line, can you hear me?
Good morning, my great leader.
Good morning to you.
Yes, my name is Mazi Nwachineke. I'm calling you from Ghana.
From Ghana, please go ahead, we're listening.
Yes, sir. I recommend and I thank you for all you have been doing for us. You have been a lecturer, you have been an enlightenment to us and our own generation. The only thing I wanted to bring as a suggestion is, many of us ask some stupid question that pushes you to try to explain to them and to give them hope so that they know they fight. Through giving the hope, you will now tell them, set up all the plans made to react or to defend ourselves. So, sir, I'm of a suggestion that such question comes. Don't answer them. You just cut it. Because many of us, many will call, sitting Igbo, certain Igbo name, claiming they are Igbos, they are not Igbos. So when they ask a delicate question to reveal much about our security, sir, please don't answer them. This is my humble contribution.
Thank you very much. And point well taken. Point well taken. If I accept your call, if I accept you on signal, then you call. Once I accept you, then you call, and I will be able to take your call. We've been on air now for nearly 2 hours, and with 8 more minutes to go. So we take a few more calls, and that will be it. We must remain very strong and resolute. Very strong and resolute. Mental toughness. Mental toughness is needed, not stupid emotions. Mental toughness. Our enemies will pay dearly. The caller on the line, can you hear me? Your name and where you are, please.
Yes, I can hear you. My name is Roland. I'm calling from Denmark.
Go ahead.
Yes, thank you for all you are doing. But I want to encourage our people to keeping up. During the war, my father was partially handicapped, but he went to war. Today, I am older, but I will do everything that it takes as a man to support the struggle. So every young man, everyone, as you give them instruction, so continue to go for the revolution. They have refused to go back, and that is the consequences they are facing now.
Once you go back, they kill you. Once you go back, once you leave the street and you go to your house, it's over.
Yes, they have to be strong. They have to listen to every single instruction you give them. Because what they are seeing now is because they refuse to listen to what you told them. They must be consistent. Go and back and forth, you will die.
And how can you be on the street as my dear brother? How can you be on the street as a revolutionary? And in the night you go back to your house to go sleep. I said to them, sleep in the bushes. Sleep outside your house. Sleep in the bushes. You don't go back to your house in revolution. That's how you start from inside the bushes. Oh, these people.
It shouldn't be because of not listening to what you said. That is why we are suffering the consequences now.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, my dear brother. And with that, we have come to the end of the program this very morning.
History, they have not gone back to history. That is why they are still suffering in ignorance. That is why they are suffering in ignorance, and that is why we must continue. Before 1804, there was no Fulani in the zoo. Are you aware of that? No Janjaweed in the zoo. No Fulani in the damnable zoological republic. There was no Fulani before 1804. But today, they are president after president. They own everywhere. They have now gotten to the Atlantic. With the help of the saboteurs and the Fulefus we have in Ijoland, they are now there in Izon. The idiots, they are there. They went to Ogoni, they convinced Ogoni people, they said, oh, Igbo man is your problem. Ken said, well, despite being an Igbo man, said he is no longer Igbo. Orchestrated abandoned properties in Igbo. Look at, after a while, they killed him. Look at the situation of Ogoni today. Anything not happening there? But people will still not learn. People will not learn, will they? They will not learn because they are foolish. But we are here to educate them. Before 1804, there was no Fulani. This idiot in this traditional ruler is welcoming Fulani in his village was exactly what Hausa people did, ignorantly and foolishly. They took Gobert from them and renamed it Sokoto. That is why they don't want to teach you history in your schools. They have said, oh, we are going to return history, but they know they cannot return it because they know what that portends for them. Do you know what happened? Do you know who killed Muhammad Yumfa? Fulani, the same thing they did to Afonja. Afonja welcomed them and they killed Afonja in the north in Kwara State. Fulani took it over from Yoruba. The same thing they did to Hausa. The same thing they want to do to us, but unfortunately for them, what should I say, according to the dictates of heaven, Elohim said, there must be IPOB. And that's the end of the game for them. Now you understand it. A king welcomed them in Hausa land. They killed that king. His name is Yumfa in Gobe. Today's Sokoto state, Sokoto. Muhammad Yumfa. The man that came with the Quran to preach Quran to him, to tell him about Muhammad, how to be good like Muhammad, ended up killing him. They came to Yoruba land, they did something to Afonja, the same thing they will do to Akariza. Idiots bringing in Fulani Janjaweed into our land. Fulani killed Muhammad Yumfa that took them in and they took over his kingdom. Since then, Hausa people became obedient, idiotic slaves of the Fulani without knowing it. They say, it's Hausa Fulani. There is nothing like Hausa Fulani. Hausa people are the servants. They are the bottom of the lowest of the low. They are nothing and they know it. Hausa know they are nothing. Hausa, they understand they are nothing. They are the lowest of the low in the zoo. They know it very well. Is any Hausa man an emir? Is any Hausa man an emir, I ask? The answer is none whatsoever. Zero. They are the lowest. Hausa is the lowest of the low. Fulani is messing up with them, messing with their brains. They cannot understand it. For many years, they opened the northern border to the influx of Fulanis into the zoo, Nigeria. But in the south, they locked the border at Sema. Closed the border at Bakassi. And those of you enforcing the closure, and I'm asking, where are the so-called intellectuals? Where are the so-called learned people? In the south, but in the north, the borders are open. They are bringing in arms, bringing in terrorism, bringing in everything to destroy you. But in your foolishness, in your stupidity, in your hopelessness, you cannot see. For many years, we opened the north for the influx of Fulani into Nigeria. Those that came some little years back are today's governors. They're in charge of Nigeria. We, the Fulanis, are in charge of Nigeria. And we have ruled them more and more. And we will continue to rule them. We have opened our borders, and in a few years' time, millions of us will come in to possess your possession. They are telling you. They give out. He's a billionaire. They give him all your wealth. Do you see how foolish you are? Keep on fixating yourself, or should I say, your attention on what doesn't matter, and they will take your life and they will take your land, as they did to Hausa, as they did to Yoruba in Kwara State. Some of you are done, as they did to Lupe, as they did to Ghana. If you don't know, let me tell you. Look at TV, they are gone. All of you understand that the solution is division. The solution is division. You all know this. But the more you keep quiet, the more Fulanis will come from the Sahel, and they will possess your possession. Write it down on a piece of paper. By that time, all the English-speaking Fulefus would have been dead. Their children will be dead. Our generation will be gone. And then your land will belong to the Fulani. The decisions you're taking today, all of you fools campaigning or clamoring for Igbo presidency, for Southeast presidency, your foolishness will cost us our land. Because you want to be rich, you want your own private jet, you want your children to be rich. You'll be answering elite. People who are the elite. Fools everywhere. Idiots everywhere. Not under our watch. Not when I'm alive, not when IPOB is waxing strong. It can never happen. We Fulani, we are your lords. We can steal and still jail those from other tribes that stole. Look at Olisametu. How many Fulanis are in jail? How many Fulanis are in jail? We campaigned for Joseph Okalo to come out. He came out and he became worse than before he went to prison. It's only now he's dawning on everybody that he is campaigning for Tinubu so that Tinubu can pick him as vice. These are your so-called leaders. That is why he is telling you that no, it is not the turn of the Igbos yet. That tells you all you need to know about these people. Fulani said they are your lords. They can kill you as they have done at Enugu. They can do anything. Whereas their own bandits are roaming in the north and nothing is happening to them. That tells you all you need to know. We go about with AK-47 without being molested. Yet we have arrested Igbo youths and imprisoned them for shouting Biafra. But a 400 person can carry AK-47. Nothing happened to him. We are the Fulani. We do whatever we want. We snapped pictures with our killer brothers, recruited them into the military and the police. But for gathering in Emene in Enugu State for a meeting, we gunned down 21 Igbo youths and made sure none of their leaders ever coughed. They said nothing. Your governor said nothing. These are the idiots you want us to go and vote for to become president so they can sell us all together with our land. Is that these are the that your own children are being killed? You couldn't bring yourself to utter a word, and you want us to vote for you to become a president. You are insane, you are deluded, you are demented, and it can never ever happen. We shall never allow them take control over their destiny. That is why they have the likes of Atoise. They empower a few idiots, a few flavors, and others can emulate from them. We must keep making sure the rogues among them rule them, like Supreme Court Governor Hope Uzodinma, a criminal in Lagos, X419. Today he is the governor of Imo State, sitting in the same office as Zimbabwe. What an insult. What an insult. We give them criminals who don't care about them or their people or have any regard for them. People we control their leaders from Ohanese to governors to presidents. We control them. Those that we rule, they are ruling for us. Hope rules of the mass of this, they are possessed. Those everybody you have regard for, we control them. Ohanese, we control them. Hey. Unbelievable. That is the type of leaders we the Fulanis give to you. Why do you think their governors rejected regional security and embraced our packaged community policing? They are our proud slaves, Umahi, all of them, proud slaves of the caliphate. Slaves. When you get up and you call these people leaders, you are a slave to a slave. Oh, dear God in heaven. Once they rejected regional security, I knew there was a problem. Do you see how messed up we are? Do you see how messed up we are? With Kama, we are taking over the resources of your churches. They are coming to your churches and Fulani, they understand. All of you now shouting and crying over Kama, all this rubbish. Had you risen up in 2017 and joined me and IPOB to demand for anybody they call Buhari to come and speak full-footed, you won't be in the mess you're in today. When you see what you're not supposed to see and you keep quiet and don't say what you're supposed to say, you live with the consequences of what you don't want. Olusegun Obasanjo. And I'm asking all of you, crying now over Kama, over all this. If all you need to do, all of you animals in the zoological republic, all of you animals, black animals, monkeys in the zoo called Nigeria, you baboons, do you know, rather than having a debate, we think that Buhari is not, Buhari is still alive. And I said to them, bring him out to speak full-footed foreign language. He went to Poland, he went to Warsaw, and he addressed the central plank of my allegation against him that he is not Buhari. He said, I am Buhari. I want him to go one step further. Of course, you know it's not him. And speak to us in Fulani language. You saw the hole in his neck. You still said he's Buhari. How stupid can all of you be? You animals in the zoo, Nigerians. Anybody with even minor fibroid operation, don't you go for checkup? I said ordinary fibroid. I want the world to understand that black African people are foolish. I want the world to know this. so that perhaps shame can befall black Africans and they will wake up from their slumber. That is why I preach this gospel uncompromisingly. Black people are foolish. Let me ask you a question. What was Buhari suffering from in 2016 before he died in 2017? Brain tumor, dementia. By his own confession, he said, I have never been this sick in my life before. Every 3 weeks, medical checkup. And now you're telling me that for nearly 2 years, no more medical checkup for somebody who had a major surgery, brain tumor removed. Do you see, when I speak and you say I insult you, do you see why I insult you? Do you see how foolish you are? Somebody with ordinary appendix operation will go for checkup from time to time. Major brain surgery. After the brain surgery, Lai Mohammed said to you that he can no longer speak full-footed because of brain surgery. Let us agree for 1 second that that is correct. But somebody with a major brain surgery no longer go for checkup. Do you see how foolish you are, black people, especially Nigerians? Do you see how daft all of you are? Do you see why white people call you monkeys? Do you see why they kill blacks in America? Do you know that your foolishness in Africa and in the zoo, Nigeria, radiates all the way to America? Do you see how wretched your lives are? Because you can no longer reason. And that is why the Fulanis are coming for you. They know you cannot reason. They know you cannot resist them. They know your foolishness and your greedy nature will always make it possible for them to buy your conscience over at any time and make life intolerable for you. Fulani, they own you. As stupid as they are, of course, they are working for Britain. We know that they are working for the agents of Britain. We know that for sure. They are the house niggers. But Britain chose very wisely. You know, the Brits are very smart. They chose very wisely. They know that you people are dumb. And they gave you a forum to bring out that stupidity. As somebody once said, that Abacha reminds everybody of how bad a Nigerian is. Look at Imo State. People of Biafra, Igbo people in Imo State voted for Emeka Ihedion. Hope Uzodinma came forth in front of our eyes, before, as they say, before everybody's eyes, in broad daylight. They went to Supreme Court. Supreme Court added up votes for Hope Uzodinma that is more than the ones accredited and recorded by INEC, the official electoral, or should I say election umpire. Have you heard of such rubbish before? And that one just went away. Have you heard of such rubbish in your life before? They brought somebody from number 4 position. Number 4, the 4th position. They brought somebody from 4th position and made him number 1. Made him number 1. Have you heard of such rubbish before? Number 1 from number 4. And yes, election is about voting and counting of votes. Now, how many people voted in Imo State elections? About 850,000 people. Supreme Court, before intellectuals, there were intellectuals, there were learned people, intellectuals everywhere. Intellectuals everywhere. Intellectuals everywhere. Yet, nothing happened. Yoda was removed. Oh, God in heaven. God in heaven. God in heaven. In our own land. In our own land. Only in our land. The so-called intellectuals and leaders, everybody accepted it. But it was very blatant. They said to Supreme Court, the number you have given is more than those that was captured by INEC as having cast vote on that very election. They said to hell with you, we are the apex court, our decision is final. And that was the end of it. They said to Ihedion, If you don't want us to probe you, don't mention that election again. If you mention it, we'll probe you. And that was the end of it. And that is the country you want me to live in? That is the country you want me to recite their pledge every morning? That is the country you want me to stand up and say that I'm very proud of? I think the person must be insane. The person is not. You see all these idiots who call intellectuals, all these fools with their professorship, with their degrees, they are all useless. All useless. I remember once in London, somebody came. We're in a bar at, what's her name again? In Clapton, what's her name? Forgotten her name. In Clapton, in London. We went to a restaurant to go and eat, me and my friends. Dr. Gemba was there then. And some women went to go and eat. Somebody, this man, I think from either Sierra Leone, he was an ex-soldier from Sierra Leone. He came into the restaurant, we're having a debate. He said, is there any professor here? We said no. He said, okay, then he's going. We asked him why. He said, wherever he goes, if any black man says he's a professor, he will hit him in the mouth and the person will call the police. That the brain of a black man hasn't developed to the extent of being a professor, becoming a professor. That they're useless. All these idiots is a professor, this doctor, this rubbish. Where were they when Supreme Court said we now have 100,000 more votes than those recorded by INEC, those in electoral roll, and the idiot is there in a way as the governor, and you have intellectuals. The only time they come out to write, the only time they come out to comment, the only time they do it is when their interests are at stake. Once you say to them, don't vote, oh my God, you see them. They don't have to make their money once every 4 years. Now you understand, don't you? The blind being led by the blind. They killed us in Yemen and nothing happened. They came for your churches. And they say, oh, the pastors, they have jet. Free people, you don't reason. They go after maybe winners or any of those redeem or whatever. You don't know issues they're looking for. That was how they captured Hausa people. They said to Hausa, you see your king is corrupt. By the time they knew it, the whole of Hausa land had fallen. In 1967, they said, Igbo man is your problem. Oh, now what is happening all over the zoo? Look at the Igbo man is your problem. They have taken over the middle belt. Do you see how foolish you are? They are now telling you, oh, it's not about the Catholic or Methodist, it's about Pentecostal churches, it's about Oyedepo. They have private jets. After Oyedepo, they come for you. Mad people who never been struggle. You people you have of BC brain, common brain you don't have. Foreign is using you and you don't know. That is how foolish you are. After the Pentecostal pastors, they come for you. Mad people everywhere. Mad people everywhere. Karma is there. Imo State gone. A known criminal has been at EFCC. Nadu, a thief, a rogue. Nothing. Absolutely nothing is happening to him. They release him. But Elizabeth is in jail. People that call themselves leaders. You know, Hanai's politics, you are quiet. Injustice is being done before your own very eyes. You are quiet because you are compromised. That is why you are quiet. Why else would you be quiet? Why? You claim you love your people. You claim you love your people. That your son is in jail for having not committed any crime at all. Your children are being shot dead. You can't say anything. But you want to come out to contest for presidency. We set an example. We are waiting now. Come out and campaign for 2023. All the places, sharpen your pen and your pencil, your Bible. Write all the garbage in the world. If you come outside to campaign with these explanations, we will shock you. Idiots, you will die there. Bastards. Come and campaign now for presidency. Mad people. We are now going to show you madness because you people are fools. Your son is there in Kuje prison. Dasuki gave him 400 million. Where is Dasuki? In his house in Sokoto? You people are ashamed of yourselves to come out and to say you're a leader. You don't know what leadership means. You don't know the meaning of it. It's compromise. You are in Fulani pocket. Fulani pocket. You idiots are in Fulani pocket, all of you. And they're using you. And you don't know they're using you against your own people. Can you use a Fulani man like that? Can you use a Fulani man like that as they're using you? All of you are blind and foolish. That is why I pray for Professor Peter all the time. Go and look for Duduwa. There is no hope in the zoo presidency. Jonathan was the president for 6 years. Common open cleanup has not happened. Can't that teach you a lesson? Those that control the zoo will never allow you to shine. It is impossible because if you do, you will put them to shame. Common sense. That was why they dumbed down the entire education system. If you do not know, they are in control of our lives. Fulani is boasted. They own the EFCC. Fulani owns the EFCC. Fulani owns the army. They own the police. They own the air force. They own civil defense, customs, everything. Fulani. Everything belongs to them. That is why they all have Fulani as their heads, all of them. And now they have people they call intellectual slaves from the east and the west that will defend Fulani. Can you imagine if it was Jonathan's time? Appointing only Biafran people to key sensitive positions. They will go to Asorok and they will bomb it. I'm telling you the truth. You will have it. You can't do this. Instead of that, all those useless, idiotic intellectuals, where are they now that Fulani is everywhere? They can no longer talk. An intellectual slave working for Fulani. Intellectual slave. Fools. The worst black man in life is a black man who is foolish but doesn't know that he's foolish. I'm telling you the truth. It's the worst kind of black. As I said, when I go to heaven, because I'll go to heaven, I'll make heaven, I ask God how does he create black people that predispose them to such idiocy and foolishness? Black people are useless. I'm telling you the truth. Useless. He is an intellectual. Defending the intellectual professor of intellectualism. Defending Fulani. Supreme Court with the lemonade silk, idiots with horse wig. Somebody went to court and got more votes than INEC had in their register of voters. And all of you kept quiet. And you're telling me you're human beings. And it's your G. Black people, black. And it's your G, black. I wish white people can deport all of us, kill us off and deport those who are still breathing. We are useless. Black people are useless. I'm telling you the truth. You may not like it, but I'm telling you, go and check it now in the quiet of your bedroom. You know I'm telling you the truth. Mad people everywhere. You think individual brilliance is brilliant? You can have a doctor from a village, it doesn't make any sense. As long as the whole village cannot reason, the doctor himself or herself is useless. You don't know that? You have universities, yet you have nothing. You are not developed. You are not advanced. But everywhere you turn out graduates. Wouldn't that tell you something? That all of you are useless? Every year graduates will come out. All they know is to get a second-hand Chinese phone, open Facebook and talk rubbish. And watching Big Brother. Useless set of people. Useless set of people. They're blacks, you're a disgrace to humanity. I'll tell you the truth. Fulani have taken over everything. We have sacked your villages, we have killed Christians, occupied and renamed your villages, and there is nothing anyone can do about it. Rise up and we'll bring you down to your knees. They came to my house to kill me. My men defended me, and we lost 28 of them in the process. I went to Israel. From Israel, I went to the UK. Those who were at the forefront of asking me to come out and fight were mostly Biafran people who were born in the north. Not in Igbo land, not in Biafra land, anywhere, no. They are the same people who are supporting Tinubu. But Tinubu went on exile. His house was not attacked by the army. He was somewhere and he heard that 4 Hilux vans drove in front of his house. From there he went on exile. I was in my home when my home was attacked by a full battalion of soldiers, Air Force and police. Those that were asking us before, show us what you're made up of. Now they are witnessing it. Yet Yala can testify. All the uniformed terrorists in Enugu and environs can now testify. And as I told you, we shall come and we will bring hell with us. I can assure you of that. You know, anything I tell you I'm going to do, I do it. Fulani is messing up with your brains. Both your intellectual and non-intellectual. All of you are foolish in the zoo. The only solution is separation. The only solution is division. What I've been reading to you all this while was brilliantly written by Oluchukwu Ohani. Brilliantly written. Oluchukwu, very brilliant. I'm an intellectual. The idiot will go on channels TV and talk rubbish. This was what Oluchukwu is a Satan, of course. All the Fulani. They kill you. Fulani can walk around with AK-47. But if you gather to hold a meeting with catapults, you will shot dead by Fulani soldiers and police. And you have people in Lagos and Abuja writing and saying it's a good thing that IPOB should know better. That idiot doesn't know that the Fulani is carrying AK-47. Biafra land, Biafra land, Biafra land, Biafra land. Black people, black. May the good Lord have mercy upon us. Our ignorance is really, really astonishing. And I thank Oluchukwu Ohadi for this. It's a very brilliant piece. How about the killing of IPOB family members in Enugu? What did they do wrong? Nothing. The people castigating people for going and praying and doing exercise cannot go and see Fulani in Ozo 1 killing people. That is what drives me insane. But they will never know. What are you doing about the death of our people? Is joint security patrol. Can you believe such rubbish? Tomorrow somebody will say to me, they are contesting for presidency, they want to be president. They are killing your people. As a governor, common inquiry cannot set up. And people want us to regard them as our leaders. It won't work. Can never work. That brings us to the end of our program this very day. Hugely interrupted, of course. But I know in the next few minutes we will have it on MP3 and similar formats of that nature. Once again, I want to make it abundantly clear that we don't hate anybody nor despise anyone. But your foolishness is making it impossible for us to talk to you in a manner befitting of a human being. Our foolishness can no longer be condoned. And let me also remind those of them who are in IPOB, people who may have held positions in the past, people who may be in positions of authority right now. I want to warn you, and warn you very clearly. Any senior IPOB officer again that writes any rubbish, be it coded or otherwise, on Facebook, I will remove you live on air from tonight. Any senior, if you like, use your Twitter account. Once you come out again to write anything disparaging or concerning any other senior officer or the movement, you're off. If you don't believe in the ideology that I propagate, you leave IPOB. I lead IPOB. If you don't like the ideology, you get out. What we say is what goes. If you don't like it, you get out. When we get Biafra, you can do all the voting you like. I'm not going to contest. I won't be your head of state. I won't be your president. So you can do whatever you like. Right now, on our march towards freedom, this command and control. If you don't want it to piss off, some of you have taken money from the red much, thinking you can do nothing. You make noise on 17 fake accounts, and after that you fizzle out like the other idiots fizzled out. That thought they were something. They have now seen how powerful we are. If any idiot thinks he or she can rise up to be like the other idiots, you join them. As I said before, the devil will enter into some of you. Some of you will succumb to the cardinal sin of greed, envy, and jealousy. But you will fall by the wayside. You will fall so hard nobody will know you ever existed. Look at the idiots now co-hosting a program with a riffraff. If they tell that fool before that nobody will even mention your name again, will you believe it? Look at it today. Before I came on air, I was speaking to Obido Obioni in the US, and I said to him, now you know why in Africa you have many dictators. It's not the fault of the dictator, it's the fault of Africans. That's why they have dictators in Africa. Because everybody you give a little opportunity, they think they've arrived. Because I gave you a microphone or a platform to speak and the world will hear your voice, you think you've arrived. Can you imagine such idiots? If you are tired of serving in IPOB, you simply get away. You get out. IPOB is for the chosen. It's not for everybody. And you can see what they're doing. Our men cannot be dying on the ground defending our land, and you're busy on social media writing rubbish. Any senior officer from today, right now, this moment, if you write one more rubbish, I will say example with you, that the world may learn. I thank you very much for listening, all of you, wherever you are, this very night, morning, afternoon, depending on where you are. As always, to most people, they don't understand who we are, but we know who we are. Biafra is everything to us. Biafra is our religion. Here on radio, Biafra is where we worship, because Elohim is our Lord, our God, our Redeemer, and our hope. From me, from here, good evening. Good morning, wonderful people, great Biafrans, wherever you are on the face of this very planet, this very Friday morning of the 12th day of the 3rd month in the year that our Most High Elohim has created. We welcome each and every one of you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night to some of you. This is a live presentation because the time now is 2 minutes past 7 a.m. in the land of Biafra, 2 minutes past the top of the hour, regardless of where you are. And as always, and as usual, as I welcome you, please endeavor to welcome other people as well. Today's session is going to be interactive. It is going to be a question and an answer session. You'll be able to ask your questions and I will be able to deal with it. That is the way we dispense with innuendo, with gossip, and with outright lies. We deal with all of that on this glorious platform, and this day will not be an exception. As always, we are broadcasting on multiple channels, on multiple platforms. We are on YouTube, University of Radio Biafra on YouTube. We are, of course, on IPOB Community Radio, Radio Biafra app. We are also streaming this content on Twitter, on my official Twitter handle at Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. I believe I have about 271,000 followers. Not enough, of course, due to the efforts of our enemies to suppress and to try to deny us space, to tell the world what is actually happening in the damnable zoological republic. That notwithstanding, we resolutely, of course, and relentlessly continue to pursue this glorious restoration of Biafra. There is nothing the enemies can do. We are pushing ahead resolutely, and Biafra is very, very imminent. And as always, please tell those who are around you, because we are also on FM, we are on satellite, and of course on, I think it's TuneIn as well, and all other platforms that you can receive our broadcast and our live transmission on. I welcome you this very morning, and as always, we're going to pray very shortly, and then after that, we're going to open our lines. I will give you the telephone number to call, and then we shall be able to interact. Our interaction today is going to be purely on Signal. Purely on Signal. That is the number that I will give out. It is on Signal. If you call us, we'll be able to take your call. We are not going to take any calls on WhatsApp, not at all. It's going to be on Signal. I will give you a number to call. If you call that very number, you should be able to get us this very morning. But first of all, let us pray. Ezi onye nwe na Chineke na nke pụrụ m ihe niile eze ndị nsọ, onye ọbụla anụ ya na chikere niile bụ na ọbara aka gị ka ọnụ. Anyị na-aja gị mma wee na-eto aha nsọ gị mgbe niile n'ime ndụ anyị, agbanyeghị n'ime ọnọdụ nke anyị nwe anyị nọ n'ime ya. Ọ bụ na asụsụ eluigwe, asụsụ ndị mmụọ ozi ji wee na-aja gị mma ka anyị na-akpọkọ ha nsọ gị n'isi ụtụtụ a n'ụwa niile, ehihie abalị. Agbanyeghị ihe niile nke anyị nwe anyị na-agabiga eze ebe dị ngọzi, were enye gị otuto n'ụzọ pụrụ iche, na asị na emeghị chi ọzọ ewezuga gị, anya naghị efe arụsị, n'ihi na arụsị bụ ihe ọjọọ, bụ naanị gị bụ onye anyị na-akpọ isi ala nye. Chineke nna nke pụrụ m ihe niile, nye ogworo ụmụ gị wee na-eche gị n'iru n'ụbọchị nke taa, tụmadụ bụ ndị eji nọ n'ụlọ nga, ndị nọ n'ụlọ iko n'ebe niile dị iche iche, ndị a tụrụ enweghị ikpe ọbụla nke ekpere ha. Onye nwe m na Chineke na-abịa ka iwe kasị obi, bịa ka iwe egbe ezinụlọ ha ume, bịa ka iwe nye ha nkasi obi nke pụrụ iche, n'ihi ikpete maazị ahụ niile nke ha onwe ha na-ata nna nke ebere dị ngọzi. Ọbịa ga-emetụta gị n'obi ka Biafra wee bịa. Anyị wee na-arịọ gị nna nke ebere ka iwe chebe ndị dị etu a, tụmadị ndị gabigara ihe ọjọọ niile dị iche iche n'aka ndị iro, ụmụ nwaanyị anyị, ndị nne, ka ha ara bụ ndị na-ata ahụhụ n'obodo ekwensu bụzu nna nke ikwe ka na-enyefe n'aka nsọ nke gị. Biko ka iwe bịa ka iwe bọrọ ha ọbụ. Anyị niile bụ ndị na-ata ahụhụ nna nke ebere, ka iwe bọrọ anyị ọbụ. Ihe ọbụla gị bụ onye nzọpụta, ọbụla gị bụ Chineke nna nke pụrụ m ihe niile. Ọbịa mere ntụkwasị obi anyị niile, olileanya anyị na-ebu n'aka gị ka ọ na-eze ebe dị ngọzi, dịka isi wee zọpụta Israel n'aka ndị iro n'obodo ekwensu bụ Ijipt, ka ị ga-esi wee zọpụta onwe gị bụ Biafra n'obodo ruru unyi bụ Zoological Republic of Nigeria. Anyị wee na-arịọ gị nna nke ebere dị ngọzi n'ụbọchị nketa n'ụwa niile, ka iwe echebe ụmụ gị bụ ndị Biafra ebe ha nọ dị iche iche, ka iwe leta ezinụlọ gị bụ IPOB nke gị nweji aka gị wee hiwe, ka iwe leta ndị nche bụ Eastern Security Network ezi ebere dị ngọzi. Bikonu, n'ihi na ọ bụ site n'aka ndị dị etu a na ọlụ aka ha nna nke ebere nke gị onwe gị kwadoro n'ime eluigwe ka Biafra ga-eji wee bịa. Anyị wee na-ekele iwe na-aja ya ma na-asị gị bikonu, onye nsọ bi n'igwe, n'otuto niile na-asọpụrụ ndị ga-adịrị aha nsọ gị gbanwere mgbe niile ebi ka anyị na-arịọ gị. Ise. I know that this very program this morning was not heavily advertised as we normally do, but we are live all the same and direct endeavor to share this across multiple platforms, that others may also be able to partake and participate in our program this very day. I am going to open the line. Please get your pen and paper ready, because I'm going to give you a telephone number to call. And it's on Signal, please. On Signal. Signal app is what we are using from now on in. The number is +44 It's a UK number, plus 447761825346. Signal, please. Plus 447761825346. That is the number with which you can get hold of us this morning. If you have any questions to ask, please try and do so. We are going to answer your question. Once again, the number is plus 447761825346. If you call us on that very line, we are going to be able to take your call. It is very, very important that you try and call us this very morning to air your views and opinions, and of course to ask very serious questions, because before I came on air, I came across a very, of course, distasteful and idiotic publication as usual, and normally I wouldn't respond to idiots, but I want to use this opportunity this very morning to respond to, should I say, to the very foolish publication by Vanguard newspaper. I would have thought that by now they would have learned their lessons, but of course not. It is the Zoological Republic. They are doing all they can to try to suppress this very glorious, noble effort we are making to restore the kingdom of heaven upon the face of this very earth. Because this has been making the rounds, I think, since I think yesterday or 2 days ago. A very idiotic and, should I say, I wouldn't call it malicious because it has no significant effect upon what we are doing. A very hopeless attempt by DSS to try to change that which is right into what is wrong. The only reason why I am mentioning this today is because Vanguard newspaper had the temerity to publish it. It is called Change of IPOB's Registration Status. The headline reads, Change of IPOB's Registration Status vindicates our opposition group. And they are telling our people to disassociate themselves from IPOB, which is laughable, of course. These are people working for APC, working for the Zoological Republic, a non-existent group. I don't know how the zoo can take lying and deception to this new inglorious level. A group that doesn't exist. We have searched and searched for those they claim are their spokespersons, and they do not exist. They are called the Coalition of Southeast Professionals Network in Nigeria and Diaspora, a group created by DSS. They sent one idiot to go and do a video full of lies. And somebody even had the audacity to send such nonsense to me. And to my shock, horror, and surprise, even Vanguard newspaper of all people published this junk. Brown envelope journalism taken too far. Very, very sad indeed. Very, very sad indeed. The idiot did a video. Those of them now recruited and working for MI5 in conjunction with DSS in the zoo. They came out to publish junk, or should I say to announce rubbish, that the status of IPOB was changed in the USA. That is what some idiots, all of these fools fathered by Fulani Janjaweed, before, during, or after the war, or maybe their parents. They don't know who we are, that we are whiter than white and whiter than snow. That is why if you are in IPOB and you have any blemish, once you are of a suspicious disposition, the devil will go into you and you will leave IPOB. We don't sack you, you will run away from IPOB. And you will then so very clean and neat, unblemished, untouchable. They have sought ways to try to diminish what we are doing. They have not succeeded. They have recruited AFP. People, they paid money to AFP through one idiot that calls himself Tijani, that works for APC and Buratai, to to be writing junk, and AFP will be publishing such rubbish because they need money. That is what they're using your money to do in the zoo, to try to deceive the world about what is actually happening in the damnable zoological republic. But we are aware of their tricks, and we are doing all we can to counter them at every point. The disappointing thing today is that a whole Vanguard newspaper published such junk, unverified news, brown envelope journalism. That is why Nigerians are blind. That is why the animals in the zoo cannot see properly. That is why their lives are idiotic and useless to the core, because of the brand of journalism that they practice. They think they can deceive people by lying. Here, we expose your lies and we destroy it. All of you working for the zoo, under your new Nigeria, under your constitutional or whatever force measure, all that rubbish, you know it's never ever going to work. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever. Because the Janjaweed are in control of your lives. You want to bring such nonsense to us? I have a few questions to ask Vanguard newspaper this morning. Because Vanguard newspaper published this junk, and I want to ask them a very simple question. Because it is through cross-examination in a court of law that you determine those who are lying and those who are telling the truth. It is very, very sad indeed that after even all these years of educational enlightenment, black people, especially in the zoo, continue to behave like the wild beasts and animals that they are. Very, very sad indeed. A journalist, you sat down in your office in Lagos, doing somebody brought you a piece of junk with perhaps 4,850 naira in a brown envelope. And you published such junk without even the benefit of going to ordinary Google to ask if what they're saying is correct or not. One idiot somewhere very close to a poultry in Suleja did a video and was circulating. Vanguard saw it fit to publish such rubbish through a group called CCPND that doesn't exist. People know that this very group doesn't exist. Yet people are there reading and digesting what is pure rubbish. I don't know what is wrong with black people. I don't know who did this to you. How gossip and rubbish attract your attention so much. Very, very sad indeed. Out of this very junk, because if you write good things about us, we talk about it. You write bad things about us, we also talk about it. To present some semblance of balance, that the world may know who the liars and the deceivers are. Change of IPOB's registration status vindicates our position. I'm going to open the line very, very shortly, please. Do bear with me. I want to deal with this very issue once and for all. A non-existent group. The journalist that wrote this rubbish for Vanguard, his name is Joseph Erunke, whatever garbage that name means. Joseph Erunke. E-R-U-N-K-E. He is writing on behalf of the Coalition of Southeast Professionals Network in Nigeria and Diaspora, a group created by DSS, the Nigeria Secret Police. They don't do anything in their useless lives, only to be abducting innocent people, looking for those that must have said something against their useless, idiotic, Fulani Janjaweed presidency. They cannot stop terrorists. They cannot stop the subversion and sabotage of the zoo economy, which is what they were set up to do. All they do is to be going about arresting innocent people, and they claim their intelligence agency. That's all they do. And at their spare time, all they do is to create and fabricate groups that do not exist. That is why the life of a black person is full of lies and deception. Very, very sad indeed. A group that doesn't exist. Vanguard hasn't even asked DSS, please, can you tell us who is in charge of this group? As any sensible, decent journalist will do. They will not do it. It's to sit down in their office, accept a brown envelope and start to publish rubbish. They said they're commending Buhari also on development of the region. I'm sure that some of you must have seen the news about the narrow gauge. Do you know what the narrow gauge red line is? Some of you are celebrating, saying you celebrate Amechi. From Abuja to Lagos, Lagos to Sokoto, they all use broad gauge. Some of you, I don't know the type of school that you went to. It is a very It's a thing of shame, to be honest with you. That some of you don't even know the difference between a narrow gauge and a broad gauge in railway. Very, very sad indeed. They said they're going to rehabilitate your railway. Rehabilitation, not construct a new broad gauge, but a narrow gauge. The same that Britain used to move our produce to the seaport in Iguacha before shipping it abroad. I do not know what is wrong with some of you. Honestly speaking, I have no idea what is wrong with some of you. But here we are going to educate you until you become enlightened, even if we have to do it by force. This very group that doesn't exist, created by the Nigerian government to attack IPOB and to attack the entire Biafran agenda and, of course, my good self. They said that I changed the status of IPOB in England, that I changed it, and that I put my name and that of my wife on the registration of IPOB in the United Kingdom. Something that is a blatant lie. A blatant lie. Deception. Peddled by idiots working for the zoo, hoping for a new Nigeria. They are working in collaboration with those of them who are deceivers and liars, telling you about a new Nigeria. Through Biafra agitation, you get a new Nigeria. There are mad people everywhere, lunatics everywhere. This maybe. They claim that Kanu changed the documentation of IPOB as a business organization based in London and owned by himself and the wife. Vanguard could not bother to just Google Companies House, United Kingdom. Every business registration in England is registered with Companies House in Cardiff, Wales. Every business registration. A whole Vanguard newspaper could not go to type in to find out if this stupid nonsense from DSS is true or not. They couldn't do it. Because they know we are growing stronger. They know we are waxing all over the world. They know that ESN has come to stay. They know that our people in the diaspora, they are funding ESN. They know, understand it very well. They want to get into your heart. They know as an Igbo man, some of you are very stupid and idiotic. Once they talk about money and business, all your antennas will rise up. Without asking them, please, can you show us proof? Where is this registration you are talking about entered into? You claim it's in England. Then show us the proof. Anybody this morning can go to Companies House, UK. Go to Google, type in Companies House, UK. Search for IPOB and search for the directors of all the registered IPOB concern you have. IPOB is a community interest group. It is not a business. Nobody registered anything. Neither myself nor my wife, nobody. They said it's on the 16th of January. I challenge anybody to go. Look at how DSS, as stupid as they are, look at how they are lying, like little children. Little Alabajiri children who are full of lies. And they are takia. They think they can deceive people. You don't know I'm alive, you cannot deceive people. You cannot. Mbakwe said, you cannot, you see a rat in the house cannot steal something from somebody who is awake, only if you're sleeping. You bring all this your stupid, idiotic lies and you want people to believe you. A group that doesn't exist. Nobody has ever asked the question, who is the leader of the, why don't they grant live interview? I am live and direct and the whole world is listening. A fake group. Designed by DSS and given to some of you claiming you're fighting for Biafra, some of you being deceived by MI5, some of you idiots that have only power and glory and money making at heart. You are not freedom fighters and can never be. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever. Because as a freedom fighter, you are called to serve your people. You don't arrogate that very position to yourself. All of you using Biafra to be working for MI5, using Biafra to be working for the zoo, all of you will be disgraced comprehensively and totally. I'm telling you, and you will all die a very shameful and miserable death. All of you peddling this junk, that some of you are even so idiotic, one fool actually sent it to me. Is it true? Can't you go to Google and Google UK Companies House and go to IPOB and see those who are registered there or not?
and see if the name of my wife is there or not. That is why Africa is backwards. People don't even do common research. Common research to go and find out if an allegation is true or false. Common is just to be peddling it because you're very lazy mentally and physically. That's why you're poor and wretched. That's why Africa is backwards, and that's what we are fighting very, very hard to reverse. They claim that Kanu changed the documentation so that when Biafrans will hear it all over, hey, Chimo, he changed it. Oh, Unanopa, have you heard it? I will no longer contribute. All they are trying to do is to stop the funding of ESN. That's what they're looking for. If you don't, let me tell you. They know that some of you are very stupid and hopeless. Once you listen to gossip, your life, your brain will enter into overdrive. They know how to get you. Look at how Fulani Janjaweed are playing with your brain cells. So you will stop funding IPOB. The idiot that looks like somebody who hasn't been employed since graduation are saying, I have now given up. I'm no longer going to do this. I'm now going to work with a group that is working with the Nigerian government. Can you believe such rubbish? And Vanguard newspaper had the temerity to publish such junk. They are part and parcel of the problem in the zoo. The quality, or should I say lack of decent journalists in the zoo is part of the problem bedeviling that damnable zoological republic. No wonder white people see black people as natural liars and deceivers. The whole newspaper publishing not only falsehood from a group that doesn't exist, a group that do not exist, because they were formed by DSS, given to Vanguard newspaper to publish, and they've been giving money to them. You give money to a journalist in Nigeria, they'll publish anything for you. But unfortunately for them, they never knew that I would respond to this, but I will. All they're trying to do is to stop the funding. I maintain that we are whiter than white and whiter than snow. That is why Elohim is with us. That is why anything we say comes to pass. Because God Almighty in heaven can see the hearts of men. Once you're honorable, anything you say will come to pass. That is how you know. By these signs you shall know them. When they say something and it comes to pass, you know that you are on the right path. What is it? There's only one thing that I've said that hasn't happened yet. Of course, it happened somehow last year, where we won the full manifestation of it, which is the coming of Biafra, or the declaration of the Biafran Republic. Everything else I've said has come to pass. Hasn't it? Who have I caused that is not dead? I ask you. Apart from the hotelier, I told him that a vulture will eat his flesh. With the hotel builder, you vultures will eat it. That I'm saying it live on air so you understand me. The day it will happen, I will tell you I told you so. I will make reference to this very broadcast. Vulture will eat the hotelier's body. These idiots in their pipeline security with their BBC connivance, they think they can come and deceive us again. Of course, they are lying and they are joking. We are doing our freedom fighting in a very special way, not the way that black people normally do it, because you people don't have the liver or the stomach to fight. You're looking for your daily bread. Even when you have a car, you want a bigger car. That is not freedom fighting. Gossiping cannot give you freedom or make you become like us or make you as famous as we are or make you as relevant as we are or make our people to listen to you. They can never listen to you. It's impossible because our people are reasonable enough to understand those who are fighting for them in truth and in every honesty. People ask us our secret and we'll tell them is only one thing. Biafrans only love one thing in their life, which is the truth. They themselves may not be perfect, but they want to hear the truth from you. Once you tell them the truth and they see that you're consistent, they will follow you. And that is what DSS, by creating this useless group, is trying to should I say, to frustrate. That's what they're trying to do. To make you to go off, to make you to begin to think otherwise. Whereas the group doesn't exist.
and the news they're peddling is falsehood, blatant falsehood. You have Google on your smartphone, on your iPad, or your go and Google it and see if my wife's name is on any company in the UK, unless they have registered it on the, and if they do, of course, they will take them to court in the UK. Let them try it now. They understand that very well. Look at how they're playing with your brains, all of you. Very, very sad indeed. So I am placing a warning to the publisher, not to the editor, to the publisher of Vanguard newspaper, that such journalism is responsible for what is happening in the zoo today. They too are complicit, not just Fulani Janjaweedism, but the quality of journalism in Nigeria is lamentable. Very, very sad indeed. Very, very sad indeed. Reacting to this in a statement, the coalition called on well-meaning Igbo sons and daughters to pull out of the group because they know that we are formidable. They know that IPOB is very strong. They will tell you this Igbo. They know that IPOB is everywhere. I've been holding meetings with every relevant stakeholder in the southern part of Biafra and in our coastal region. You see the effort they are making with their BBC to narrow our agitation, to make it Igbo. They know that we are everywhere. I keep holding meetings with important people, with youth groups right across the length and breadth of Biafra land, even into the so-called middle belt. They don't know this. They don't know that we are in control. They have no idea. They try to narrow it down to Igbo this, Igbo that. When that fails, they now come up with their lies. Nnamdi Kanu already started something with his wife, which is a lie. Can't you listening to this rubbish, can't you go into Google and Google something and find out? I told them that they will come with every trick in the book. And we are going to defeat all of them. Every trick in the book, they will come with it. We are going to defeat all of them. I'm telling you the truth. People are calling and we must go to them this morning because this was meant to be an interactive session. But I had to deal with the lies and the gossip and maybe they saw the pictures that was released of me. Some of them are even trying to look like me. Some of them are now keeping their beard, their lower beard. They try to maybe dye it a bit of white so it can look like my own. So they can look. People as ugly as Satan himself. They want to appear somehow decent. Because they have seen my photos on social media. They want to look, maybe they think if they look handsome, somehow people will start following them. If you're ugly both inside and out. I am 53 years old, but I'm sure I don't look it. Because Elohim can see that my heart is pure and genuine. Nobody loves their people more than I do. Nobody can love Biafrans, of course, apart from God in heaven. No human being can. Nor sacrifice what we have sacrificed to ensure that Biafra land is set free. Nobody can, they cannot do it. If you buy them one Cherokee Jeep 4x4, they capitulate, float one contract, you come and guide the pipeline for me, they start falling over themselves. We are unbuyable, unbribable. I remember many years ago I told Biafrans in the US, you will fund this struggle if you like it or not, you will fund it. You people will pay for it. That is the reason why Elohim sent you to USA. Not to go and better yourselves and your families, but to fund this for this very time that we are in. And as at the time, they have now started to respond. And that is when DSS and some idiots working for the zoo, claiming they're fighting for Biafra, is now coming out to talk rubbish. Every Sabo will be defeated and disgraced. And finally, you'll be tried and you'll be hanged. There is no escaping from this very fact. It doesn't matter what you do. Even those I don't talk to, those I don't respond to, idiots everywhere talking rubbish. When we've never mentioned their names, they have seen ESN everywhere waxing very strong. They won't talk about it. They saw our sisters who were being raped. We've just released them. For them alone, we paid over 9 million. Nobody will talk about it. Nobody will come to IPOB and say, all this money you're spending to release people from Abuja, where are you getting it from? Nobody will ask that stupid question. Because they are idiots and they are fools. They abduct our people from Obibo, take them to Abuja, scatter them everywhere. We went to the army barracks to go and find them and to release them, take them to court and release them. We have spent over 26 million naira trying to free our people. 26 million. Tell me which other group of people has done that before. Both those who are not IPOB, we release everybody because all are Biafrans. You see why Chukwukikabiama love and bless us always? Because our heart is clean. As all those people released from detention, has any of them before been to an IPOB meeting? Most of them, no. They just set them on the streets and they took them. We released them. Paid a whole lot of money to release them. Money that belongs to IPOB family worldwide. Ask the hotelier. They give him money to run Biafra. He will be busy building hotels and hostels. That is why nobody takes him seriously. That is why nobody follows him anymore. That is why he's afraid. He thinks I will go after him. I'm not going to go after you. Elohim will kill you. You will die and vultures will eat your flesh. I can't go after you. Irrelevant. Idiots, I don't even mention their names. They'll be yapping rubbish every blessed day. Including the pig in the creek. Talking rubbish every blessed day. You have eaten your money and built your schools in Cotonou. So why are you bothered about freedom? You don't know that those that gave you that money, they understand you very well. How many times did they come to me? They offered me Biafra of Igbo territory alone, Southeast, and I said no. Because there are Igbo people everywhere. We are all Igbo people, if you like it or not. At the end of this very day, of course, you come to the very realization that what I'm saying is correct. I said no, I want the whole of Biafra. They gave me all their money in the world, and I said no. Not once, not twice. I said no. They ran to my parents to go and bribe my parents, and my parents said no. All you poverty-stricken idiots that think that by going into freedom fighting somehow you make money, you are mistaken. You are grossly mistaken. You don't know what you're in for. Believe you me. We are the children of light. Ihe Chineke. Umu Chineke. We answer that name for a reason. The children of the Most High. That is who we are. And that is why we are here. Our lines are open now, please. You may call us. If you call us, we will, of course, take your call. And some of you, I may even extend you the courtesy of having to return your calls. Please, one at a time, I beg of you. Some have been calling and calling and calling. Once I accept you, because it is signal, you need to be accepted. Once I accept you, then you can then call. You can call, please. Once I accept you, you can then call. I have a caller on the line, please. Give us your name and where you're calling from, and then ask me a very difficult question, please. If it is rumor or gossip, ask and I will answer you live and direct so that the whole world can hear.
Morning, sir. On the number by Your Excellency, I am Evangelist Susan Akunwotuche calling from Biafra land.
Thank you, God.
Protect and keep you.
Yes, sir.
You will lead us to Biafra.
Yes,
please, my simple question is about the fasting and prayer. Some people said it has started.
No, it hasn't.
So I want
it has not started yet.
Please.
When it starts, I will announce it live on air on this glorious platform that God Himself has made. I will announce it. We have not started.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I will be in Israel to announce it. And then we will start our fasting and prayers from there. Thank you very, very much. They wanted clarification. I don't know why our people sometimes do not pay attention, they do not listen. I don't understand the reason why. I have another caller on the line. This caller, can you hear me? Give us your name and where you're calling from, please. The caller on the line, can you hear me for the last time? Can you hear me? No. He is listening via his system. Perhaps he is joining us for the very first time and do not understand that once your call is taken, then you begin to speak. That was the reason why I had my secretary try to do not call again. If I accept your call and you do not speak immediately, then I will no longer take your call. The caller on the line, can you hear me, please? Your name and where you're calling from?
Good morning, my leader from here. My name is Pastor Jack, and I'm calling from Lagos.
Thank you, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. I want to first of all appreciate you for your enormous work, and Chukwu Kerema will continue to keep you until you lead us into Biafra. So my question this morning is, sir, also Dimba, the Fulani administration in Imo State is becoming, in fact, it's not only becoming, it has become a problem to us. They are profiling our people and abducting our people. Is there not anything we are going to do to actually tell this Janjaweed slave that
Imo State is Biafra land, and we cannot run away from him. Rather, he will run away from us. And secondly, I want our people to continue to support ESN to get them more equipped. Because
we don't beg anybody to support ESN. If you don't support them, Fulani will take over your land. Why are you begging? I'm not begging anybody to support. Why should you beg anybody to support? Is this some kind of charity that we had? No, don't support ESN now, and Fulani will take over your village. As simple as that. It's not a question of begging, and why should you beg anybody to defend his father's compound? Don't beg anybody, please. Regarding the idiots, the Fulani imposed administrator of Imo State, that very fool, that original 419er, that same person that George Obiozo took to Fulani Janjaweed to make him the governor of Imo State from number 4 to number 1. Very soon he will know that Imo belongs to Biafra, not to him. He will understand that. He will understand it very clearly. Now they are abducting. Vanguard won't write about it. No Zoo newspaper. BBC cannot go to investigate. No, because they are working for new colonialists. They understand what Biafra portends for the freedom of black people, not just in Africa, but the whole world. They know it. And they are fighting tooth and nail to try to stop this unstoppable movement. Hope Uzodema will pay very dearly. I am telling them now, they will pretend they've not heard anything. Any day will respond. You see every manner of idiot will rise up to speak. Now they are profiling and abducting people at all the entry points into a way. Nobody will say anything. That is the thing about black people, and that is why they are the lowest of the low in the whole world. Because of their evil nature. When they see evil happening, they keep quiet. That was how slavery was sustained for centuries until England, of all people, said no to it by abolishing slavery. In fact, even some black people were upset that slavery was abolished. We have the mentality of such people still with us till this very day. Hope Uzodema will pay very dearly. I'm saying it live. This damn do not call. Once we call you and you don't pick your call, that is the end of you. That is the end of you. You can no longer call. You can no. I said no WhatsApp call. It's only on Signal. No WhatsApp call, please. Only on Signal. You can only call on Signal. No WhatsApp call, only on Signal. The caller on the line, can you hear me, please? Your name and where you're calling from.
Good morning, sir. My name is Wisdom, and I am calling from Umuahia.
Wisdom from Umuahia, please go ahead. What is your question?
I just want to thank you for the good work you are doing and what you have been doing for us. May Chukwu Kikabiyama bless you and continue to bless you.
You see?
What you went to do the time you went to Abuja to negotiate for.
To negotiate for what?
All right, you went to for restructuring so that the seaport will be opened in all these our coastal region. But our brothers, they don't understand this. They are deeply so. Even today, they increased the fuel, the price of fuel to 212 naira. We are really suffering in this country, and they don't know that we are suffering.
People don't know they are suffering because they prefer to live in denial and stupidity. Sometimes you stop blaming those in Abuja, you stop blaming the Fulani Janjaweed, and we start to blame ourselves. How did we get to this position? That is exactly the reason why I was admonishing Vanguard newspaper and all the journalists in the zoo. They are part and parcel of they do not enlighten and educate the people as to their rights and their privileges. They should be enjoying as citizens of any country, anywhere in the world. They have failed very woefully, and that is why people are suffering. The same fuel that was at 86 naira, and the Fulani Janjaweed said Jonathan must go. It is 86 naira, it's too high. I will bring it down to 40 today. As you're saying, it is at 200 and something, 212 or thereabout. And the people are walking about as if nothing is wrong.
That is the brain of a black person. That's what we're seeking to correct. That is the reason why black people are the lowest of the low. They are poor. They see something and they fail to act upon it immediately. This type of nonsense cannot happen in any white man's country. It's not possible. It can never. People will come out and protest. But in the zoo, they cannot protest. When they come out, the time we join their end side, they said, oh, IPOB has come to hijack. And we said we will not participate in the second one. Look, the second one only lasted for 45 minutes. And they ran them up. Because they don't have the mental toughness needed to propel a mass revolution. Only IPOB can. And they know it. I say it without apologies to them. Only IPOB can effect a revolution. No other group of people can. It's impossible. I'm not boasting that, you know, it's true. Go and try and see. That is why they are making every effort to try to subdue what we are doing by lying to everybody. Barefaced lies. And Vanguard was busy publishing such junk. Unbelievable. This UG. This person called Dan. I am going to block you. I took your call a while ago and you idiotically did not answer. The person on the line, can you hear me, please? Your name and where you are, if you may.
Leader, good morning from here. Good afternoon from here. I'm calling from Malaysia. My name is Okafo Sadeve.
Okafo, go ahead. We are listening.
Yeah,
what's your question?
Yes, my leader. I want to ask you one simple question. When are we start the killing of all these wicked politicians in Igbo land? When are we start of killing them? Because once we chase them out, to get Biafra will be very easy for us. Them and their family members.
I think that a time and place will be appointed by Elohim, the God Almighty. It is not left to us. I think God is going to judge them. It is not up to me to judge, because I think the good book said you should not judge anyone that ye may not be judged. I am not going to judge any of them. The same thing with terrorists. All we need to do is to present them before God, and then God will judge them. And very soon that is going to happen. God is going to judge them very soon, not us. Our job, as Putin said, is to make sure that we send them into the presence of God. All of them. They have been killing us. They are abducting us. All of them are now pretending, including BBC Igbo. All the Efulefus, all the gangs of criminals, they are pretending they cannot see what Hopus Adema is doing. Everybody's pretending, or what Wike did in Obibo. They are all pretending. Do you think I'm going to forgive and forget? You must be insane. I can never forgive nor forget. Instead, we all sink. Let them keep abducting. You can see DSS abducting everywhere. The day now we rise up against DSS, people will not start the story from the beginning. They cut it from the middle. Now DSS is everywhere abducting. British government, they have kept quiet. Daily Trust, they cannot report it. Everybody is quiet. Now they are going, a man and the wife was abducted in Calabar. The wife went to work in their shop yesterday. She was taken from them. Everybody is quiet. DSS abducting, they cannot abduct bandits. They cannot abduct Boko Haram. They cannot abduct all those sponsoring bandits and Boko Haram in the north of the zoo. It's only in our land that you see DSA director, a Fulani man, one idiot called Haruna in Imo State, abducting people, and all of you are now keeping quiet. Any day we respond now, you see all the idiots, they will rise up. And we are going to respond very soon. Useless zoological republic. You people have not seen madness. You are going to see what is greater, or should I say worse than madness. The caller on the line, can you hear me?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning to you. Your name and where you're calling from, if you may.
I am Mazi Moses Teledo. I'm calling from India.
From India, please go ahead. We're listening. The world is listening, of course. Go ahead.
Yes, Mazi, I want to just make a suggestion. This suggestion is all about our brother and our uncle, Agbenyi Rossi, who died as a child of circumstances. Because I am aware that he is not involved in the coup, and this is a man who commanded the United Nations Army for good 4 years. The coup plotters did not involve him. The Janjaweed, they planned and they killed him. So I want him to be immortalized. It's my suggestion in the land of Biafra. And secondly, the War Museum that is in Omahia is tagged Nigerian National War Museum. That is Biafra National War Museum, where Ojukwu, everything about Biafra was, stationed. So I want all those places, I want Biafrans to take over that place. Secondly, we are earnestly expecting you in India. Thank you, Mazi. God bless you. God will continue to protect you. No evil plan of the enemy will come close to you. Until Biafra is restored.
And beyond. He said, thank you very much for that. On the first one about my great uncle, Agironsi, the only battlefield decorated general in the history of Nigeria. He is the only battlefield decorated general. The only man that earned his stripes, his rank in the battlefield. The rest are all quota, including Buratai that just left. That specialize in killing civilians. Ironsi went outside Nigeria to go and fight in the Congo. Commanded the UN there admirably, and he was made a general. Not all these paper general. That is one thing they don't like about us. That is one thing. I mean, in Britain, there are good people, but always the evil ones overshadow the good people. As I said, in the main, English people are very, very tolerant, very wonderful people, unbiased. But there are, say, pockets of evil amongst them. Ironsi was decorated in the battlefield of Congo, where he fought. Tell me any Fulani Janjaweed that fought outside Nigeria before. None. It is only by killing civilians. Or during the war, when our hands were tied behind our back, food blockade, air, land, and sea blockade by Britain and Russia. They planned and connived and gave them Egyptian pilots, flying MiG aircraft belonging to Russia. Despite the fact that Nigeria was under arms embargo, they gave weapons to go on to come and fight and kill us. But our uncle made a very big mistake. He's from my clan, from my mother's village. A great, great man, no doubt, and we shall do the best we can, but he made a very big mistake. He's my uncle, but I will say it. That Victoria is my aunt, the wife. John, we went to the same school together. He was my senior at Government College, Omaya. We're very close. The families are very close. The Ironsi family and the Kanu family have been very close for very many years. I love them very dearly, and I'm sure they do towards me. But my uncle made a very big mistake. The mistake he made was to promulgate a decree uniting Nigeria. He should have listened to Nzogwu, what Nzogwu had to say. And I think in 2 days' time, not tomorrow, I think on Sunday night, I will do a program specifically to address the issue of Fulani Janjaweedism, and there I will mention my great uncle, Agironsi, a great man indeed. And we shall see what we can do to immortalize him. He'll be remembered. The only general you have in Nigeria, the only general, as a general, you have to earn your stripes. Those stars you have to earn them. Not in the office by writing petition and writing quota. It's our turn. They make a general. That is why you've seen them fighting their so-called bandits. They cannot defeat them. Quota generals, that's who they are. Only Agri-Ironsi, the only Niger. I think to an extent, what's this man's name? The one that he thought was Brigadier Ogundikwe. Well, he wasn't a general. Only Agri-Ironsi. And that is why thank you very much for this very brilliant question anyway. That is only the only man in the history of the Zoo military that went outside, fought a war and won, and came back as a general. The caller on the line, can you hear me, please? Your name and where you are. Can you hear me? He cannot hear me. He cannot hear me. He cannot hear me. He has left. He has left. I'm sure that many more people are on the line trying the best they can to try and get in. The caller on the line, can you hear me, please? Your name and where you are, if you may.
Yes, my leader. Good morning.
Good morning to you.
My name is Vincent Okechukwu. I am calling from Casablanca, Morocco.
Casablanca in Morocco. Please go ahead. The world is listening.
Yes, my leader, you know, history have it that when Jewish state want to restore their state, the unknown gunman kill all those who do not support in Jewish state. This is high time. I just want to make a contribution. This is high time we kill every garden shit that is not supporting ESN and IPOB in Biafra land, especially the eastern governors and all those people, including Joey Bokwe and everybody. Those people that are talking rubbish against ESN and the IPOB must go down. We have to send them to God for judgment. That's what I want to contribute, my leader.
Thank you. I am not going to kill anybody, please. I want to make this very, very clear. I am not going to kill anybody, but my job is to ensure that we present them before God for judgment. I'm not going to judge anybody. I'm not going to execute anybody. It is for God to do all of that, not me. Thank you very much. Of course, I can understand your anger. My dear brother, I can understand your anger. We share the same anger. Look at the way the Fulanis are fighting to take over our land. And we are struggling to defend our land. And some of our people are supporting the Fulani to take over our land. Hey, very sad indeed. The caller on the line, can you hear me? Your name and where you are, please, if you may.
Good morning. This is Daniel. I'm calling from Belgium.
From Belgium. Thank you very much. The world is listening. Please go ahead.
Yeah, Onyendu, I want to thank you for all you have said this morning and for your analysis. I have been a member of this IPOB since 2013. I'm still a member. Actually, I know all what you have explained about the thing they said about...
You are very far from the microphone. Take it off speakerphone, please. Speak into your phone direct so it can come out here very well.
Sir.
Go ahead.
I said, actually, I have heard all what you have said this morning, and we know who those people who are battling those lies, and we tell them that if anything happens to you, they are going to see how we are. We know their leader, and they said that their main effort is to bring IPOB down, and I have already told them that it's going to take them another 200 or more million years for them to bring IPOB down. That we are very strong and we are strong behind you. Whatever you want to do, do it. I don't have a daughter to give you or anything, but if your wife will allow, maybe you come and take my own also and join to your own. So do whatever you want to do. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I will not take your wife to join to my own. No. I have a very beautiful wife. I'm not going to take yours, please. Elohim gave yours. Chico Gabama gave you your wife. And she is going to, I don't want to use the word serve before the feminists will come after me. Two of you are going to have a very fruitful and enjoyable life together. They understand. Do you think the zoo is foolish? They see me when I travel. Do you think they don't see me when I travel across international borders? Of course they know. Because it's part of the information sharing protocol. Anytime I cross any border, they all know. But they also understand that should anything happen to me, all their children will be beheaded in the afternoon, 12 noon, everywhere they are in the world, the same day. The same hour, the same minute, all over the world. They know how crazy we are. Do you think they don't know? They know how crazy we are. And they won't try that rubbish. And they know it very well that they cannot try it. And they know that hell is coming. Hey, hell is coming to the zoo. If you have not gotten your Somali visa, please go and apply for it. Because you will need it. I assure you, you are going to need it. We are live and we are direct. Those claiming they'll bring down, do you know what is IPOB? Bring a movement of this magnitude down. Who is the bagger? You can try. Others have tried, they have failed. And they will continue to fail. The caller on the line, I have you live, and the whole world is listening. Give us your name and where you are.
Good morning, Onyendu.
Good morning to you.
Good morning. My name is Ifeanyi Nyejika, calling from Ghana.
From Ghana. Thank you very much. Please go ahead. We are listening.
Sir, I'm happy to get you this morning. Sir, my question is that
what is your question?
My question this morning is about this COVID-19 that Zoom want to give our people.
Yes.
What is your advice to our people back home? Because I don't trust Nigerians who to give our people the COVID-19 vaccine. So what are you going to say about this, sir? Thank you, sir.
It's a very good question. What I have to say is that I leave that to the judgment of our people, but I'm not going to take it myself. I will not take it myself. When it comes to matters of personal health and people's life, how they lead it, it is not for us to tell them what to do. I will not take it. As somebody quite rightly asked, how come during the palliative time at the height of COVID-19 lockdown, you couldn't give people the palliative that they need? Now you're giving them vaccine. It doesn't make sense to me. Makes no sense. So I'm advising them. I'm not going to take it myself. The people can advise themselves on what to do. The caller on the line, can you hear me?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning to you. Your name and where you're calling from?
My name is Chinedu, Mazi Chinedu. I'm calling from Cambodia.
From Cambodia. We are everywhere. That is what drives our enemies mad, that IPOB is everywhere, all over the world. Unbelievable. Please go ahead. We are listening. In Cambodia, or from Cambodia, I should say.
I want to thank you for your efforts, what you have been doing for us. May God bless you.
You say, and bless you too.
Mazi, my question, I just want to ask you a question so that you can ask the zoo. My question is the question that I have for the zoo. I want you to ask the zoo people, because they don't learn. Ask them where their first lady when their president took his own vaccination, because I saw other presidents taking their vaccination with their first lady beside them. So I don't know where went the woman, or does it mean that the Osubanjo is the new wife? I don't know. As they presented. So ask them that question and let them answer you. So that is no questions. The truth is that the zoo they lack knowledge. Because why they say that they lack knowledge is that the money they are spending in bribing the world leaders and the world media are enough for them to take care of the agitation that we are clamoring for.
Yes.
Because if they have using all those money to fix our roads, our railway, our seaport, and all those things, I don't think that would be needed for Biafra. But they lack knowledge. They are still spending money. They are still giving them money. They should have said that they have failed. Their money will finish, and yet they will not achieve anything. So what is happening now is that, in our Igbo language, they say that when two people finish fighting, you will be hearing, yes.
Touch me, let me touch you.
So
touch me, let me touch you.
Touch me, let me touch you.
Because both of them are tired.
Happening now.
Yes.
So all these things you see them doing is just touch me, let me touch you. They have failed. They know that they have failed woefully. So now what I know that our able God, will disgrace them. All these our Igbo leaders and all those governors that have they know they have failed. They cannot do anything. So my prayer for them is that they will reap what they sow. God will reward them. So we don't need to kill them. We don't need to hunt them. God will hunt them. God will judge them, just like
God will judge them, not me. I won't judge them. We present them before God, and God will pass judgment on them.
So that's my contribution, my leader. May God bless you.
And you too. Thank you very much. And I want to ask all the zoo people listening, or the zoo animals that are listening this morning, from wherever they may be, where is your so-called first lady? Where is she? People who cannot reason nor think properly. Nigerians, where is your so-called first lady? Where is she? Have you seen, I tweeted last night, somebody kindly compiled, and I think that's what we need to do for the coming week. People should go and compile 16 pictures of the different Buharis that they have given to them to say is their president. So I tweeted it yesterday, and I asked a question. So is number 8 on that picture? If you go to my Twitter handle, you will see that I tweeted 16 photographs of the person they claim is Buhari. And I asked them, is number 8 also Buhari? I don't know why. Anyway, I don't want to go mad trying to understand how idiotic black people are sometimes. But where is Aisha anyway? She's nowhere to be found. She's in Dubai having fun. Dubai built by other people, built by Arabs. People that suffer, people that love their country, they built Dubai. UAE made it great. All you can do as a useless nigger is to run there and go and be enjoying without shame. That's where Aisha is. Is Dubai now the new Nigeria? Of course, who knows, it may be. After all, Kempinski Hotel in Dubai is owned by Atiku. The caller on the line, can you hear me, please? Your name and where you're calling from.
Yes, good morning, sir.
Good morning to you.
I'm calling from Sapele, Delta State.
From Sapele? Sapele
Yes,
is in Biafra land. Please go ahead. We're listening.
My question that I want to ask is that there are some issues in Ondo State. When Biafra comes, will they join?
Yes, we are going to hold a referendum across the board. Everybody who identifies as a Biafran, anywhere the women tie two-piece wrapper, we are going to conduct a referendum and they decide where they wish to belong. We are not going to coerce nor force anybody to join us. Our people in Ondo, we don't recognize all those stupid boundaries. I don't recognize the boundaries drawn by Britain, given to me, calling it Nigeria. In the same vein that I do not believe nor subscribe to the boundaries drawn up by Fulani Janjaweed via their Boundary Adjustment Commission, carving our people into different states. Ondo is a Yoruba state and I want it to remain so. But there are my Ijaw brothers and sisters, fathers and mothers who are in Ondo and they shouldn't be there. The same way that there are some of our people who are in Kogi and also in Benue. They are coming with us. We're not going to leave anyone behind. I cannot be championing and campaigning for Igbo people in Benue to be part of Biafra, and then I will leave Ijaw people in Ondo to be part of Oduduwa. It's not going to happen. We'll negotiate, we'll discuss with our Oduduwa brothers and sisters, our brethren from that part of the world, and say to them, these are our people. Let's go and ask them where they wish to belong. As simple as that. Listen, our quest for Biafra is a democratic type of Biafra where the people will have to willingly agree to join Biafra or not to join Biafra. So we go to Ondo and we ask them, do you want to be part of Biafra or not? Then they say yes or no. If they, of course, they will say yes. And they will come back home where they belong. That is what the Fulanis did. There is a program I'm going to do. Anybody, if you go and buy data, go and do whatever you can. Go and buy a battery for your radio and listen to the broadcast I'm going to make on Sunday by the grace of the Most High. People will be shocked that Muslims are even a minority in Nigeria. Muslims are a minority in Nigeria. The majority of people living in the north are not Fulani or Hausa either. I'm going to shock with revelation, facts and figures from British census many years ago. We allow Fulani people to be drawing boundary for us, telling us who should be our brother and who shouldn't be, who should be our neighbor or who shouldn't be. That's something they did. They came to Imo State, they cut on Haji Ebema into two. Half is now Niger Delta, Rivers. The other half is in Igbo. All that nonsense must come to an end. They are coming with us. Thank you very much.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yes. All at once your mother ties to. They asked me, where is the boundary? As I told you, my mother did, where is the boundary of Biafra? How many piece wrapper does your mother tie? As simple as that. We are the only people that tie two-piece wrapper all over the whole world. Wherever you see our women, they are unique, you will know. If we are not related by blood, why would they be tying two-piece wrapper all the way from Igodomigoro to Bakassi? The caller on the line, can you hear me? I have a caller on the line. Sip, can you hear me?
Hello.
No, he is wasting too much time. If you are calling us, you need to be agile. Don't behave like a zoo person. Here we are agile because we are Biafrans. Be agile. Once we pick your call, you start speaking immediately. If you do not speak, your call will be terminated. That is who we are and that is the way we roll. If you do not understand that, then there is a very big problem. We are live and direct this morning and the whole world is listening. Too many calls are coming in and of course jamming the line as always. We even prefer it that way. The caller on the line, can you hear me please? And you speak immediately your name and where you are, if you may. The caller on the line, is reconnecting. They say it's reconnecting. I don't know. It is not from this end. The caller on the line, can you hear me?
Hello?
Yes, please. Your name and where you are, please. Can you hear me? No. They have wasted time. I don't believe that these are Biafrans, to be honest with you, because we don't. Once I pick your call, you start speaking immediately. The caller on the line, can you hear me?
Hey, Mazi, good morning.
Good morning to you, my dear sister or mother, depending on your age. Where are you calling from?
Yeah, my name is Nnamdi. I am calling from Caribbean.
Which part of the Caribbean? Are you in Jamaica? Are you in Barbados?
I am calling from St. Lucia.
From St. Lucia, thank you very much. Wada, we are listening. So in which case you're my sister. Please go ahead, we are listening. What do you have to say?
Yes. Okay, my question, what I'm saying is that the problem we have with our Igbo governors is not only Opus or Demba. Okay, all of them, they are all doing the same thing. All of them are doing the same thing to us. So what we are doing, we asking God to judge all of them, not only Opus or Demba. If you understand what I'm saying.
Of course I do. They are all in it together. They are all in it together. You are calling from St. Lucia. Do we have of course we have IPOB family in St. Lucia, is that correct?
We have IPOB in Jamaica.
In Jamaica.
And Trinidad, we are all together.
All together. We have presence in Jamaica. How about you're calling from St. Lucia, is that correct?
Yes, remember it's an island, so we are not many here. So, but all the islands.
It doesn't matter how many you are. All of you must have an IPOB family in St. Lucia. Even if it is yourself, your husband, your boyfriend, whoever, your child, you must start IPOB family in St. Lucia. And I want it to be independent of the rest of them. I know we have significant presence in the whole of the Caribbean, but I want a family in St. Lucia. And thank you very much for calling.
Much. I'm not married. I'm a nun. So we are the sisters.
You're a sister. Your people are the people praying for us 24 hours a day. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes. And we are following everything. We're following everything.
Thank you very much, my dear sister. Because it is what people don't understand is this. In every country doing well around the world, there are those praying 24 hours a day for them. Their job is just to pray. Nothing more, nothing less. That is what I want people to understand. So all our sisters, all our nuns praying for us. May Chukwukikabiama bless each and every one of you. And your prayers are working. I want you to understand that your prayers are working. All our sisters, those in the USA, those in Brazil, and now some of you in the Caribbean. I'm not sure I've spoken to any nun before, any sister from the Caribbean, but I've spoken to those of them from
Yes, I've been calling you before.
You've been calling me before? Thank you very much for that. I can recall those in Brazil and those in the USA. And I thank you very much for calling and continue to pray for us. Continue to pray for the restoration of Biafra. And may Elohim guide, protect, and keep you now and always. He said, thank you very, very much. Our sister, a reverend sister who is praying for us. There are many of them all over the place, scattered all over the world, praying every blessed day. The caller on the line, can you hear me, please? Your name and where you are.
Yeah, Mazi, good morning.
Good morning to you, please.
Good morning. I'm Nicholas Onunko from Germany.
From Germany. Please go ahead.
Yeah. My question is, does it mean that our president, because I don't want to call him Buhari because he's not Buhari, does it mean that we now selected somebody that is deaf and dumb as a president who cannot speak to the country, to the people that is leading?
Yes, because there is no president there, as you said. There is nobody there. What you have, if you look at the drift, both in terms of policy and in terms of implementation of those policies, you will see that there are many people who are in charge in Asarok, of which the coordinator is Ibrahim Gambari. There is no president in Nigeria. Everybody knows that. That is why he cannot speak. That is why he doesn't address, he can no longer have any chat with the press. That is why Nigeria is adrift. That is why you have so much insecurity, because nobody is in charge. What they have done is to try to use the vacuum created by the death of Buhari to try to advance an unbridled Fulani Janjaweed agenda of conquest and subjugation, which we are the first people to mount any credible resistance. From the beginning, only IPOB resisted them. And we are resisting until tomorrow. We will continue to resist them until tomorrow morning. What I'm trying to say to you, in fact, is there is no Buhari. I have staked everything on it. I have staked that idiot they call Tijani saying they're working for AFP. Very soon we shall meet him in court. Because I want to prove to the world that Buhari is dead. Buhari is dead long time ago, dead and buried. And they're deceiving everybody. The reason why the Nigerian media don't want to talk about it is because they are hoping that Tinubu will go in. That's all. So they'll start enjoying again. Please go ahead.
Yeah, because I could remember that first time he went to London for treatment. He spent 3 months. Somebody that was coming out of the flight, Breeze was even carrying him. They were supporting him. And all of a sudden, we have a Buhari that have never even fallen sick again.
That tells you, they tell it is money. You know, we black people, we are very funny the way we reason. This UG, may God have mercy upon us. They say it's money, he has got money. And I'm saying that this little boy you have now in Asorok is younger than Bill Gates. He looks younger than Bill Gates. Bill Gates is one of the richest men in the world. He wants to live forever, to kill everybody else and live forever. Why can't he use that same money? George Soros, that broke the Bank of England. He was the man that bet against the pound leaving the ERM. That was in 1992, if I'm not mistaken. He broke the bank. He made £5 billion profit betting against the pound to leave the ERM. He is one of the richest men in the world. He has more money than Nigeria put together. He will loan money to Nigeria. Why is he not as young as Buhari or avail himself of the same treatment that made Buhari to look so young? I don't know what is wrong with the brain of this Yoji. Black people, I don't know what is wrong with our brain that we cannot reason properly. Buhari is dead. Buhari is dead long time ago.
Actually, Nigerians, we have a lot of learned illiterates in Nigeria. They are all learned, but they are illiterates. I'm sorry to say it, as if they have never seen the four walls of a school before.
Very, very sad indeed. But it's not just let me ask you, or let us ponder this very conundrum. Do you know Japan that is doing very well? You see Japan that is doing very, very well today.
Yes.
Most of the Japanese scientists read and studied in America. They went back to Japan, they replicated what they learned in America. And other Southeast Asian countries imitated what Japan did. And today they are all growing and doing very, very well. Now, you hear our people tell you, oh, I went to Yale, I went to Harvard, I went to Cambridge, I went to Oxford. But your mates that went to the same school as you did, look at their countries. But look at the zoo, where you claim you're learned. As you said, what we have are learned illiterates.
Illiterates, yeah, honestly.
I met somebody from Liberia in London many years ago, in England, many years ago. We were in a restaurant in the evening eating, myself and my friends. And he came there and we were all introducing ourselves. And he said to us, I remember very vividly, he said, very clearly, I should say, anytime I meet any black person and you introduce yourself as a professor, I will slap you regardless of where you are. And I asked him why. He said he doesn't care if he goes to jail. He said anybody in this place now we are eating, if you say if you're a black person and you say you're a professor, I will come and I will slap you. And I asked him why. He said that we blacks have not grown to the stage of having a professor because those we had in the past were all useless. They did nothing.
Exactly.
You studied. Look at Obasanjo. Obasanjo did engineering. But ask Obasanjo now to build one bridge linking his farm to the next village. He cannot build it. He's an engineer in the military, eating money and serving neo-colonial interests. Very, very sad indeed. Thank you very much for your insightful call. Thank you very, very much, our dear brother. From Germany, our lines are open. A lot of people are sending in their requests. and we are accepting them. Once I accept your request, now you can call. If I accept your request, now you can place a call. Please, our lines are up. Too many calls are coming in as always and jamming up the lines. We only have one line today with which to work with, and then you are free to try and call us. The caller on the line, can you hear me, please? Your name and where you are.
Good morning.
Good morning to you.
Good morning.
Good morning to you. I can hear you very well. Please, your name and where you are.
I'm calling from Manchester.
From Manchester in England. Please go ahead.
United Kingdom. Yes, sir. Sir, I just want to bless you for what you are doing for our people. We are very grateful. You are the reason now that the Igbo man can be able to speak. And at this moment, I just want to ask you this question. Since these people have been adopting our people, mostly our young men in Igbo land, what are you going to do to stop these people from adopting them? Because when the war comes, we will not have our young men with us anymore because they must have been adopted secretly by this Nigerian military. And another thing I want to tell you is that you should never be discouraged. We know how hard it is to fight for a black man. I want to assure you that this same thing that is happening to you now happened to Moses when he was trying to take the children of Israel out of Egypt. Some people refused to go with him. Some people refused. Some said they prefer to stay back. So definitely what the governors are doing and those who are benefiting from the corruption of Nigerian government. So they are the ones who don't want us to have our freedom. Yesterday, I was lucky to I met a man where I work, an elderly man about 90 years. I asked him about the Biafran war. He told me everything about it. So I now told him that, do you know that there's our youth now, they are fighting back, they are agitating back for our freedom. He said, yes, we should never give up, that we should continue, that definitely we will have Biafra. That he told me that during the war, why we lost the war was because of the starvation, because of the hunger the Nigerian government imposed on Biafrans. And he also told me that if we have held on, that we would have won the war. Then he also told me that if we eventually become a free nation, that we will enjoy. I'm telling you the truth. I just told my husband about this. I work in the hospital. So after speaking to him, I have a bit of relief, knowing that surely Biafra will come.
Is that person a white man or a black man, this 90-year-old you spoke to? White or black?
He's a black man. He's a black man.
Is he a Biafran or a West Indian or from where? Where is he from?
He's from Abia State. He told me the story.
He's 90 years old. What is he still doing in England? 90 years.
His family is here. He's living with his family.
Okay. That is an example of what will happen to all of us if Biafra doesn't come. At the age of 90, when you should be in the village blessing the young generation, they'll bring you hot drink and you bless them, you will be abroad wearing blankets because it's very cold. That is what we are fighting. So he knows what he's talking about. We are going to make it possible for such people to come back to our land and bless our land. That's what we are fighting for. That was the reason why I asked you, how can a 90-year-old be in somebody else's land? Have you seen a 90-year-old white man anywhere in the zoo?
No.
Exactly.
Sir, and as well, our people has to reason, like my very self, each time I remember that if we don't get this Biafra, our children will end up staying here. And if they continue to stay in abroad, definitely they are blacks. They will also treat them the way they are treating us now here. You can see what the royal family and Prince Harry's wife, what just came out of whatever they are doing. Even though we know that the press here is horrible, we know that then the secret of the asking about the color of the child and whatever they ask her. This is also what our children will go through in years to come. So please, we are really hungry for this freedom. We are really hungry so that my children can go home and live in my own. When I exist, they can live in Biafra land as Biafrans. And my children, I've started telling them everything about Biafra. I've told them the little they know you, and they are happy. They are willing to go home as soon as Biafra comes. So, Mazi, I am so grateful. Today, I am blessed to have spoken to a chosen one. You are indeed a chosen one. God has blessed you. You are uniting all Biafrans everywhere. I saw a Bini, a Do or a Godomi man. I spoke to him. He said, yes, he believes in Biafra and he's one of us. So our people are now reasoning. They are trying to come in terms that they are all Biafrans. In fact, may God bless you. May God bless you. I am willing, whenever the time comes, I am willing to go home. I will keep my children here. I will go home and fight for Biafra. If I cannot handle the gun, I will volunteer myself to treat, or I will volunteer to be a cook for those who will handle the gun for them.
Thank
This
you
is
very
a promise
much.
I'm making.
I know,
Thank you.
and I
May God
welcome
bless
it.
you.
I welcome it. Thank you very, very much. I enjoyed your call, to be honest with you. Thank you very, very much, our dear sister. Thank you so much. We are live and we are direct. As I said before, our job is to present all these efulefus, all these criminal conspirators before Elohim in heaven. Then only him can judge them. The caller on the line, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Mazi. Good morning from India.
Good morning to you. Good morning to you. Go ahead.
Mazi, my name is Mazi Okebaram Chedozie. I'm calling from Vietnam, India. First of all, I want to say thank you for all you've been doing for us, for fighting so hard. And I happen to be a principal officer. So what I want to ask this morning is that, Mazi, when you started this program, I believe that it's quite tough. And I believe that if you can share a little bit about things that were driving you then, I believe that some principal officers that are lacking consistency in what we are doing today can be able to learn from there. As a principal officer, I understand to some extent how difficult it is to keep hold. So I don't know if you can be able to enlighten us from there that nobody believed in you, that you look like you are alone, that you're doing this. I want to understand what those things that are driving you so hard to be believing in Biafra and hoping that this is going to get to this height. And at the end of the day, it's going to be something that the whole world will love to participate in. And secondly, I want to make an announcement, Mazi. Biafrans here in India, we would love to have you speak to us in India. Because I understand that a lot of people, Biafrans here, are much interested in what we are doing. Even those that are not, they claim they are not Biafrans, they claim that they don't want to belong to IPOB. Today, I have the opportunity to speak up to a lot of them, and they are really turning to listen to what we're saying. So it's going to be a great one for you to be able to rise their spirit, and not only here in India, but across Asia. They really want to hear you speak to us, and as well, I want to tell you that here we have people, the way they behave and the way people other parts of the world behave is different. Here we have what I call the doubt issue. So even till now, some of them might not really understand. They might not really understand that whatever they put is going to IPOB directly. So for us to clear all that, I would love you to speak to Biafrans here in India, and also retrade that to other parts of Asia. That's my question and my contribution this morning. Thank you so much, Mazi, for giving me this time.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I will answer your question. The very first question you asked. I wouldn't say that you asked me to explain to fellow principal officers what motivates, what drives the level of consistency is the promise of Elohim. I will take you back to what David Ben-Gurion said, the very first Prime Minister of Israel. What he said when they asked him at the floor of the United Nations what propels him to create, or should I say, to facilitate the coming of the state of Israel. He said it is the promise of God in the Holy Book. You call it the Bible, we call it the Torah. That was what David Ben-Gurion, they asked him, why are you doing what you're doing? He said it is because he is standing on the promise of the Almighty Creator of the universe, that Israel must come. And on the same, should I say, pronouncement, I anchor my very firm belief in the coming of Biafra. I told you before that I read a book, or should I say a pamphlet, 1985 Ajoko lecture, delivered by Professor Donatusi Benwoga. I was traveling from Umuahia to Owerri. I was in a Hayas bus, and I was reading that very pamphlet. I'm not going to tell you how, of course, you can work out how old I was in 1985. I think I then barely turned between 17 and 18 years of age. I read that very pamphlet, and it had a very profound effect on me. In that very lecture that Professor Donatusi Benwoga delivered, in that man, in one paragraph, summarized what was happening to us as a people, because every 1 kilometer was a checkpoint. Extortion, harassment, intimidation, and from childhood, I never wanted anybody to be maltreated. I hate it. I hate injustice from childhood. And what we are doing today, what I'm doing today, is a manifestation of that very orientation that I had. You know, in my house, we used to have a lot of helpers, you know, either people from my mother's side or people from my father's side that will come to help, you know, as house helper, you know, help, all the rest of it. I had one. His name is Igwatch, and I'm sure he's listening to this very day. His name is Emmanuel. Roughly about the same age as me, he came from my mother's side to help us in our house. We had a very huge household, so to help with the chores. We went to fetch water together. We ate from the same pot. We wear the same clothes. Sometimes we exchange clothes. During holiday time, I would go to his house for holidays. He was not serving me. I wasn't serving him, because I did not believe that another person's child should come to serve another person's child. I don't believe in that. Even at that very small early age, I believed in the equality of all men and women before God Almighty in heaven. I hated injustice. I read a lot of books. At the age of 12, I read George Orwell's Animal Farm, where some animals were bigger or greater than the others. I hated it. And at the age of 12 years old, I despised communism and socialism. At the age of 12, can you believe that? At the age of 12, I hated communism. Of course, I was at Government College Umuahia, where we were encouraged to read. And we read George Orwell's Animal Farm in class 2. Now, I want to tell you that you must have it in you to love your people. It is not something you are taught to do. You must have it inside you to love and to serve your people. If you are living in India and India is doing very well, people are living in Malaysia, living across the whole of Southeast Asia, and that those countries are doing very well. If you want to live there without replicating those things back home, that is making you to enjoy life in those places, that means you're an evil person you shouldn't serve. Allow me to repeat. If you travel to America, you travel to Europe, you see skyscrapers, you see wonderful roads, you see beautiful bridges and beautiful houses, you fail to bring it back, or you fail to think, how can I take these things back to Zombe? That means you are not cut out to serve your people. Because as a servant of your people, anywhere you see something good, you want to bring it back to your own people. Therefore, those who are called into service are those who are naturally made and built for this very calling. But it is very, very, I understand what you're saying, is very difficult. Sometimes it's very hard. Our people can be very, very frustrating. Do not look at people. Look at the end goal. always focus on the objective: freedom, freedom, freedom for everybody. When Biafra does come, of course it's going to come. When it does come eventually, let me tell you how I console myself sometimes. Look at the way we revere, we love, and we venerate Ujubu. And he did not get us Biafra. Look at the way we love and venerate Timothy Onwatuebu and all those that fought. Imagine the love we have for Colonel Achuzie and all the rest of them. The love we have for Nwobosi and all the rest of them. Remember the love we have for the lives of Madiebo and all the rest of them. Did they get Biafra for us? The answer is no. Now imagine what will happen to your name when Biafra comes. Forever, you see the way that the Bible till today, have you forgotten about Moses, Joshua, Caleb? Have you forgotten them? You have not. These are people that fought and released Israel, the children of God, to inhabit the land that God gave to them. Till today, we remember them. Let me tell you the truth, honestly, before heaven and this earth. Anybody who is part of this very movement, from the highest to the lowest, there will be a time when your grandchildren will go to school, or your great-great-grandchildren will go to, they will ask them, was your mom or dad part of IPOB? That will be all you will require in life to succeed. In other words, if you're serving IPOB, if you are in IPOB, you are preparing yourselves for immortality. This flesh may die, but your name will live forever and ever. Because we appreciate. Let me tell you, there is something our people don't know. Despite our stubbornness, our high-headedness, our sometimes very difficult way of understanding each other or doing things, our people are very, very appreciative of those that serve them in truth and in every honesty. That is who we are. Our people never forget those that serve them honestly and diligently. The same way we remember Mbakwe till today. Who is going to forget Dr. Michael Okpara? It's impossible. That is who we are. We never forget those that serve us in truth. We know that Okpara served us in truth and in every honesty. He built our land. We know that Mbakwe came. Exactly what I told you before. What is it that Okpara and Mbakwe have in common? They went abroad. They saw good things abroad and they brought it back home. Why do you think that Malaysia is developed? If you're a minister in Malaysia, you travel abroad, you didn't bring back any idea, they will sack you. That means your trip abroad is a waste. What did you learn? Bring it back here. Let us replicate it. What you're doing and other principal officers all over the world is building up what I call an identity of immortality. Forever and ever, your lineage, your children will be remembered and celebrated. Can you imagine if today somebody were to come to you to say, I am from the lineage of Joshua, or from the lineage of Moses? I'm sure even if you're sitting there, you will stand up to greet them. Something that money can never buy. When you remember all these things, then you redouble your effort, because you're not working for any man. You are working to fulfill the promise of the creator of the universe. The promise that God made, you are bringing it to life. What you're doing is beyond human understanding. What IPOB is doing, man cannot understand it. Because we are bringing down or calling down the kingdom of heaven upon this very earth. As Yeshua prayed, let thy will be done on this earth as it is in heaven. Thank you very much. Let's take this call. The caller on the line, can you hear me? Your name and where you're calling from, please.
Yes, my supreme leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the supreme leader of indigenous people of Biafra. Chukwuka Biama be with you, because we're doing a normal job to save the life of Biafra, not only the life of Biafrans, to save the black race from the shackles of Tamnadcode Republic of the Sioux and in Africa as a whole. My name is still remain Mazi Ezekwem Uchechi. I'm calling from the city of Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Mazi, what I want to ask you right now, you have reiterated that, you have touched it from the last caller before me, but what I want to ask, because we have known there is a lot of benefit we are going to get, but Mazi, there's something confusing me, some of the Biafrans or some of the IPOP, those that claimed that they have joined IPOP. They don't attend the meeting, they are IPOP under oath. They came to meeting and took oath with IPOP. Some people come to the meeting from 2 years, 3 years, 6 months. They don't contribute to dime. They don't pay monthly dues. They don't pay any kind of levy you bring out or you brought out in IPOP. When you go talk to them private, they have now reminded you, don't know what you are telling me. I am IPOP under oath. They have taken oath on IPOP. Therefore, I am IPOP. You're not going to deprive me of my IPOP membership. These are the people, or he will remind you that you have been on IPOP for 8 years ago, 2017, 2015. But for since more than 5 years, 3 years, 2 years, he has never even paid common dime to his monthly dues. We don't talk about other compulsory levy. So my question is, what is the position of these people? Because if you try to talk to them even private, they will now remind you that, mind you, I am IPOP. I'm under oath. I took the oath you took with me. And some people will be trying all their best, spend their time, attend meeting, paying the dues, pay all that losing, even do evangelism, do a lot of things to make sure that we awaken the consciousness of our people living in, especially I'm saying this in Malaysia precisely. They claim they are with you, with IPOP, but they are not doing anything in IPOP. Call it dues, call it attend the meeting. They don't do, but they say they are IPOP, they're under oath. So what are we going to place them, or what is it going to happen with this sort of people? Because it's full in Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur, precisely. Thank you, Mazi, and Chuko Krabiama continue to be with you for what you are doing for Biafran. Thank you very much.
Thank
Mazi.
you very much, for thank you. There are fair weather friends. There are those that will fall by the wayside. I remind you of the parable of the sower. As you scatter this seed, some will fall on fertile soil, some will fall on rocky grounds, some will fall on the sand, some may even fall on thorns. Only those that fell on fertile ground will be able to germinate and bear forth fruit. For those people shall be called Umu Chineke, the sons of God Almighty in heaven, and daughters, of course. Not everybody that says, my father will enter heaven. And with that, I bring that to an end. You will understand what I'm talking about. And Elohim is in charge. And we are moving forward. Forget about them and continue to move. The caller on the line, can you hear me?
Yes, Mazi, good afternoon from here. I'm calling from Malaysia.
From Malaysia as well. Please go ahead. We're listening. Please go ahead. Are you one of those that don't pay their dues in Malaysia? You don't attend meetings?
Not really, Mazi.
Okay.
I do. My name is just Ifeanyi.
Ifeanyi, turn down your system. I can hear your system. Turn it down, please. Turn your system down.
Okay, Mazi. I have.
Go ahead.
Mazi, my question is this. Concerning these people that say the Ikure people that say they are not evil.
No, not Ikure people. No. Don't say that, please. Ikure people did not say they are not evil. It is only Wike, those raised with money from abandoned property. It is guilty conscience that is pursuing them. Wike needed to deny his Igbo identity in order to serve his Fulani masters very, very well. Wike knows that he's an Igbo man, but he is ravaged by guilty conscience. Some of them, their fathers stole properties that didn't belong to them. And in our land, it's a taboo. In Igbo land, in Igbo culture, it is a taboo for you to steal landed property belonging to your brother, your cousin, or your sister. For them to shield themselves from the ravages of guilt. They said they're not Igbo. Of course, Ikwere is Igbo. Have you not seen the new state creation that they are touting all over the place, the Fulani Janjaweed? They want to create a state comprising of Ikwere people, as well as those of them they took from Omok, which are Igbo people, into a new state. Do not despair. No Ikwere person, no sensible Ikwere man said he is not Igbo. Let me tell you what has been happening in the zoo and what they do very cleverly. Before now, when the Yoruba media was against us in line with the Janjaweed, they magnify what idiots like we can say. What ordinary people are. Anytime you say, I am Ikwere, I'm Igbo, nobody will publish it. But if you say, I am Ikwere, I'm not Igbo, every paper will carry it. That is why it is always very good for us to read between the lines. Forget about the noise making of a few empty barrels, like Wike, and listen to the voice of reason of other well-meaning Ikwere sons and daughters. They know they're Igbo. Everybody knows this very clearly. Some of them claim they are from Igodomigodo. I don't dispute that. But Igodomigodo is also Igbo land. If it comes that way.
You've answered I've answered the question, because I see no reason why someone that speaks Igbo, that tries to do everything like Igbo, will begin to deny his identity.
When you lose a war, it is always like that. When you lose a war, it's always like that. We fought a war of attrition for 3 years. The Fulani Janjaweed came and gave biscuit and chewing gum and tobacco to some people, and kai hot drink to some people, and say, one Nigeria. If you don't say you are one Nigeria, will kill you. I had a good brother of ours from America speak to me. And he told me, this is a so-called Delta or Delta Igbo. He told me that they're from Uri. His father was the traditional ruler of his people. Every year, Ezenri will come to their village and sprinkle clay on the ground. They're from Uri. That is the way it is. Till tomorrow morning, we know who we are. Those who claiming they are not Igbo, they're living in denial. And I go as far as saying that everybody is Igbo. If you're a John, if you're a Bibio, and I say it clearly, go back and interpret it however way you want it to be interpreted. The truth stands eternal. And I keep saying to them, are you doubting me? That all of us are Igbo. One that doubted me a few days ago, I said to him, go back to Google and Google the word Ibibio. After he Googled the word Ibibio, I asked him, please read to me what you can see. He said, related to Igbo. I asked him to Google Efik. He Googled Efik. What can you see? Efik and Ibibio are one. Both are related to Igbo. I asked him to Google a job. He Googled a job. I asked him, read to me what you can see. He saw a job related to Igbo. I said to him, do you want us to continue? He said, no, he's seen enough. And that was it. That is the truth. We are all one people. That is why Insibidi came. That is why if you go to Abreba today, they speak the same language, or more or less, with the Bibio people. If you go to a Jagam, there is no difference between a Jagam and Arochupu. It is the same thing. That is why Insibidi came from there. Insibidi is a uniting form of writing that binds the whole of Biafra together. If you go to places like Ihiala, if you go to Ihiala today, to Obulusiuzo, do you know where they came from? They came from Igodomigodo land. Obulusiuzo, you see today in Ihiala, their ancestral home is Igodomigodo. Why are we deceiving ourselves? As I said before, once your mother ties two-piece wrapper, you are one of us. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much for your call. Thank you. We are live and direct. We're educating. We're sensitizing. We're enlightening. You know, Janjaweed, they listen to these our broadcasts and they go crazy. He is brainwashing them. He is doing this. I said simply, we are all Igbo people. Do you doubt me? Go to any village in Anambra right now. Get a man that is up to 90 years old and above and ask him about the war between the Idu people and the Oba, and he will tell you. Everything we say is backed up with facts and figures. That is why we can never fail. And our people are very intelligent. That's one thing about Biafran people. Once you make sense to them, they will understand it and they will follow you. I have a caller now on the line. This caller, give us your name and where you're calling from. We are live and we are direct and the world is listening.
Yeah, my good morning, sir.
Good morning to you.
Yeah, my name is Charles Obidike.
Charles Obidike. Yes, and where are you calling from?
Yeah,
Charles Obidike, where are you calling from?
Good morning, sir. The man that told you
We are
the
live
kill is
and
father like
direct.
this.
Please hold on a second. We are live on the air. Please, our barrister is calling me. We are broadcasting. We are live on the air. Yes, please continue, my dear brother. Continue.
Okay. So, I don't know. It pains me each time you come on air and start talking about the black man, the way they reason and all this. And I'm one of the black man, but I know I've never reasoned like that because even up to today, I am not an IPO member. I'm not an IPO member, but I have been following what you have been saying since 2014 till today. And no one has ever seemed to be lie. All of them are truth. And you made me to become like as I've gone to university more than the people that was my age mate. I'm 64 years of today. But all these things you are saying in this country and wherever you are, they are all truth and nothing but the truth. And it pains me when anybody is making any argument concerning this, concerning that. I don't know, people will see truth, but the level we are in it today is because of our church in this country, Nigeria. They are the part of the problem. 80% of the problem, they are the one who caused it. Because in the Bible, when Elijah and Elisha and all of them were prophesying or doing the work of God, when you do something that is not good, even the king, they will go and tell him. Because I remember what happened in 2 Kings chapter 1, when a king fall from his house and then decided to go and ask the God of Ekron whether if he will live again. Elijah met his servant that he sent on the road to tell him that you should go back and tell the king, is it because there's no God in Israel? That is why you are going to ask the God of Ekron. And because of that, you will die. You will never get up from that bed. And when the man sent people to come and kill the Elijah, first 50% of people with their captain, they died. Fire consumed them. The second one, the same thing. The third one came and began to dialogue, beg, in other words. And when he followed them, the angel of God asked him to come and follow them. And when they get to that place, he told the king rightly that because you went to go and look other God that is not God, you will die. Then today, look at people we have in our church. Somebody like Redeem, who is calling us to go and come and go to heaven, knows that there is no Buhari, and he went to Rock. And he came back, and people were asking him, what did he see there? He said he was threatening not to talk. And up to today, he never tell anybody anything. And yet they are telling us to come and bear. I have said I will no longer go to church until when Biafra come, before we know what we are doing in this country. Because it is annoying and paining. All the people, Christians are killing in the north. Nobody is talking. No church is talking.
They are building auditorium. We're going to build 10,000 auditorium. Whereas Christians are being killed in the north, they say nothing. I don't blame them. I blame the idiots that go to these useless, idiotic churches and patronize them. I blame them. But in all fairness, there are some preachers that have come out recently to condemn what is happening. There are good ones amongst them. Let us not tar them with the same brush.
Just tell me somebody will look a factory closed and to close the factory, then convert that factory to church and begin to pray for you to get work. Does that make any sense? You close the factory where people will be going to work.
Yes, convert it to church and then be praying.
If it is people like me suffering to this length, they will get to understand. So I appreciate you. Only thing is that my God will continue to supply all your need according to his riches in glory by Christ Jesus. I pray that no evil shall befall you in all things of your life, with your family. You will actualize it and make us to be human being again in the mighty name of Jesus. That is my prayer for you this morning.
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Thank you very, very much, my dear brother. Everybody approach this issue. He's given us a very new perspective. There is somebody called Pastor Otese. I don't know if he's related to the principle of Otese that I was under. in Government College Umuahia, I don't know. OTC or OTC, it must be, and I have to call him back. Let me call him back because OTC was a very good principal. He was a principal at Government College Umuahia. Let me see if I don't know if this is the son. I don't know if it is but OTC or OTC must be part and parcel of that glorious family. I love OTC immensely. Let me see if I can get him to speak to us, please. I want to ask him, he's a pastor. I want to ask him if he is related to OTC or OTC, a one-time principal at Government College Umuahia. I want to ask him. I have elected to try to call him back to see if he can speak to us. I don't think so. The line is ringing, but I don't think he is not picking up, not yet. I wanted to find out if he is. Yes, he's picked up now. The caller on the line, are you Pastor OTC or OTC? Is that correct?
Yes, I'm Pastor OTC or OTC. I'm from Abreba.
You are from Abreba. Yes. Are you related to the principal of Government College Umuahia, OTC or OTC?
No, I'm not related to, but it's closer to near to our village.
Okay, the same village, but not yours. Okay. It seems, are you a pilot? It seems you're flying an aircraft. There's a background noise where you are.
No, I am beside a metro. I'm going to work. But at the same time, that's what I'm trying to communicate with you this morning. Good morning, sir.
Good morning to you.
Yes, my name is Pastor OTC. It's the first time I introduce myself as a pastor because many people don't know I am a pastor. But I always say my name is OTC. But today I decided to introduce myself as a pastor ordained by a Biafran, and the pastor is in German today. His name is Pastor Sami Eko. He's living in German today. He's a Biafran too. And my question this morning is concerning the oil well that the Nigerian government are taking, and it seems that when the northern oligarchy have both the gold and the other mineral resources, they call it their personal own, but our own become a national case. How? When are we going to take back all our things? Because the world seems that they are not listening what we are saying, or the campaign we have been sending to them later from UN and other angle of the world, but they keep mood and they keep watching, looking for us to die until they will come to our rescue. I think is it the time that we're supposed to take back our things and pursue all the white people that are taking all control in our land? That the war that we are looking for, they can be able to get it, or are we going to stay until they wipe off from the face of the earth? That's my question, my leader.
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much for that. The truth of the matter is that the people giving the impetus to the Fulani Janjaweed to keep their gold and their diamond from Zamfara, but be drinking our own oil, is because of the life the people are, the likes of Wike, Amechi, Hopos, Adema, all the Fulefus. If they get together and say enough is enough, there will be no oil going to the north. They will try to bring down their army and will defeat them. Nigerian army cannot fight. They are very weak. Everybody knows that they can't fight. That is why they are begging foreign mercenaries. That's why they are begging Cameroon, they are begging Chad, they are begging Niger, poorest countries in the world, to come and help a giant of Africa to fight. This is one thing that people do not understand. They are being deceived by the war that happened. People think till today that that Nigeria fought a war against Biafra and defeated Biafra, that Gowon was an all-conquering general. It is a lie. It is a lie. Without the help, without Britain, Russia,